The two elders from the Long clan watched as Duanling Tian, Hu Fei Yen, and Tan Xiaotang boarded the flying ship and vanished into the horizon. Lung Jing shuddered inwardly when he sensed the two elders' cold gazes on him. He knew he would be punished for causing the Lung clan to suffer such a huge loss this time. Damn it! I hope the clan will be lenient with their punishment. Lung Jing lamented inwardly, feeling regretful. Then, he gritted his teeth as he continued thinking to himself, Zhong Yu is a terrible friend. As the young master of the Zhong clan and the next clan leader of the Zhong clan, it's not too much for him to shoulder the responsibility, right? It's not like the clan will heavily punish him. From today onward, we're no longer friends. Zhong Yu was naturally unaware of Lang Jing's intention to sever ties with him. On the journey back to the Zhong clan, he sent a message to his father, the clan leader of the Zhong clan. Father, I'm really dissatisfied. I'm sure you feel the same way as well. We're only speculating that he has the protection of a demi-saint. Nothing's confirmed. I hope we can investigate this matter and find the truth. Otherwise, I won't be able to accept this. Zhong Yu did not act recklessly like he did previously. This time, he spoke to his father first. As the clan leader of the Zhong clan, his father naturally had connections to a few supreme powerhouses. Perhaps they could use the connections to deal with Duanling Tian secretly. I'll deal with this matter. Leave it to me. Zhong Yu's father replied immediately. Zhong Han-yin, the clan leader of the Zhong clan, was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a pair of big and wise eyes. He was also a supreme powerhouse, but he was ranked at the bottom among supreme powerhouses. He was no match for Hu Bu-Gue, the lord of the colossal heaven army, let alone a demi-saint. However, his strength did not affect his authority in the Zhong clan because the strongest supreme powerhouse in the Zhong clan was his great-grandfather. Very few people below the realm of demi-saints were a match for his great-grandfather in the peaceful might realm. At this moment, Zhong Hanyin's expression was dark, and his big eyes shone with killing intent, like a ferocious beast that was about to pounce on its prey. He muttered under his breath, 9 stalks of blissful flower kings. What a greedy person. I don't care who you are or whose protection you're under. The Zhong clan isn't a pushover you can mess with as you please. Following that, Zhong Han-yin moved slightly and vanished into thin air. In just a moment, he reappeared in a room in a spacious courtyard. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air before a translucent figure rose from his body and disappeared into another realm. Before he left, he could be heard saying, 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 lord-grade northern nether winter cod. I'm sure many people would covet these things. The primitive realm was a magical realm that was only accessible to supreme powerhouses. When a supreme powerhouse entered the realm with his or her consciousness, he or she would manifest in the realm with a brand new appearance and identity. Even the aura would be different. No one knew how the primitive realm came to be and how long it had existed. Supreme powerhouses could sense it easily. It was as though the realm was calling out to them. It was difficult for supreme powerhouses to identify each other there unless they willingly did so. Many supreme powerhouses like to go to the primitive realm to while away the time and exchange knowledge to raise their cultivation base. Some of them also went to the realm to obtain information regarding the realms of origins. The realms of origins were similar to secret realms. However, unlike secret realms that were man-made, realms of origins formed naturally from the laws of heaven and earth. They contained many fortuitous encounters for supreme powerhouses. Some of these fortuitous encounters could even improve the strength of supreme powerhouses who were stronger than the average supreme powerhouses. However, there was a catch. Supreme powerhouses could not enter realms of origins. Only those below the realm of supreme powerhouses could enter them. As such, supreme powerhouses with subordinates in the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods had the advantage in this situation since they could send them in as a proxy. Peerless top advanced supreme gods were acknowledged to be peerless among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. After all, those who were close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods were no match for peerless top advanced supreme gods at all. The difference between their strength was like heaven and earth. For example, Duanling Tian, who was invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, could not even withstand 3 strikes from a peerless top advanced supreme god. After becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, one's energy would be changed by the law of heaven and earth that governed the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, and one would undergo a transformation in all aspects. It was a little similar to the transformation of energy once one entered the realm of supreme powerhouses. The energy was simply known as the Great Energy. Supreme powerhouses tended to keep information about the realms of origins to themselves. However, some weaker supreme powerhouses, who knew they were no match for their peers in competing for a realm of origin, would enter the primitive realm to spread information about a realm of origin to stop stronger supreme powerhouses from monopolizing the realm of origin. In fact, this tactic was not limited to realms of origins. Zhong Hanin had entered the primitive realm this time to spread the word about a cultivator close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods possessing 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 lord-grade northern nether winter cod. Stronger supreme powerhouses might not care about these things. Moreover, their reputation would be tarnished if it was made known that they snatched things from someone weaker than them. However, weak supreme powerhouses did not have such qualms. It was inevitable that some of them would be tempted by these things in Duanling Tian's possession. A short distance away from the path connecting the sacred wind realm to the sacred lightning realm, Duanling Tian sent Hu Fei Yen off his flying ship. Deputy Commander Hu will go our separate ways from here. Till we meet again, Duanling Tian said to Hu Fei Yen with a smile on his face. Li Feng, try to keep a low profile during the remainder of your journey. It may seem like the matter with the 2 major clans of the peaceful Might realm is over, but who knows if they intend to seek revenge from you. It's easy for them to hire someone to do the dirty work for them, especially with all the treasures you have in your possession. Hu Fei Yen said solemnly. You may have ways to deter ordinary supreme powerhouses, but there's no guarantee they'll work every time. Your safety will only be guaranteed if the supreme powerhouse behind you personally protects you. Thank you for your kind reminder, Deputy Commander Hu. I'll be extra cautious, Duanling Tian said as he nodded with a faint smile on his face. His expression was a little solemn as well when he spoke. Farewell, Hu Fei Yen said with a nod before she boarded her flying ship and took off. In just a moment, Hu Fei Yan's flying ship was nothing more than a black in the distance before it vanished from sight. In the beginning, Hu Fei Yen agreed to travel with Duanling Tian because she thought their strengths were on par with each other and that they could help each other with raising their cultivation bases. However, after discovering that Duanling Tian had become stronger than her after his law of space had improved, she did not think it was a good idea to continue traveling with him. She was worried she would grow complacent and rely on him too much, which would hinder her progress. As such, she decided to part ways with Duanling Tian. After Hu Fei Yen left, Duanling Tian did not return to his flying ship immediately. He teleported a few times in the distance before he came to an abrupt stop. He reached out and grabbed something, and in just a moment, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. He recognized the other party immediately. The other party was Xianxia, a disheveled middle-aged man who was a member of the group of bandits, which Tan Xiaotang annihilated previously. He was also the one who led Zhongyu to Duanling Tian to avenge the death of his leader, who happened to be Zhongyu's junior brother as well. My lord, please spare me, Xianxia pleaded as soon as he was found. Naturally, he knew that once Zhongyu led his men over to stop Duanling Tian would know that someone had been tailing him. In fact, he was not stupid nor was he bold enough to tail Duanling Tian. But he was forced and threatened by Zhongyu to do so. Zhongyu had poisoned him, and he needed the antidote from Zhongyu. As such, he could only do Zhongyu's bidding. Did Zhongyu tell you to keep an eye on us? Duanling Tian asked tonelessly. He naturally knew now that the middle-aged man had been tailing him from the beginning and had revealed his whereabouts to Zhongyu previously. The middle-aged man shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Previously, he told me to keep an eye on you, but after that, he no longer contacted me. This time, it was Lung Jing who contacted me and ordered me to keep following you. Just like Zhongyu, he poisoned him and forced me to do his bidding. Then he pleaded, My lord, please forgive me. I was forced to do this. Please don't kill me. Duan Ling Tian ignored the middle-aged man's plea and clenched his fist. In just a blink of an eye, the terrifying spatial energy that restrained the middle-aged man surged and killed the middle-aged man instantly. Following that, Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings for a moment to make sure no one was watching before he finally returned to his flying ship. When he arrived, he said to Tan Xiaoting, "Disguise yourself as an old man for the remainder of our journey." After saying that, Duan Ling Tian's divine energy and the energy from his law of space surged. Then, his appearance changed immediately from a gentle and handsome young man to a cold and arrogant man with a domineering aura. He now had thick and bushy eyebrows that framed a pair of icy eyes. Similarly, Tan Xiaotang transformed into an old man dressed in a long gray robe. After he was done with his transformation, he bowed at Duan Ling Tian respectfully and asked in a hoarse voice, "Young master, do you plan to go to the sacred wind realm or the sacred lightning realm?" At this time, they were on the path that connected the sacred wind realm and the sacred lightning realm. Hu Feiyan had left in the direction of the sacred wind realm earlier. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted under sunlight, "Let's go to the sacred lightning realm." In his opinion, it was best to put some distance between him and Hu Feiyan. "Let's travel using another flying ship," Duan Ling Tian said to Tan Xiaoting. After all, the flying ship he was using now was too conspicuous. In the peaceful Might realm, in a quiet and remote mountain range near the path that connected the sacred wind realm and the sacred lightning realm, a few figures could be seen flying in and out every once in a while. Valley Court, a supreme force, had built its base in this mountain range. The Valley Court was a reclusive force and kept mostly to itself. It was not as powerful as the Zhong clan and the Lung clan. After all, the most powerful person in the Valley Court was only a new supreme powerhouse. In a cave in the depths of the Valley Court's base, a middle-aged man dressed in a long fiery red robe suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with greed as he muttered to himself, 3 Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod and 9 stalks of blissful Flower Kings? With these treasures, the Valley Court might be able to cultivate a few outstanding disciples with the potential to become supreme powerhouses. I have to plan my next move carefully. I should visit the Lin clan and inform Brother Lin about this matter first. In the peaceful Might realm, there were only a few clans as powerful as the Divine Gateway's Linghu clan. As for second-tier clans like the Zhong clan and the Leng clan, there were at least a dozen of them. Following that were about 100 weaker supreme rank clans, and the Lin clan was among these clans. The Lin clan's estate was located a fair distance away from the Valley Court, adjacent to the Sacred Wind Realm and the Sacred Lightning Realm. At this time, the supreme powerhouse of the Valley Court shot up into the sky like a ball of flames, and in fewer than 15 minutes, he arrived at the Lin clan's estate. He was very courteous when he announced his arrival, even though the supreme powerhouse of the Lin clan was only slightly stronger than him. They were old friends and knew each other before they entered the realm of supreme powerhouses. They had wandered the world for a time together in their younger days and saved each other's lives countless times. For this reason, despite not seeing each other often after becoming supreme powerhouses, they were still good friends. "Brother Linyu, I'm here," the red-clad middle-aged man called out through voice transmission. After a beat, a gust of wind blew out of the Lin clan's estate. "Yifun, long time no see. I planned to visit you in the Valley Court. I didn't expect you to visit first," an elegant middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe said. He was Lin Yu, the ancestor and the backbone of the Lin clan. His smile widened as he continued to say, "We should drink to our heart's content today." Upon hearing these words, the red-clad middle-aged man, Louis Fan, the Lord of Valley Court, shook his head and said seriously, "Brother Linyu, before we drink, I have something important to tell you." Following that, Louis Fan told Linyu about what he had heard in the primitive realm. He decided to speak to Linyu because he thought it would be dangerous to act alone. Moreover, Linyu would also benefit from this if they joined forces to obtain those treasures. 9 stalks of blissful Flower Kings and 3 Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod? Linyu's eyes flashed with excitement as he said, "Blissful Flower Kings are rare in the peaceful Might realm. There are only a few forces powerful enough to cultivate the blissful flower kings, and all of them are much stronger than our forces. The northern nether winter cod are even rarer. There are only 2 forces capable of raising them in the peaceful might realm, and one of them is the Winterland's Lang clan. After saying that, the excitement in Lin Yu's eyes was replaced with fear as he looked at Lu Yifan and said, Yifan, the person carrying these things must not be ordinary. He must be extraordinary to have these things in his possession. I agree, Lu Yifan said. The man who spread the word about this obviously has a grudge against that person. According to the man, he suspected that person to be under the protection of a demi-saint or someone almost as strong as a demi-saint. That man doesn't know if that person owns a spirit blood essence, but he thinks that it's unlikely. Lu Yifan's eyes lit up as he continued to say, Brother Linyu, let's take a risk. Even if that person summons the projection of a demi-saint, as long as we join forces, we should be able to escape. In the past, when Lu Yifan and Lin Yu wandered the world together, they had created an escape technique using the respective laws they were skilled in. With that technique, they even managed to escape from an intermediate supreme god when they were only an intermediate emperor of gods and an advanced emperor of gods respectively. We haven't used the time and space escape technique ever since we became supreme powerhouses. The duo was skilled in the law of time and the law of space respectively. In fact, they had accidentally created the time and space escape technique. They discovered that when their laws were on the frequency, they would create an escape route. One had to know that it was extremely difficult for the same law to be on the same frequency, and one could only imagine how much more difficult it was for 2 different laws to be on the same frequency. I wonder how much stronger our time and space escape technique has become. However, I think we should be able to escape from a demi-saint with it, let alone someone who's almost as strong as a demi-saint. Moreover, we've only used this technique a few times in the past, and no one knows about it. For this reason, no one will be able to trace this matter back to us, Lu Yifan said. He had thought about these things during his journey to the Lin clan. Although Lin Yu was moved by Lu Yifan's words, he was still slightly hesitant. Nonetheless, he still said, Your plan is quite good. However, we have to practice and familiarize ourselves with the technique again before we make a move. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Lin Yu's eyes as he thought about using the technique they created again after so many years. Of course, Lu Yifan said with a smile. After all, our lives will be at risk if that person possesses the spirit blood essence and uses it to summon the true body of a demi-saint or someone almost comparable to a demi-saint. In another place, the peaceful might realm? It's near our sacred lightning realm. It'd be a waste if we let this chance go. They're heading toward the path that connects the sacred lightning realm and the sacred wind realm after all. It's said that he might be under the protection of a demi-saint? So what? We have the backing of a demi-saint as well. The 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and the 3 lord-grade northern nether winter cod are mine. Wealth and risk come hand in hand. That person is nearby. This is a blessing from the heavens. It'd be blasphemy if I ignore this blessing. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware that he had been targeted by a group of supreme powerhouses, now that news of him possessing supreme treasures spread like a wildfire in the primitive realm. Near the boundary of the sacred lightning realm, at least a dozen flying ships could be seen near the boundary of the sacred lightning realm at this moment. Duanling Tian, who had changed his appearance and changed into a loose long black robe, opened his eyes and said to Tan Xiaoteng, We'll disembark from the flying ship and travel through the mountains and the rivers. Put away the flying ship. After responding to Duanling Tian, Tan Xiaoteng, who disguised himself as a gray-clad old man, thought to himself, Isn't the young master being too cautious? In Tan Xiaoteng's opinion, Zhongyu, the young master of the Zhong clan, did not submit because he was weaker than Duanling Tian. Zhongyu had submitted because of Duanling Tian's background. After all, he believed that Duanling Tian was under the protection of a demi-saint. Otherwise, the Zhong clan and the Leng clan would not have taken a step back. In the peaceful might realm, only top forces like the Linghu clan with demi-saints would not be afraid of Duanling Tian. Even then, they would not needlessly provoke another demi-saint for no good reason. If Duan Ling Tian could hear Tan Xiaotang's thoughts, he would have smiled bitterly. After all, he did not have the protection of a demi-saint at all. His most powerful life-saving item was the spirit blood essence of Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint. Situ Lei might be one of the most powerful supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand realm, but with his strength, he was only in the third tier in the Peaceful Might realm. Let alone powerful forces like the Linghu clan, even forces like the Zhong clan and the Leng clan had at least 3 to 5 supreme powerhouses like Situ Lei. It'll be over for me if the Zhong clan or the Leng clan send people to test me. They won't let me go after I took so many things from them. Duan Ling Tian did not just rely on his luck to come so far, after all. He was also very cautious. In the past, he was able to avoid quite a few crises due to his cautious nature. Swoosh! Swoosh! After putting away the flying ship, Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiaotang landed in a forest mountain. As they traveled through the forest, they encountered a few demons, but they were easily dealt with by Tan Xiaotang. A few days later, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the place where Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiaotang stopped flying previously. The 2 auras disappeared here. If I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 days should have passed since they disappeared from this place. Louis Fan, the Lord of Valley Court, said to Lin Yu, the clan leader of the Lin clan. Brother Lin Yu, are you able to turn back time to see what happened here? Louis Fan and Lin Yu were now on the hunt for the 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord-grade northern nether winter cod. With the law of time, Lin Yu was able to retrace Duan Ling Tian's tracks by manipulating the flow of time. In the past, due to a fortuitous encounter, he was able to master this technique. One had to know that cultivators who did not comprehend the law of time to the paramount stage before becoming a supreme powerhouse would not be able to trace the tracks of others, excluding their direct descendants. Fortunately for Lin Yu, before becoming a supreme powerhouse, Lin Yu had stumbled upon a realm of origin and obtained a technique left behind by a saint. This technique could only be mastered by those who had comprehended the law of time to the paramount stage before becoming a supreme powerhouse. I'll give it a try, Lin Yu said. Although he had mastered the technique, success was not guaranteed when he had to turn back time to more than 24 hours ago. Most of the time, he could only catch a glimpse of fragmented scenes. If he had enough fragmented scenes, he might be able to piece the picture together. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make sense of them. Swoosh! Lin Yu narrowed his eyes as he extended his hands. At the same time, his divine energy surged out like a tsunami and swept through the sky in just a blink of an eye. Following that, a mysterious energy surged out and formed what looked like a floating mirror image. Lin Yu and Lu Yifan appeared in the floating image, but their actions were in reverse, and they quickly vanished from sight. In just a moment, the sky was devoid of people. Once in a while, a few birds could be seen. About 15 minutes later, the image suddenly began to ripple and distort, causing Lin Yu's expression to darken. He said, "It's now the day before." Lu Yifan stared at the floating image intently that showed them what happened before, not wanting to miss any details. As time continued to pass, the floating image began to distort more and more. After a while, cracks began to appear on the floating image, spreading rapidly. Lin Yu's voice was hoarse as he said with great difficulty, clearly under immense pressure, "We're back to 2 days ago. It's going to shatter," Lu Yifan exclaimed. The floating image continued to crack, and a few tiny fragments fell from the sky. When Lu Yifan saw 2 figures in the floating image, he said solemnly, "Try to hang on a little longer. That has to be them," Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Following that, he withdrew his hands, and the floating image disappeared. They descended into the forest mountain here. They must be traveling to the sacred lightning realm on foot. We should be able to find them if we thoroughly search the area leading to the sacred lightning realm, Lu Yifan said, barely able to contain his excitement. However, Lin Yu remained level-headed and said, "We don't know if they're using any secret technique that prevents us from tracking them. If he's under the protection of a demi-saint, he should know a technique or two." Lu Yifan nodded and said, "In any case, let's try to search for them first." Subsequently, the duo flew in the direction where Duan Ling Tian had left previously. About half a day later, Lu Yifan and Lin Yu finally spotted two figures. Lu Yifan laughed and said excitedly, "It's them!" Those two were the men in the floating image. "Brother Lin Yu, it seems like your worries are unfounded. They didn't use any secret technique at all." Duanling Tian did not dare to let down his guard even though he and Tan Xiutang had changed their appearances. As such, he decided to travel through the mountains and rivers. "Young master, will we be traveling like this until we arrive at the sacred lightning realm?" Tan Xiutang asked. Although the journey was not difficult, it would be much more comfortable to travel on the flying ship. Tan Xiutang thought that Duanling Tian was being too cautious and that Duanling Tian was worrying excessively. In his opinion, the Zhong clan and the Lang clan should know better than to further provoke Duanling Tian since Duanling Tian was under the protection of a demi-saint. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian sensed a faint throbbing from the divine tree of life in his little world. However, the divine tree of life was still in deep slumber, and if there was anything, the world-cleansing divine water would alert him. "Perhaps it's due to my psychological stress," Duanling Tian thought to himself. After all, Duanling Tian had deceived the Zhong clan and the Lang clan, letting them believe that he had the protection of a demi-saint. Duanling Tian brought Tan Xiutang and sped up. After passing a towering peak, he was shocked when he saw two figures hovering in the sky ahead of him. With this, he realized that the faint throbbing he sensed from the divine tree of life earlier was a warning. They're supreme powerhouses. The two figures were fully covered in black cloaks, and it was impossible to see their appearances. They had also cast illusory techniques to hide their faces. However, Duanling Tian could sense the overbearing auras of supreme powerhouses from them, and their auras were slightly weaker than those of Han Wang and Situlei. "They must be worried that I'm under the protection of a demi-saint, so they hid their appearances," Duanling Tian thought to himself. However, they're still quite bold. It did not take long for Duanling Tian to guess that these people had come with a plan in mind. He naturally knew that they must have come for the supreme treasures from the Zhong clan and the Lang clan. At this time, Tan Xiutang, who was behind Duanling Tian, finally discovered the two figures in the distance, and his expression changed drastically. Duanling Tian sent a voice transmission to Tan Xiutang before he glanced at the two figures with a hint of fear in his eyes and continued to move forward. However, he was quickly bounced back by an invisible wall of energy. Left with no other choice, Duanling Tian looked at the two men in the sky and cupped his fists together as he asked, "Seniors, how can we help you?" Duanling Tian's voice was polite but firm and confident. He knew he could not show weakness in front of these supreme powerhouses since it would only make them think he was a pushover. When facing someone more powerful, he knew he had to remain confident to confuse them. "I wonder who sent them here. They're quick. It's only been a few days, but the supreme powerhouses are already here," Duanling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he thought that perhaps the supreme powerhouses might not recognize him since he had disguised himself. "You're quite calm. In any case, stop playing games. It's not normal for people to travel on foot here. Give us the supreme treasures and we'll spare your lives," one of the black-clad men said indifferently and confidently. It seemed like he was certain that Duanling Tian was the person they were looking for. "Senior, I don't know what you're talking about," Duanling Tian said with a frown. "We're traveling on foot because I want to feel the ground to better comprehend the law of Earth." At the end of his words, Duanling Tian's body flashed with a mustard light. The other black-clad man laughed and said, "Do you think we're fools? As an advanced supreme god, how can your law of Earth be so weak?" Duanling Tian replied, "The law of Earth isn't my strongest law. My strongest law is the law of life." Following that, rich vital energy surged from Duanling Tian's body and swept through the surroundings. In just a moment, the plants grew even lusher, and the dead trees in the surroundings came back to life. Currently, Duanling Tian's law of life was only slightly weaker than his law of space. After all, he possessed a complete divine tree of life in his little world. According to the divine tree of life, its former master was a supreme powerhouse who governed one of the realms of gods in the god-defying world. A person like that was undoubtedly among the strongest supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world. In the past, that supreme powerhouse had gained the divine tree of life by accident and became a formidable supreme powerhouse later on because of it. Based on this, it could be seen that the divine tree of life was not ordinary. The two black-clad men were slightly surprised by the display of Duanling Tian's law of life. They could not help but wonder if they had recognized the wrong person. According to the information they had gathered, their target was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god and was an expert in the law of space. It was said that he was comparable to Linghu Yundi, who was recognized as the strongest person below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm. Finally, Lu Yifan scoffed and said coldly, "Even if you're not the person we're looking for, you'll still be punished for wasting our precious time. You should feel honored that I'm sending you to the afterlife." The void shook violently as a terrifying energy swept toward Duanling Tian and Tan Xiaotung. At the same time, the ground beneath their feet cracked, forcing them to fly up. "Young master!" Tan Xiaotung exclaimed in fear as despair shone in his eyes now that he was staring death in the eyes. Duanling Tian's expression turned grim immediately. He did not expect these two supreme powerhouses to be so cruel. He speculated that the two supreme powerhouses might be trying to test him and force him to reveal his strength before they killed him. "I didn't expect I'd have to use Situ Lei's spirit blood essence so soon," Duanling Tian thought to himself with a wry smile. Following that, a drop of blood that emitted a terrifying aura appeared in Duanling Tian's hand as he mobilized his divine energy. When the drop of blood disappeared, the sky darkened, and a wave of terrifying energy swept through the surroundings. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the terrifying energy crushed Lu Yifan's attack, and a familiar figure appeared before Duanling Tian. It was none other than Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint. Since they parted ways in the divine sand realm, Duanling Tian had never seen Situ Lei again until now. As soon as Situ Lei appeared, he could sense that Situ Lei's cultivation had progressed tremendously since their last meeting. Situ Lei's appearance remained the same, but his aura had become much more overbearing. With this, he knew that Situ Lei's sword Dao must have improved to the next level. The skinny Situ Lei's sword aura, which was extremely overbearing, crushed Lu Yifan's attack easily. It was as though he was a god of sword, a supreme powerhouse in the flesh. Lu Yifan and Lin Yu's expressions changed. They had seen Duanling Tian using the spirit blood essence earlier. They assumed that he had summoned a demi-saint and could not help shuddering when Situ Lei displayed his terrifying sword Dao. "Li!" Situ Lei called out. However, before Situ Lei could call out the name Li Feng, Duanling Tian hastily said through voice transmission, "Senior Situ, please don't reveal my name." Situ Lei reacted quickly. Then he said, "Young man, I didn't expect for us to meet again so soon." Lu Yifan and Lin Yu did not suspect anything since they did not know Duanling Tian's real name and fake name. "Senior, I had no choice?" Duanling Tian said to Situ Lei with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I wouldn't have used the spirit blood essence you gave me if those two over there didn't insist on killing me. I'm sorry for the trouble, Senior." Meanwhile, Tan Xiaotung was shocked to see Situ Lei. He would not have been as surprised if a demi-saint had shown up. After all, he was from the Divine Sand Realm, and Situ Lei was famous in the Divine Sand Realm. Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, was among the most powerful supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand Realm, and he had only seen Situ Lei once from afar. Tan Xiaotung thought to himself in shock. Senior Situ has such a high regard for the young master that he actually gave the young master his spirit blood essence? Tan Xiaotung knew Duanling Tian was from the myriad worlds and had no acquaintances in the outer boundary. As such, he knew that Duanling Tian only established a connection with Situ Lei during the wedding in the Wang clan. In the past, he had followed Meng Yuzhang to the Wang clan, so he knew that Situ Lei was present in the Wang clan during the wedding. Needless to say, he was not qualified to meet Situ Lei personally. At this moment, Situ Lei shifted his gaze to Lu Yifan and Lin Yu before he said, "Gentlemen, I spent some time in the peaceful might realm in my younger days. Although I'm not acquainted with many supreme powerhouses from there, I've heard many stories about them. May I ask who you are? Earlier, Duanling Tian had already informed Situ Lei that they were in the peaceful might realm. Situ Lei's strength might only be in the third tier among the supreme powerhouses in the peaceful might realm, but he was still relatively strong. Moreover, his strength had improved after he had raised his sword Dao to another level. As such, not many third-tier supreme powerhouses in the peaceful might realm were a match for him now. Who are you? Louis Fan asked hoarsely. It was obvious that he was trying to hide his real voice. The burning fighting spirit in Situ Lei's eyes gave rise to a foreboding feeling in his heart. He felt that Situ Lei was not simple. Situ Lei replied confidently and honestly, I'm Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint from the divine sand realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifan and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and saw the relieved expressions on each other's faces. Situ Lei was among the top supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm, but he was considered ordinary in the peaceful might realm after all. Lu Yifang and Lin Yu might not be as strong as he was, but they would be on par with him if they joined forces. As it turns out, you're the heaven-bearing sword saint, Lu Yifan said courteously. We just entered the realm of supreme powerhouses not long ago, so I don't think you've heard of us. After a moment, Lu Yifan asked, May I ask about your relationship with this person? At this time, Lu Yifan and Lin Yu were sure that they had gotten the wrong person. After all, based on the information they gathered, their target had the protection of a demi-saint. Situ Lei might be stronger than them, but he was definitely not a demi-saint. Situ Lei was still far from being a demi-saint. He's my direct descendant, and I have high hopes for him. Otherwise, why do you think I gave him my spirit blood essence? Situ Lei said according to Duanling Tian's wish. If it were up to him, he would say that Duanling Tian was his friend and mentor. He's from the divine sand realm? Lu Yifan asked again. Yes, Situ Lei nodded. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifan said, This is just a misunderstanding. Then, he turned to Duanling Tian and said, Forgive us if we've offended you. It's our fault for mistaking you for someone else. This wouldn't have happened if you'd told us that you're the direct descendant of the heaven-bearing sword saint. Situ Lei scoffed coldly. My direct descendant nearly died in your hands. Do you think I'll let things go so easily? It's best if you give me a proper explanation. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Situ Lei's eyes burned with fighting spirits as his divine energy surged out, and he cast his sword Dao again. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as the wind blew and howled as the void shook violently. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. The duo exchanged a glance before they mobilized their divine energies in unison. Upon seeing this, Situ Lei's expression suddenly changed. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yifan and Lin Yun vanished into thin air, looking as though they had teleported away. That's not the teleportation profundity. They synced the energies of the law of space and the law of time, creating an escape technique. They definitely didn't just enter the realm of supreme powerhouses like they claimed earlier. Situ Lei thought to himself. The space had been disrupted, so it was impossible for them to teleport away. Most new supreme powerhouses were naturally among the weakest supreme powerhouses, and they were categorized as level 1 supreme powerhouses. As they grew stronger, they would go up in levels. Based on Lu Yifang and Lin Yu's escape technique, even if they were weaker than him, Situ Lei could tell that they were stronger than most of their peers and were not as weak as they seemed. They were definitely not level 1 supreme powerhouses and were level 2 supreme powerhouses. They were so fast that he could not track them at all with his divine consciousness. What an amazing technique! Even a powerful level 4 supreme powerhouse won't be able to vanish into thin air without leaving some traces behind. Their escape technique is almost comparable to that of a demi-saint. Situ Lei, a third tier and also a level 3 supreme powerhouse, thought to himself. After a moment, Situ Lei turned to Duanling Tian and asked, Li Feng, how did you offend them? Duanling Tian replied with a wry smile, Senior, I really don't know. They suddenly appeared and blocked our path while we were traveling through this place. They clearly mistook me for someone else and wanted to kill me. As such, I was forced to use the spirit blood essence you gave me. Senior, thank you for saving our lives. I'll never forget your kindness. Duan Ling Tian did not reveal the truth just to be safe. After all, even supreme powerhouses were tempted by the supreme treasures in his possession. How preposterous! Situ Lei frowned. He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would not be so foolish as to provoke supreme powerhouses. After a moment, Situ Lei asked, Li Feng, where are you going? I'll accompany you before I leave. Situ Lei was reluctant to leave immediately. He had a few questions regarding the sword Dao he wanted to ask. Senior, it's inappropriate for me to waste your precious time like that, Duan Ling Tian said politely, even if it conflicted with his true thoughts. It's nothing, Situ Lei said as he shook his head. Moreover, I came across a few minor issues with my sword Dao recently. I'd like to ask for your advice. Situ Lei looked slightly sheepish when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian was naturally delighted upon hearing this. He replied with a smile, Senior, I'm happy to help you. I'm going to the Sacred Lightning Realm, one of the 3 great sacred realms. I plan to head to the nearest city in the Sacred Lightning Realm first. At the same time, Tan Xiaotung's eyes shone with excitement. They would be much safer if Situ Lei were with them. Lu Yifan and Lin Yun, the supreme powerhouses from the Valley Court and the Lin clan respectively, fled thousands of miles away after casting the time and space escape technique. The spatial disruption caused by Situ Lei did not hinder their escape at all. They were confident that Situ Lei would not be able to track them at all. Situ Lei has just entered the 3rd level. If we join forces, there's no need for us to fear him. However, we were truly in the wrong today. As such, we can't risk exposing our identities lest we're accused of bullying our juniors. Lu Yifan said with a gloomy expression on his face. Lin Yu nodded silently. He was aware of Lu Yifan's stubborn pride and that this excuse was just to save Lu Yifan from embarrassment. He knew the reason Lu Yifan did not want their identities exposed. Lu Yifan was worried word would spread, and the advanced supreme god, who was their target, would catch wind of this and ask the demi-saint protecting him to deal with them. It was not difficult to put 2 and 2 together after all. In any case, it was bad for their identities to be revealed. Even if they achieved their goals and obtained the supreme treasures, if their identities were revealed, it would be over for them. Just one level 4 supreme powerhouse who was close to becoming a demi-saint was enough to kill them and annihilate their respective forces, let alone a demi-saint, a level 5 supreme powerhouse. If their identities were exposed, they would definitely die, and their forces might even be completely eradicated. If we use the time and space escape technique, even a demi-saint can't stop us from escaping, Lu Yifan said confidently. After all, the escape technique was their best trump card. After a moment, he sighed and said, What a pity! You expended so much energy to see what happened in the past. But in the end, we got the wrong person. Not only is it a waste of energy, but it was also a waste of time. It can't be helped, Lin Yu said as he shook his head, feeling slightly helpless. After all, even with the information they had, it would not be easy to find the prodigious advanced supreme god carrying the supreme treasure. In my opinion, when we search for our target, we should also observe the supreme powerhouses with the same goal as us. If we see any of them attacking a young man, we'll seize the chance and swoop in at the last minute. Lu Yifang said as his eyes flashed. With our time and space escape technique, we don't have to worry about fighting anyone under the realm of demi-saints. The only important thing is to keep our identities hidden. You're right. In any case, let's continue searching, Lin Yu said. A flying ship rose into the sky and flew toward the Sacred Lightning Realm. This was the fastest flying ship that Duan Ling Tian had ever been on. The flying ship belonged to Situ Lei. When he had time, he would send some of his divine energy into the flying ship. As such, it was quite close to becoming a prime divine artifact. Apart from that, Situ Lei did not control the flying ship. He left the task to his divine tree of life instead, saving his energy. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to stop such a flying ship. It was clear that such a ship belonged to a supreme powerhouse. Put everything else aside, most people did not even have the speed to stop it. Even if one's strength was close to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god, Unless one comprehended the law of wind as well, it would be difficult to catch up to the flying ship. Since it was clear that the flying ship belonged to a supreme powerhouse, quite a few supreme powerhouses in the area bordering the sacred lightning realm, who were looking for Duanling Tian and intending to snatch the blissful Flower King and the Northern Nether Winter Cod from him, did not pay attention to the flying ship. Something's up. There are so many supreme powerhouses here, Situ Lei muttered to himself. He did not notice the abnormality until he was reminded by the divine tree of life in his little world. It could not be a coincidence that so many supreme powerhouses were in this area. Situ Lei could not help but wonder if there was a fortuitous encounter in the area. Since there were so many supreme powerhouses around, it was obvious the fortuitous encounter would be useful to supreme powerhouses if his conjecture was right. As such, he quickly flew out and investigated the matter. It did not take long for Situ Lei to learn about what happened. The people who had spoken to him were weaker than him, so they had no choice but to tell him what he wanted to know. A young prodigy with the protection of a demi-saint tricked Mount Tai's Zhong clan and the Winterland's Lang clan and obtained 9 stalks of blissful Flower Kings and 3 Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod. Situ Lei was also shocked when he heard about the supreme treasures. If it were not for the fact that he was a sexless cultivator with no descendants, he would have been tempted by these things as well. After all, these things were useless to supreme powerhouses. Their value to supreme powerhouses lay in their use for the supreme powerhouse's descendants or to exchange for another treasure. After investigating the matter and returning to the flying ship, Situ Lei said as he shook his head, "Those supreme powerhouses are looking for someone who's carrying 9 stalks of blissful Flower Kings and 3 Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod. No wonder they spent so much effort tracking the other party. Alas, it won't be so easy for them to snatch those things away." Situ Lei did not hide anything from Duanling Tian at all, and told Duanling Tian what he found out. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed briefly upon hearing these words. Then he said, "This means that those 2 supreme powerhouses who blocked my path previously were looking for that person as well. They hid their identities because they were afraid of retribution. After all, it was said that that person has the protection of a demi-saint." Situ Lei nodded. "I would have forgotten about those 2 if you didn't mention them. You're right. They probably mistook you for that person." From the beginning until the end, Situ Lei did not suspect Duanling Tian at all. After all, he had found out that the person who was targeted was very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, and was on par with Linghu Yundi from the Divine Gateway's Linghu clan, who was acknowledged as invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm. After a moment, Duanling Tian asked tentatively, "Senior, are you interested in those things? If you are, you can go search for them. There's no need for you to accompany me." Situ Lei shook his head and said, "Those things are useless to me. I don't have anyone, and I can't use them. I can only exchange things with them. However, it isn't worth it. Even if I were successful, I'd be inevitably targeted by the others. It's too risky. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided not to get involved in this matter." Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. At the same time, Tan Xiaotang, who was standing at the side and drenched in cold sweat, sighed inwardly as well. During the journey, Situ Lei spent his time discussing the sword Dao with Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not hold back and told Situ Lei everything he knew. Their discussion only stopped when Situ Lei's flying ship outside the nearest city in the sacred lightning realm, the Tourmaline Holy City. Before they parted ways, Situ Lei said with a sigh, "Li Feng, I don't have any spirit blood essence to give you now. I can give you a few life-saving jade tokens to summon my projection, but that's only enough to intimidate weak supreme powerhouses." Duanling Tian could not refuse Situ Lei and ended up accepting 3 jade tokens from Situ Lei. The projection was naturally far weaker than the real person. At most, it was only as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god without any weapons or external aid. Stronger peerless top advanced supreme gods could easily deal with it. The biggest use of the projection was not its strength but intimidation. If he faced a powerful supreme powerhouse or even supreme powerhouses who concealed their identities, the intimidation factor would be gone. Li Feng, when you're in Tourmaline Holy City. Before leaving, Situ Lei briefly reminded Duan Tian of some things to pay attention to and not to simply wander around in the city. He did not go into details. After all, some things could only be understood through experience. After about 15 minutes, Situ Lei finally left. Duan Tian sighed emotionally. Senior Situ is really an upright person. Tan Xiuteng nodded in agreement. Senior Situ has the best reputation in the Divine Sant realm. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about him. In fact, almost everyone who spoke about him only had praises for him. Duan Tian's eyes glinted as he asked Tan Xiuteng, "By the way, if he knew I possessed those things that the supreme powerhouses are looking for, do you think he'll make a move against me?" Tan Xiuteng was slightly taken aback by this question. Then he said with a smile, "I don't think he would. However, even if the possibility is small, it's best not to take such risks. If you're wrong, you might die after all." The human heart was the hardest to figure out after all. Situ Lei's reputation was indeed good, but who knew if it was true or not? Perhaps Situ Lei had silenced those who knew about his bad deeds? That's right. That's the reason why I didn't tell him the truth. I couldn't take that risk, Duan Tian said with a nod before he turned to look at the city up ahead and continued to say, "We'll stay in Tourmaline Holy City for the next period of time." Tourmaline City was one of many holy cities in the Sacred Lightning Realm. It was one of the 5 holy cities that were governed by a saint-rank force called the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. There were many other forces in these holy cities. Some of them were subordinates of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, and some only had a cooperative relationship with the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. These forces with only cooperative relationships with the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion were mostly demi-saint rank forces. These were the only forces the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion deigned to cooperate with. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion had 1 saint and a few demi-saint in its ranks. After they found an inn to settle in, Tan Xiuteng, who had traveled to the Sacred Lightning Realm and had also been in Tourmaline Holy City in the past, began to tell Duan Tian everything he knew about Tourmaline Holy City. "Young Master, Tourmaline Holy City. Apart from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion," Tan Xiuteng told Duan Tian about the 3 strongest demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City. Coincidentally, the inn they were staying in belonged to one of the 3 demi-saint rank forces, the Duan clan. "Young Master, if you didn't tell me that you're not from the outer boundary and that you're from the myriad worlds, I would have wondered if you were from Tourmaline Holy City's Duan clan," Tan Xiuteng said. Duan Tian hid his identity after he arrived in the outer boundary. Tan Xiuteng, who had sworn on the Heaven's Vault blood oath, was among the few people who knew his true identity. Duan Tian was slightly surprised when he heard that the Duan clan, which owned the inn he was staying in, was a demi-saint rank force. It was not that he had never encountered any clans with the surname Duan in the past, but most of them were of moderate strength at most, unlike the demi-saint rank Duan clan in Tourmaline Holy City. It was definitely the strongest Duan clan he had heard of so far. "Apart from these things, I don't know anything else. After all, I'm too weak in Tourmaline Holy City. What I know is only public information," Tan Xiuteng said. Duan Tian nodded. At the same time, he fell deep into his thoughts. As a saint-rank force, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion naturally had a saint, which was known as World Supreme Powerhouse in the Myriad Worlds. They were the most powerful supreme powerhouses, and their number was small in both the outer boundary and the Myriad Worlds. Saint should be able to free Kuer from the Soul Imprisonment Clan's technique. After all, saints are the strongest supreme powerhouses, Duan Tian thought to himself. He knew that the same could not be said for a demi-saint. Saints were still supreme powerhouses despite their strength that surpassed most supreme powerhouses. Their power, which had undergone a significant qualitative change, made it seem like they were above other supreme powerhouses. For this reason, Duan Tian hoped that the technique cast by Yun Qinyan, who had merged with a supreme powerhouse from the Soul Imprisonment Clan, could be broken by a saint. After all, supreme gods could easily break the techniques cast by emperors of gods. Similarly, even the weakest supreme powerhouses could easily break techniques cast by supreme gods due to the differences in cultivation bases. Perhaps, I'll be able to save Kur if I can persuade the saint from the Jade-Tide heavenly mansion to help me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly. However, it was not long before his excitement was replaced by helplessness and disappointment. After all, it would not be easy to ask for a favor from a saint. Perhaps, if he was a peerless top advanced supreme god and could be a proxy for the saint in realms of origins, he could convince the saint to help him. Alas, he was not a peerless top advanced supreme god. Regardless of how close he was to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, he was not. Even the weakest peerless top advanced supreme gods could easily defeat him now. It's almost impossible for me to further improve my law of space at this stage. It's not easy to improve my sword Dao as well. Duan Ling Tian knew that he had reached a bottleneck for now. He still had ways to go before becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. He was not sure if his wife, Kur, would be able to wait so long. Apart from that, why haven't I sensed any signs of me becoming a supreme powerhouse? Under normal circumstances, those who comprehended one of the four Daos of heaven and earth to a certain level and comprehended a law to the perfect form will be able to sense a slight pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses. After sensing the pull, one will be able to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. If one doesn't respond to the pull, one will not be able to become a supreme powerhouse again unless one becomes a peerless top advanced supreme god first. This was a rule of heaven and earth. Those who met the requirements to become supreme powerhouses would be called once. One would be able to become a supreme powerhouse if one responded to the call. Otherwise, one would have to take on the challenging task of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god before one would be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Should I join one of the demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City first? Perhaps. I'll be able to convince a demi-saint to help me save Kur. However, I'm not sure a demi-saint will be able to help. Duan Ling Tian grew more and more frustrated as he thought about this. He was worried about wasting his time if the demi-saint was not strong enough to help Kur. After all, he did not know how much time Kur had. It doesn't matter. I have no other choice. Even if the chances are low, I still have to try. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone with determination. The Duan clan, perhaps, I'm destined to join it. After joining the clan, I'll look for a chance to ask for help from the demi-saint in the clan. I hope he'll go to the god-defying world and try to break the soul imprisonment technique on Kur. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian looked at Tan Xiaotang and said in a deep voice, I plan to join the Duan clan as an interim elder. How do I go about doing that? Although Tan Xiaotang was as powerful as Duan Ling Tian, he had lived for a long time and grew up in the outer boundary after all. It was only natural that he was more knowledgeable and able to advise Duan Ling Tian in many matters. Tan Xiaotang was taken aback upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. When he returned to his senses, he shook his head and said confidently with a smile, Young master, this matter is easy. Although the Duan clan is a demi-saint rank force, not many of its members below the realm of supreme powerhouses are a match for you. As such, the Duan clan will be happy to have you. With your strength, they won't suspect you to be a spy sent by enemies of the clan. Moreover, with your strength, they won't send you to an opposing force to be a spy as well. As long as you show your strength, the Duan clan will definitely welcome you. Tan Xiaotang's strength was only mediocre, but he was aware of many things. Although Duan Ling Tian was not a peerless top advanced supreme god yet, he was definitely part of a small group of people who were very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian fought against those who were close to becoming peerless top advanced supreme gods, Tan Xiaotang had seen it even though he was in an independent realm. He knew Duan Ling Tian was not weaker than Linghu Yundi, who was known as the strongest among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm. Even in the three great sacred realms, there were not many people like Duan Ling Tian and Linghu Yundi. They were not particularly rare, but there were not many of them either. At least, there was almost no one like them in the demi-saint rank forces in the sacred lightning realm. Most, if not all, of them were in the saint rank force. Duan Ling Tian felt much more at ease after listening to Tan Xiaotang's words. Indeed, Tan Xiaotang's words made sense. His law of space had just improved and he only had one fight after that. As such, he did not know the full extent of his strength yet. With my current strength, even if I'm exposed and everyone finds out that I possess those supreme treasures, I might be able to protect myself with a demi-saint rank force behind me. Moreover, my strength isn't my biggest advantage. My young age is my biggest advantage. Duanling Tian was further enlightened after listening to Tan Xiaoteng. At the same time, he also realized other benefits of joining a demi-saint rank force. I'll go to the Duan clan's estate tomorrow to join them, Duanling Tian said decisively in a deep voice. Master. Tan Xiaoteng shook his head and smiled. The Duan clan's main estate isn't in Tourmaline Holy City, but they have a place for recruiting talents in the city. You only need to go there. With your strength, I'm sure the Duan clan will send an elder to welcome you. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened upon hearing Tan Xiaoteng's words. All right, I'll go to that place tomorrow. Duanling Tian could not help but feel excited when he thought about joining a demi-saint rank force and becoming an interim elder. Most importantly, he would have a chance to save Kur as well. Although Situlei had once told him that only saints, otherwise also known as world supreme powerhouses, could free Kur from the soul imprisonment technique, he still held a glimmer of hope that a demi-saint could save Kur. After all, the supreme powerhouse who had merged with Yunqing Yen was not at the peak of his strength when he used that technique on Kur. Perhaps the technique was weaker than what it would be if that supreme powerhouse was at the peak of his strength. Many thoughts raced through Duanling Tian's mind at this moment. What if it really works? I have to take a chance. The Tourmaline Holy City's Duan clan was one of the 3 strongest demi-saint rank forces in the city, but its estate was not in the city. It was located not far away from the city. It would take an ordinary rudimentary supreme god at most 15 minutes to travel to the Duan clan's estate from Tourmaline Holy City. Needless to say, it would be even faster for intermediate and advanced supreme gods. As for supreme powerhouses, it would only take them a few breaths. Today, the Duan clan received a special guest. After all, the guest was from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, a saint rank force. Honorable Envoy, I, Duan Bing, welcome you to the Duan clan. Although the envoy from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion was not a supreme powerhouse, the Duan clan did not show any disrespect. Even the clan leader of the Duan clan greeted him respectfully and treated him courteously. Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, was a middle-aged man with a gentle appearance. His eyes were clear and bright, and his gaze was determined. Despite his gentle appearance, he carried an aura of majesty and ferocity as well. Clan leader Duan. The envoy from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion was an old man. Upon seeing how courteous Duan Bing was, he could not help but smile as he said, Clan leader Duan, I came on the order of my superior. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion recently discovered a realm of origin. Based on the information we gathered, there are quite a number of treasures in there, and many of them were treasures that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion has been looking for. This time, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion plans to join forces with demi-saint rank forces and explore the realm of origin together. Duan Bing's eyes lit up upon hearing the old man's words. However, he also knew that there would be conditions to enter the realm of origin. There was no such thing as a free lunch after all. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. Under normal circumstances, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion would not allow others to enter a realm of origin without any conditions and would explore and collect the treasures inside on their own. It's the same as before. If your people find what our Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion needs, we'll exchange it with other treasures. As such, you won't suffer a loss. As for treasures we don't need, you can keep what you find, the old man said. Honorable Envoy, Duan Bing asked without beating around the bush. What about the requirements for the people entering the realm of origin? In the past, those who entered the realms of origins discovered by the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion had to meet certain requirements. Sometimes, there would be a minimum and maximum limit for their cultivation bases. Other times, the entrants had to comprehend the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to a certain level. There were also times when there was an age limit. In short, there were all kinds of conditions. For this reason, Duanbing could not easily guess the conditions this time. The old man also replied without beating around the bush. Needless to say, they can't be supreme powerhouses. Apart from that, they have to comprehend the sword Dao to the fourth stage. Duanbing inhaled sharply upon hearing the old man's words. Fourth stage of the sword Dao? What about another weapon Dao? Duanbing asked again. No. The old man shook his head and said, it has to be the sword Dao. Other weapon Daos won't work. This time, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion allows you to search for entrance outside your clan to help you. The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion will also reward the force that finds us the most treasures that we need, and the reward will be presented by the Supreme Saint of our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. The Supreme Saint? Duanbing's heart skipped a beat. He naturally knew the Supreme Saint of the Jade-Tide Mansion. The other party was one of the overlords of the Sacred Lightning Realm. The Realm of Origin will open in 10 years, so you have time to search for someone who meets this requirement. Before the time is up, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion will send someone here to pick the people you select to enter the Realm of Origin. It was not until the envoy from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion left that Duanbing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, returned to his senses. Someone below the realm of supreme powerhouses who comprehended the fourth stage of the Sword Dao? Duanbing thought to himself with a frown on his face. Under normal circumstances, if an advanced supreme god comprehended any of the four Daos of heaven and earth to the fourth stage, they would feel the call to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Very few people would choose to wait and not answer the call. This was not surprising since almost everyone would not give up on the chance to become a supreme powerhouse. The advanced supreme gods who did not respond to the call were divided into two groups. Those who did not have the potential to become supreme powerhouses and those who wanted to become peerless top advanced supreme gods first. Generally, the number of the latter was far fewer than the former. After all, there were many risks attached to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Success was not guaranteed. In the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, the number of peerless top advanced supreme gods was not even 10% of the number of supreme powerhouses. For this reason, it was extremely difficult to find someone who comprehended the four Daos of heaven and earth to the fourth stage and also had yet to become a supreme powerhouse. It was even more difficult since the requirement this time was someone who specifically comprehended the Sword Dao to the fourth stage as well. In the Duan clan, there are two people who have comprehended one of the four Daos of heaven and earth to the fourth stage and have yet to become supreme powerhouses. Although they comprehended the weapon Dao, none of them comprehended the Sword Dao. They don't meet the requirements to enter that place. Currently, in the Duan clan, there were only two people below the realm of supreme powerhouses who comprehended one of the four Daos of heaven and earth to the fourth stage. The weapon Dao they comprehended was the spear Dao and the saber Dao respectively. These two people were also among the people closest to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Duan clan, and they were also among the strongest among their peers. They could be considered pillars of the Duan clan as well. It seems like we can only look for outside help, Duanbing thought to himself. At noon the next day, Duanling Tian and Tan Xiuteng left the inn and had lunch in a nearby restaurant. They did not need to ask around and quickly found out where the Duan clan was recruiting talents in Tourmaline Holy City just by listening to the conversations in the surroundings. As one of the three strongest demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City, the Duan clan's side estate in the city was huge even though it was only used for recruiting talents. The main estates of many clans, which were not demi-saint rank forces, in the city could not even compare to the Duan clan's side estate. At the entrance, a guard looked at Duanling Tian and asked politely, "Sir, are you here to look for someone?" As a member of the Duan clan, a demi-saint rank force, the guard knew better than to judge people by their appearance. Many people looked ordinary but were powerful and could not be provoked. As such, the guard and his peers were very polite to the people they met. With this, they did not need to fear accidentally offending someone they could not afford to offend. Duanling Tian shook his head and said with a slight smile, "No, I heard that the Duan clan recruits talents here. I came to join the Duan clan." The guard grew even more polite upon hearing this. He said, "I see. Please come in. I'll bring you to the assessment hall for interim elders." As long as you pass the assessment, you'll be able to join our clan. Although Duan Ling Tian looked young, the guard did not underestimate Duan Ling Tian. After all, there was no telling if Duan Ling Tian was tens of thousands of years old under his youthful appearance. When Duan Ling Tian entered the side estate, he saw lush plants and rockeries. The corridors were also beautifully paved and gave off a low-key but luxurious vibe. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's reaction, the guard leading the way said with a slight smile, "This used to be the estate of a powerful clan. After that clan was annihilated, this place was left empty for a while. In the end, our clan leader obtained it and turned it into our clan's side estate." Although the guard did not go into details, Duan Ling Tian knew that many people must be envious of the Duan clan. The fact that the Duan clan managed to obtain such a place was enough to show its might. At this time, the guard slowed down slightly and said, "Sir, the person in charge of this place is an elder from the Duan clan's enforcement hall. He has a bad temper. When you see him, you must be polite. He hates those who are arrogant just because of their strength. He's a supreme powerhouse." Under normal circumstances, the guard would not remind those who wanted to join the Duan clan. However, seeing that Duan Ling Tian was easygoing and did not put on any airs, regardless of Duan Ling Tian's strength, he took the initiative to remind Duan Ling Tian. "Thank you for your reminder," Duan Ling Tian said. The guard continued to lead the way as he asked, "Sir, my name is Duan Xiao. What's your name?" "Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. He did not bother to hide his name this time. With his strength and the Duan clan, very few people would dare to target him. Perhaps only someone from the Duan clan would dare to do so, but the chances were very low. Moreover, his spatial ring would self-destruct. As long as he was unwilling, no one would be able to snatch his treasures away. The Duan clan was a demi-saint rank force, and it was unlikely that its members would target an interim elder for his or her treasures. Moreover, he was not just any interim elder, but he was someone close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. After listening to Tan Xiaotang, he knew he would be greatly respected and valued once he joined the Duan clan. Not only did Duan Ling Tian reveal his name, but his appearance had also returned to normal. In the past, he had to hide because he was strong enough. Now, there was no need for him to hide. "Your surname is also Duan?" Duan Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Then, he laughed before he said, "It seems like you're destined to join our Duan clan. Did you choose the Duan clan because of your surname?" "Yes, it's one of the reasons," Duan Ling Tian replied with a nod. In fact, it was the main reason he chose the Duan clan. Finally, after leading them to the backyard, Duan Xiao bade farewell to them and instructed another person to lead Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiaotang to a big hall in the backyard. Before leaving, Duan Xiao said with a smile, "Brother Ling Tian, I hope to see you in our clan." Although Duan Xiao was tasked with guarding the Duan clan side estate in Tourmaline Holy City, he was relatively strong. He was an advanced supreme god, and many weaker interim elders and revered elders in the clan were no match for him. As such, when faced with potential new interim elders and revered elders, he treated them as equals. "All right," Duan Ling Tian responded with a slight smile. He had a good impression of the friendly Duan Xiao. Meanwhile, the person who led Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiaotang to the hall was rather aloof. He did not speak unnecessarily as he led the duo to the hall. In the courtyard outside of the hall, an old man, who looked to be over 70 years old, was sitting in front of a stone table and drinking tea. "Elder, I've brought him here," the person who led the duo here said respectfully. In fact, the moment Duan Ling Tian stepped foot into the side estate, the old man already knew Duan Ling Tian wanted to join the Duan clan. Duan Xiao had sent him a message earlier. This was where the Duan clan recruited talents after all, so he was not surprised. The old man rose to his feet. Despite his thin body, his aura was strong, and the pressure he emitted felt like it weighed thousands of pounds. With this aura, Duan Ling Tian confirmed that the old man was indeed a supreme powerhouse. When the aura swept out, Tan Xiaotang's expression changed drastically. His body trembled slightly, and blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian stood still, completely unaffected. At the same time, a fierce aura surged from his body. Following that, Tan Xiaotang's expression eased immediately. Clearly, Duan Ling Tian had helped him ease the pressure. What a powerful sword Dao, the old man said after he withdrew his energy. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with barely concealed excitement. Is there such a coincidence? The old man had just received a message from the clan leader of the Duan clan yesterday, telling him to search for someone below the realm of supreme powerhouses who had comprehended the sword Dao to the 4th stage. He could not help but wonder if it was a coincidence that someone who met the requirement showed up today. His sword Dao is definitely above the 4th stage. We'll have to test him before we know what stage he's at. Within the Duan clan's side estate for recruitment in Tourmaline Holy City, the elder in charge of the side estate, who was also an elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall, brought a spatial artifact out and said loudly, "Don't resist. Follow me into the spatial artifact." Following that, the elder brought Duan Ling Tian into the spatial artifact. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew better than to resist during the process. After all, he was just entering a spatial artifact which he could leave at any time. He would not be afraid even if he had entered the old man's little world. After all, the old man was a supreme powerhouse. If the old man truly wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through all this trouble. The old man could easily kill him now. After Duan Ling Tian and the old man vanished into thin air, leaving only a gourd-shaped artifact behind, Tan Xiaotang waited calmly for their return. He was very confident about the result. He knew the Duan clan would be more than happy to accept Duan Ling Tian as an interim elder or a revered elder. After all, although Duan Ling Tian was not a peerless top advanced supreme god yet, there were likely not many people below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Duan clan who were a match for Duan Ling Tian. In the spatial artifact, do your best to resist my attack and let me see your true strength, the elder said. Without waiting for a response, he attacked immediately. A majestic energy swept toward Duan Ling Tian with the force of 1,000 troops immediately. Before entering the spatial artifact, the old man could already tell that the purple-clad Duan Ling Tian was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. However, he was not sure of the level of Duan Ling Tian's strength. After all, there were differences in strength between those with the same cultivation base. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back anymore. His divine energy along with his law of space that had reached the perfect form surged turbulently. Following that, he used his sword Dao and struck with all his might, crushing the incoming attack completely. Needless to say, he was only capable of this because the old man had held back his strength. As soon as the old man made a move earlier, Duan Ling Tian could tell the old man only attacked with the strength of someone who was close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, and this level of strength was much weaker than his. Someone with this strength could not even withstand 10 moves from him. If the said person did not have some special means, he was confident he could kill the said person. Swoosh! In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's energy gathered and formed a powerful sword ray that shot out immediately. The power of the sword ray caused the elder to widen his eyes in shock and disbelief. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. His strength is comparable to the strongest members below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Although the Duan clan had prodigies like Duan Ling Tian in the history of the clan, they were few and far in between. With a history that spanned millions of years, there were only a few people like Duan Ling Tian in the Duan clan. As for the current Duan clan, there was no one like Duan Ling Tian at all. How could the elder not be shocked now that someone like that was undergoing the assessment to join the Duan clan? There's no mistake. His sword Dao has definitely reached the 6th stage. Moreover, it's close to entering the 7th stage. The elder was further shocked by Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao. Based on his knowledge, there were not more than 100 people who comprehended any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the 6th stage in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds in the current generation. In the current era, perhaps there aren't more than 5 people who have comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. Moreover, I don't think anyone below the realm of saints has comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. All saints, without exception, had the highest level of cultivation. Put everything else aside, they had at least mastered one law to the paramount stage and comprehended one of the four Taoists of heaven and earth to the sixth stage. After a brief moment, the elder quickly dismissed his thoughts. He saw Duanling Tian's attack sweeping over and waved his hand, easily blocking Duanling Tian's attack. Although Duanling Tian's attack was powerful, it was naturally insignificant to the elder who was a supreme powerhouse. At this time, a smile appeared on his face. His stiff and stern expressions from earlier had vanished. He said, "Young man, I'm Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall. What's your name?" If any member of the Duan clan were here, they would have been shocked to see Duan Tianhong now. After all, Duan Tianhong rarely smiled even in front of the clan leader of the Duan clan, let alone other people. The only person who received such treatment was only the Duan clan's demi-saint. "My name is Duan Ling Tian. Greetings, Elder Tianhong," Duan Ling Tian replied. He was naturally not surprised by Duan Tianhong's change in attitude. He had already expected this. With his strength now, let alone a demi-saint rank force, he would be warmly welcomed even in a saint rank force. "Your surname is Duan as well?" The smile on Duan Tianhong's face widened upon hearing this. Perhaps he rarely smiled, so his smile looked awkward in the eyes of others. Duan Tianhong continued to say, "It seems like you're destined to join our Duan clan. With your strength, you're more than qualified to become a revered elder in our Duan Ling Tian. In fact, I don't think there'd be an objection even if you become a grand revered elder in our clan." Before Duan Ling Tian came, he knew that the title Grand Revered Elder was only given to the strongest interim elders and revered elders. This only applied to those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. If it were a supreme powerhouse, he or she would be given the title Guardian. Revered Elder was the title given to interim elders, outsiders below the realm of supreme powerhouses who joined the Duan clan. "Let's go. I'll bring you to the Duan clan's main estate to meet our clan leader," Duan Tianhong said. He was anxious to bring Duan Ling Tian back, worried that Duan Ling Tian would suddenly change his mind and decide not to join the Duan clan. "I'll have to trouble you then, Elder Tianhong," Duan Ling Tian said politely. "It's no trouble at all. This is just a trivial matter," Duan Tianhong said as he waved his hand. "Moreover, your surname is Duan Ling Tian. You must be distantly related to our Duan clan. Not only are you destined to join the Duan clan, but you're also destined to meet me. Therefore, there's no need for you to be so polite to me. If you're willing, you can treat me like an older brother." Duan Tianhong could not sense Duan Ling Tian's exact age. He could only vaguely sense that Duan Ling Tian was not more than 30,000 years old. Those who possessed Duan Ling Tian's strength at such an age were all prodigies. After leaving the spatial artifact, Duan Tianhong said, "Since he's your subordinate, he should follow us back to the Duan clan." After that, Duan Tianhong, who did not even take a proper look at Tan Xiaoting earlier, nodded and smiled at Tan Xiaotung slightly. Although the smile was slight and short, it shocked the person who led Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiaotung here. "What's going on?" Elder Tianhong always has a stern expression on his face and rarely smiles. He actually smiled. Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiaotung quickly followed Duan Tianhong to the Duan clan's main estate outside of Tourmaline Holy City. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian gave an introduction of Tourmaline Holy City and the various businesses of the Duan clan in the city to Duan Ling Tian. He was very straightforward and told Duan Ling Tian that after becoming a revered elder of the Duan clan, he would receive huge discounts at the stores owned by the Duan clan in Tourmaline Holy City if he showed his identity token. Duan Tianhong also asked about Duan Ling Tian's origin, and he grew even more excited when he heard that Duan Ling Tian was from the Myriad Worlds. Those from the Myriad Worlds were without roots and fetters in the outer boundary and were like a blank slate. This meant that they were without attachments that could be distracting. Moreover, they likely left the Myriad Worlds to gain a foothold in the outer boundary. This meant that they were generally more stable and focused. As such, many forces in the outer boundary preferred to recruit such people. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of the Duan clan after listening to Duan Tianhong. He learned that there were more than a dozen supreme powerhouses under the realm of demi-saints in the Duan clan. Among them, there were a few who were close to becoming demi-saints. The clan leader of the Duan clan, a powerful supreme powerhouse, belonged to this small group of people. Demi-saints, known as imminent saints in the myriad worlds, are level 5 supreme powerhouses. Through Duan Tianhong, Duan Ling Tian also learned for the first time that supreme powerhouses were divided into levels according to their strength. The higher the number, the stronger they were. He knew that there were differences in strengths between supreme powerhouses, but he was unaware that they were divided into levels like that. Duan Ling Tian did not show his surprise and continued to silently listen to Duan Tianhong. My strength is only average among the supreme powerhouses in the Duan clan. I'm just a level 2 supreme powerhouse. The clan leader is a level 3 supreme powerhouse, similar to the head elder of the enforcement hall. They continued to chat until they arrived outside of the Duan clan's main estate. A complicated maze surrounded the outside of the Duan clan's main estate. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess that it was to prevent outsiders from wandering close to the estate. Although the Duan clan was powerful and not afraid of outsiders, it was annoying having curious people wander close and disturb the clan. It was easy for powerhouses to find the Duan clan's estate through the maze, but it would be a difficult task for others. Even Duan Ling Tian could not navigate the maze easily. Elder Tianhong. After Duan Tianhong led Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiao Tang into the estate, many people greeted Duan Tianhong respectfully when they saw him. Among these people, many young people looked at Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiao Tang curiously. Naturally, they did not dare to gossip out loud and only spoke through voice transmission. Who are these two people? Elder Tianhong treats them rather politely. Isn't Elder Tianhong's turn to be in charge of our clan's side estate in Tourmaline Holy City recently? Those two are probably here to join our clan then. The fact he personally led them here shows that they must be quite powerful. Based on their appearance, they really don't look too powerful. However, since Elder Tianhong personally brought them here and treated them politely, there's no doubt that they're at least close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. There were quite a few people close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods who joined our Duan clan in the past. However, I don't think Elder Tianhong gave them such treatment. Are they supreme powerhouses? No, it's more likely that only one of them is a supreme powerhouse if my speculation is right. Meanwhile, Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall, led Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiao Tang to the reception hall to meet Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan. Duan Bing had long been notified of Duan Ling Tian's arrival and was already waiting in the reception hall when they arrived. Duan Tian stopped outside of the reception hall and said respectfully, "Greetings, clan leader. I've brought him here." A loud voice rang from inside the hall. "Come in." Duan Tianhong smiled and gestured to Duan Ling Tian to follow him while Tan Xiaoteng followed behind the duo. Duan Ling Tian saw Duan Bing as soon as he walked into the reception hall. He had also heard of Duan Bing's name earlier from Duan Tianhong. He cupped his fists together at Duan Bing and greeted, "Greetings, clan leader Duan." Tan Xiaoteng quickly followed suit and greeted Duan Bing as well. Duan Bing looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bright smile on his face as he said, "You're Duan Ling Tian, right? Elder Tianhong sent me a message earlier. He told me you're close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, and you've comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage." After a brief pause, Duan Bing continued to say, "I don't doubt Elder Tianhong's words, but this is my first time meeting someone below the realm of supreme powerhouses who has comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. I wonder if you're willing to show me your sword Dao." Although Duan Bing's tone seemed like he was asking Duan Ling Tian, a powerful and majestic energy surged and swept out in the reception hall as soon as he finished speaking. In any case, Duan Ling Tian did not have any intention to refuse Duan Bing. He knew he had to show his strength in order to increase his value. He joined the Duan clan with a purpose, and it would only benefit him to show his strength instead of waiting and biding his time. Duan Ling Tian's divine energy and his law of space, which had reached the perfect form, surged out immediately before he displayed his sword Dao. Swoosh! An astonishingly powerful sword ray shot out, looking as though it could cut through heaven and earth. However, before it could do any damage to the reception hall, it was stopped by Duanbing. Duanbing was delighted. He could barely contain his excitement as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "It's really in the 6th stage. Moreover, it seems like your sword Dao has been in the 6th stage for a while now. I heard you're from the Myriad Worlds? It seems like our Duan clan has found a gem this time." Although the test was brief, Duanbing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, thoroughly confirmed Duanling Tian's strength. There was no doubt that Duanling Tian was close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Moreover, in his opinion, even those monstrous prodigies with the same cultivation base in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might not be able to defeat Duanling Tian in a one-on-one fight. However, after a moment, Duanbing calmed down and said, looking slightly skeptical, "I'm curious. With your strength, you can join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, and you'll still be highly valued. Why did you choose to join our Duan clan?" Duanbing did not beat around the bush and was direct with his words. Duanling Tian smiled and replied truthfully, "You're not wrong. However, I'm new to the Sacred Lightning Realm, and there are many things I'm not familiar with. It'll be more troublesome for me to join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion since their main estate isn't in Tourmaline Holy City. On the other hand, it'll be more convenient for me to join one of the 3 strongest demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City. As for why I chose the Duan clan, my surname is also Duan. In the future, if the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion extends an invitation to me to join them, I'll definitely join them if it benefits me. It's good that you brought this matter up because I also want to make this clear to you, clan leader Duan." Duanling Tian smiled wryly upon hearing these words. However, he also admired Duanling Tian's frankness. After all, most people, even if they had these thoughts, would not give voice to them. "Ling Tian, you're quite honest," Duanbing said. He was naturally not angered by Duanling Tian's words. After all, there was nothing wrong with Duanling Tian's words. There were quite a few members of the Duan clan who joined the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion since the Jade-Tide Mansion could give them things that the Duan clan could not. Although demi-saint rank forces were only below saint rank forces, the gap between them was insurmountable. Duanbing smiled and continued to say, "In any case, it's a lucky coincidence that joined us at this time. As it happens, there'll be a great opportunity for you in the Duan clan in 10 years. At that time, if you perform well and stand out, there's a high chance the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion will invite you to join them." Duanling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard these words. It was naturally great if he could join the Jade-Tide Mansion. He cupped his fists at Duanbing again and said seriously, "Clan leader Duan, you're a magnanimous person. Even if I only stay in the Duan clan for 10 years, I will never forget my time in the Duan clan." Duanling Tian had never been an ungrateful person, after all. Even if the Duan clan did not do anything else for him in the coming 10 years, the opportunity that Duanbing spoke about was more than enough for him to feel grateful. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay the Duan clan. After chatting for a while, Duanbing finally asked Duan Tianhong to bring Duanling Tian to complete the formalities to become a revered elder of the Duan clan. The main purpose of this was to obtain an identity token. After helping Duanling Tian obtain an identity token, Duan Tianhong led Duanling Tian to the cultivation ground for revered elders. Duan Tianhong said, "Ling Tian, with your strength, now that you're a revered elder, you can challenge the current grand revered elder of our Duan clan. Needless to say, if you win, you'll become the new grand revered elder of our Duan clan. The current grand revered elder is skilled in the law of thunder. He's also comprehended the law of thunder to the perfect form, and he has comprehended the Mastery Dao to the 3rd stage. The Mastery Dao was one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. In the past, when Duanling Tian was in the lower realm and was still weak, he had briefly comprehended the Mastery Dao. He had come across it from the legacy of a certain heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. However, as he grew stronger, he found that the Mastery Dao was becoming increasingly useless to him, so he eventually stopped comprehending it. "Elder Tianhong, I know that Grand Revered Elder, is a title given to the strongest revered elder. However, is there a difference between being a grand revered elder and a revered elder? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Of course, there's a difference. Moreover, the difference isn't small, Duan Tianhong said with a smile. For one, the cultivation ground is different. The cultivation ground of revered elders is located in one of the 9 great spiritual springs in the Duan clan. And the grand revered elder's cultivation place is actually right above the heart of the spring. Duan Ling Tian knew that spiritual springs were formed by excess heaven and earth spirit energy after a number of divine crystals reached a certain level. The cultivation environment where the springs were located was perfect, and the heaven and earth spirit energy there was extremely rich. The closer one was to the heart of the spiritual spring, the better the cultivation environment would be. For cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses, cultivating at the heart of the spiritual spring could give them twice the result with only half the effort. Duan Tianhong continued to say, apart from that, the Duan clan would give cultivation resources to revered elders at a fixed time. Many of the cultivation resources are highly coveted. At that time, the grand revered elders will be given priority and can choose 3 of the cultivation resources first. On the contrary, not only do revered elders have to wait for the grand revered elder to choose first, but revered elders can only choose 1 cultivation resource each. After that, Duan Tianhong continued to talk about various benefits of being a grand revered elder, such as increased salary, the difference in status, and so on. After listening, there was one thing that excited Duan Ling Tian the most. Every year, the grand revered elder of the Duan clan would be given a chance to follow the Duan clan's demi-saint for 3 days. During the 3 days, one could ask for advice and so on from the demi-saint. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes shone with determination as he thought to himself, I must become the grand revered elder of the Duan clan. Soon after, they arrived at the cultivation ground for the revered elders of the Duan clan. Just as Duan Tianhong said, it was where a spiritual spring was located. A thick fog of heaven and earth spirit energy could be seen around and on the spiritual spring. Elder Tianhong, the hut suspended in the middle of the spring is the cultivation place of the grand revered elder, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. His attraction was immediately attracted by a hut on a floating island just right above the heart of the spring, which looked beautiful and magnificent under the light. The thick and viscous liquid from the spring lapped against the floating island gently. Duan Tianhong nodded. Yes. Ling Tian, do you plan to issue a challenge now or do you plan to wait? Every revered elder is given a chance to challenge the grand revered elder, but if he or she fails, he or she can only issue another challenge after 30 years. This rule exists to prevent the grand revered elder from being disturbed too much during cultivation. As a demi-saint rank force, the Duan clan had 9 spiritual rings, and each of them was an excellent place for cultivation. The closest place to the spring was also where the heaven and earth spirit energy was the strongest. Although Duan Ling Tian was also attracted by the cultivation place of the grand revered elder of the Duan clan, its attraction was not as strong compared to other benefits of becoming a grand revered elder. After all, he owned quite a number of divine crystals now. If he absorbed the divine crystals and opened up his little world to cultivate with the help of the divine tree of life, its effect was not any worse than that of the spiritual spring. What Duan Ling Tian was more excited about was the chance to spend time and learn from the demi-saint of the Duan clan. Most importantly, Duan Tianhong had later told him that it was not impossible to make a request or 2 as long as they were not excessive and within the demi-saint's capabilities. After becoming a grand revered elder, I can use that as a chance to ask the Duan clan's demi-saint to see if he can break the soul imprisonment technique on Kur. It'll be great if he's able to do that. If not, perhaps, I can ask him to slow down the erosion on Kur's soul. That's still very good since it'll buy me more time. Duan Ling Tian was still not optimistic that the demi-saint of the Duan clan would be able to break the soul imprisonment technique on Kur. However, this was his only choice now, and he could only try every avenue available to him. Naturally, it was best if he had the help of a saint. However, it would not be an easy task. Put everything else aside, with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to meet a saint. Saints were the most powerful existence, after all. Even in the God-defying world, it was said that there was only one saint. Duanling Tian had learned about this after he came to the outer boundary. In fact, after coming to the outer boundary, his knowledge of the God-defying world had grown significantly. The God-defying world was one of the myriad worlds, and one of the 18 middle worlds under the 3 upper worlds, which were also the 3 strongest worlds. The 18 middle worlds were mostly governed by a world supreme powerhouse. As for a world without a world supreme powerhouse, a few imminent world supreme powerhouses would band together to govern it. With special effects from their respective realms of gods, when they joined forces, they did not have to be afraid of the average world supreme powerhouse. At this time, Duanling Tian returned to his senses and said to Duan Tianhong, "Elder Tianhong, I want to challenge the current grand revered elder now." Duan Tianhong nodded. "He's in closed-door cultivation now. Before you issue a challenge, please listen to my explanation. Generally, challenges will disturb the cultivation of the grand revered elder regardless if it's just an ordinary cultivation or a closed-door cultivation. However, if one chooses to issue a challenge when the grand revered elder is in closed-door cultivation, the grand revered elder will be given the choice to turn the challenge into a life-or-death battle." In fact, Duan Tianhong was not worried about Duanling Tian. After all, he did not doubt Duanling Tian's strength at all. He had said this hoping Duanling Tian would show mercy. Hence, after saying that, he added, "If the current grand revered elder wants to change the challenge into a life-or-death battle, I hope you'll show mercy to him." Duan Tianhong could have sent a voice transmission to the current grand revered elder of the Duan clan to warn him against changing the challenge to a life-or-death battle no matter how irritated he was by being awoken from his closed-door cultivation. However, he did not think the current grand revered elder would believe him or heed his advice. After all, prodigies were mostly proud and arrogant. "Don't worry, Elder Tianhong. I know what to do," Duanling Tian said with a faint smile. He knew most people would be furious to be interrupted during their closed-door cultivation. As such, it was understandable if the current grand revered elder of the Duan clan wanted to change the challenge into a life-or-death battle. "Very well," Duan Tianhong said with a nod before he taught Duanling Tian the way to issue a challenge. After that, Duanling Tian reached out for his identity token and sent his divine energy into it. Following that, he guided the energy from the identity token to the spiritual spring. In just a moment, the spring shook, and the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy surged for a moment before it receded from the floating island. At this time, an angry roar rang out from the hut. "Who dares to challenge me while I'm in closed-door cultivation? I'm going to kill you. This challenge is now a life-or-death battle." Following that, a muscular young man came out of the hut. Lightning flashed around his body, and a resolute and angry expression could be seen on his angular face. He was at a critical juncture during his closed-door cultivation, and although the improvement would not be significant, he was still understandably furious at being disturbed. Boom! As thunder rang and lightning flashed in the sky, the muscular young man flew over and stood across from Duanling Tian and Duan Tianhong in the air. The muscular young man saw Duan Tianhong and cupped his fists together at Duan Tianhong before he said, trying his best to suppress his anger, "Greetings, Elder Tianhong. Is this my challenger? Is he new?" Duan Tianhong looked at the muscular young man and sighed inwardly before he said through voice transmission, "Grand revered Elder Qin, you're no match for this new revered elder. With his strength, very few people under the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods are a match for him. Even those who claim to be invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the sacred lightning realm are on par with him at the very least." Duan Tianhong was very straightforward with his words. However, upon hearing these words, the muscular young man scoffed in disbelief. He did not even bother to use voice transmission as he said, "Elder Tianhong, even if you're trying to speak for him, there's no need to exaggerate. If he's as strong as you claimed, I don't think he'll join the Duan clan." The muscular young man did not bother to hide his disbelief at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, many figures flew out of the various huts above the spiritual spring. They were the revered elders of the Duan clan. Did someone challenge Grand Revered Elder Qin Yun-yi? Is he new? He has to be a newcomer. Among us, even Revered Elder Yuan, who's closest in strength to Grand Revered Elder Qin, would be at most on par with Grand Revered Elder Qin after a breakthrough. It's almost impossible for Revered Elder Yuan to beat Grand Revered Elder Qin. In any case, even if Revered Elder Yuan wants to challenge Grand Revered Elder Qin, he won't challenge Grand Revered Elder Qin while he's in closed-door cultivation. Based on Grand Revered Elder Qin's words, it seems like Elder Tianhong told him through voice transmission that the newcomer is very strong. Moreover, it seems like the newcomer's strength is exaggerated since Grand Revered Elder Qin doesn't believe that someone so strong would join the Duan clan. Don't tell me Elder Tianhong told Grand Revered Elder Qin that the newcomer is comparable to those who are invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods? If so, then it's really too exaggerated. That's right. It's impossible for someone with such power to join the Duan clan, right? The revered elders speculated among themselves, wondering what Duan Tianhong said to Qin Yun-yi. All of them looked at Duan Ling Tian as they discussed among themselves. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, Duan Tianhong sighed and stepped aside. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "I hope you'll show mercy." Duan Tianhong's words caused the group of revered elders to widen their eyes in disbelief, and his words also caused Qin Yun-yi's face to turn red in anger. Qin Yun-yi felt as though he was being underestimated. Qin Yun-yi felt as though he was going to vomit blood when he saw the purple-clad Duan Ling Tian nodding seriously before saying, "Elder Tianhong, don't worry, I won't kill him." At the same time, Tan Xiuteng also stepped aside. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Qin Yun-yi. After all, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was definitely invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Qin Yun-yi, like many cultivators close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, was strong. However, he was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. "You're really arrogant. If you're not stronger than me, you can only die today," Qin Yun-yi said furiously as he stepped forward. Lightning flashed even brighter around him as tiny spatial cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, a powerful energy swept out. Qin Yun-yi's eyes shone with killing intent. Clearly, he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the group of revered elders in the surroundings inhaled sharply. They knew Qin Yun-yi was thoroughly angered at this moment. They had been with Qin Yun-yi for many years, and this was the first time they had seen him so angry. Duan Ling Tian remained calm when faced with the furious Qin Yun-yi, the current grand revered elder of the Duan clan. Qin Yun-yi was at most below Ling Yun-di, and as such, he knew Qin Yun-yi was no match for him. After his breakthrough, although he had yet to become a peerless top advanced supreme god, his strength was now much stronger than those in the realm as him. Qin Yun-yi's expression grew even more unsightly when he saw how indifferent and calm Duan Ling Tian was. His eyes burned with fury as he bellowed, "Die!" Subsequently, Qin Yun-yi pounced at Duan Ling Tian like a ferocious tiger as lightning flashed around him. He held a 9-foot-long spear in his hand. Swoosh! Qin Yun-yi used his bloodline power immediately, causing the void to shake before spatial tears appeared. The Mastery Dao? Qin Yun-yi not only comprehended the law of thunder, the perfect form, and possessed a powerful bloodline power, but he also comprehended the Mastery Dao. Like an invincible war god, he struck at Duan Ling Tian with all his might. Meanwhile, the group of revered elders watched in awe as Qin Yun-yi made his move. Some of them had never seen him make a move before, and those who had seen him in action had only seen part of his strength. As expected, Grand Revered Elder Qin is really powerful. This is the first time I've seen him go all out. Previously, he only used a small part of his strength when he challenged the former Grand Revered Elder. This is Grand Revered Elder Qin's true strength. Duan Tianhong was surprised as well. Qin Yun-yi, did he hide his true strength previously, or did he just improve recently? Duan Tianhong had never seen Qin Yun-yi fight before, and he did not know exactly how strong Qin Yun-yi was. However, based on what he knew, Qin Yun-yi was not as strong as he was now. Only 2 members below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in our clan are a match for Qin Yunyi now, excluding Duanling Tian. Duan Tianhong continued thinking to himself. The Duan clan did not have any peerless top advanced supreme gods, and those who were close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the clan were not as strong as Duanling Tian. The 2 strongest members below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Duan clan were still slightly weaker than Duanling Tian. Among those close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, if Duanling Tian was in the first tier, those 2 would be among the top in the second tier. In the past, even if Duan Tianhong thought Qin Yunyi was strong, he knew very well that Qin Yunyi would at most be in the mid or bottom of the second tier among his peers. However, after witnessing Qin Yunyi's true strength today, he realized that Qin Yunyi was also at the top of the second tier just like the 2 prodigies of the Duan clan. At the same time, Duanling Tian thought to himself, Qin Yunyi is quite strong. If my law of space didn't improve recently, I might not be a match for him. Unfortunately for him, he met me at the wrong time. Among the people close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods Duanling Tian had fought so far, Qin Yunyi was Duanling Tian's strongest opponent. He did not include Linghu Yundi, who was acknowledged as invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the peaceful might realm, since he had never fought her before. Nonetheless, from what he could sense, he knew Linghu Yundi was far stronger than Qin Yunyi and was likely on par with him. Swoosh! Faced with Qin Yunyi's aggressive attack, a 7-colored sword ray shot out of Duanling Tian's hand, continued to grow in size as it shot toward Qin Yunyi. Duanling Tian stood still as his divine energy swept out along with his law of space and sword Dao toward Qin Yunyi. He did not even bother to use his doppelgangers because he knew he could defeat Qin Yunyi even without them. After his law of space reached the perfect form, his doppelganger from the law of space now possessed about 80% of his strength. Moreover, his doppelganger from the law of space could also use sword Dao. In fact, just the doppelganger from my law of space is enough to defeat Qin Yunyi. However, I need to show my true strength to show how strong I am to the Duan clan. First impressions are important after all. Swoosh! Boom! When the 7-colored sword ray collided with Qin Yunyi's attack, a thunderous explosion rang in the air before a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The spiritual spring would have been destroyed if Duan Tianhong did not cast a protective barrier around it in time. The spiritual spring was a cultivation ground. There was no protective formation around it because it would disrupt the flow of the heaven and earth spirit energy. Boom! 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 The shockwave struck at Duan Tianhong's protective barrier relentlessly. The collision sparked a blinding light so everyone lost sight of Duanling Tian and Qin Yunyi at this moment. When the shockwaves receded and the blinding light dimmed, 2 figures appeared before their eyes again. Unlike Qin Yunyi, the purple-clad Duanling Tian was completely unscathed. To everyone's shock, Qin Yunyi's robes were tattered, and he was covered in blood. They watched as he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud and lay on the ground motionlessly. No one knew if he was alive at this moment. Congratulations, Grand Revered Elder Duan. Duan Tianhong's voice pulled the group of revered elders back to their senses. A hint of reverence could be seen in their eyes when they turned to look at the Duanling Tian. Following that, they cupped their fists together and simultaneously greeted Duanling Tian, the new Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan who was much stronger than Qin Yunyi based on how he had thoroughly defeated Qin Yunyi with just a strike. Greetings, Grand Revered Elder. Duanling Tian defeated Qin Yunyi, the Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan, with a single strike and became the new Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan. Everyone knew that he was an advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of space to the perfect form and suspected that he had comprehended the sword Dao to the 5th stage. On his second day in the Duan clan, Duanling Tian's name spread in the Duan clan and Tourmaline Holy City. Did you hear about Duanling Tian, the new Grand Revered Elder of the Duan clan? He defeated Qin Yunyi, the former Grand Revered Elder of the clan, with just a strike of his sword. It's said that he has comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage and is a peerless top advanced supreme god. Where did you hear that? I heard that he has only comprehended the law of space to the perfect form, but he has already comprehended his sword Dao to the 7th stage, the mystical stage. That's how he became a peerless top advanced supreme god. Both of you are wrong. I heard that he comprehended the sword Dao to the 8th stage, the legendary stage, and his law of space is at the paramount stage. He's truly invincible among peerless top advanced supreme gods. There were many outrageous claims in Tourmaline Holy City, and they were spreading like wildfire. Some people even claimed that he was invincible among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Duan Ling Tian was wandering the streets of Tourmaline Holy City when these outrageous rumors reached his ears. He shook his head as he thought to himself, the people of Tourmaline Holy City sure like to gossip. Before moving into the Duan clan's estate, Duan Ling Tian brought Tan Xiao Tung with him to explore Tourmaline Holy City. As such, the elders of the Duan clan, who hoped to get acquainted with Duan Ling Tian after they learned that he had joined their clan, were disappointed when they could not find him at the inn early in the morning. At the same time, the other two major forces of Tourmaline Holy City also received news about Duan Ling Tian thanks to their intelligence network. The Duan clan is quick. They found a prodigious sword Dao expert in such a short time. The Yuan clan, one of the 3 major forces in Tourmaline Holy City, was on par with the Duan clan. Similar to the Duan clan, the Yuan clan had also received an invitation from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to send cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses who had comprehended the sword Dao to the 4th stage to explore the realm of origin they recently discovered. The Yuan clan had a cultivator who fit the criteria, so they felt that they had the advantage over the other 2 major forces in Tourmaline Holy City, the Duan clan and the Myriad Trading House. However, they did not expect the Duan clan to find someone who comprehended the law of space to the perfect form and the sword Dao to at least the 5th stage in just 2 days. With this, not only did they lose their advantage but had also fallen to a disadvantageous place. 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, leave Tourmaline Holy City and search for a few more powerhouses to represent us. Come back after a decade. Our goal now is to send a few more representatives to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, the clan leader of the Yuan clan said anxiously. Similarly, there was a commotion in the Myriad Trading House as well. Unlike the clan leader of the Yun clan, the master of the Myriad Trading House was rather calm as he issued orders to the branch managers outside of Tourmaline Holy City to search for powerhouses to represent them a decade later. The Yuan clan and the Duan clan might have a slight advantage over us. However, their connections outside of the city are inferior to ours. The master of the Myriad Trading House was confident about their network outside of Tourmaline Holy City. Unlike the Yuan clan and the Duan clan, the Myriad Trading House was business-oriented. Apart from cultivation talents, business talents were also important to ensure their success. In terms of wealth, the Yuan clan and the Duan clan were no match for the Myriad Trading House even if they combined their resources. Apart from that, investigate the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan. Find out if he's a direct descendant of the Duan clan. If he's not, it means that he might have chosen to join the Duan clan because of his surname. Perhaps, he's unaware of the advantages of the Myriad Trading House. At that time, we can send someone to persuade him to join us. The Myriad Trading House utilized their intelligence network to investigate Duan Ling Tian, and it did not take long for them to obtain results. Could it be him? Duan Ling Tian spent about half a day wandering Tourmaline Holy City. When he was about to leave the city with Tan Xiaotang and make his way to the Duan clan's estate, he was stopped by an old man dressed in a long green robe. The old man's appearance was ordinary, and he had a medium build. He also possessed piercing gaze like that of a hawk. Tan Xiaotang's heart skipped a beat as soon as he sensed the old man's aura. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly as he thought to himself, a supreme powerhouse? Nonetheless, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid now that he had the support of the Duan clan. Although the Duan clan was situated outside of Tourmaline Holy City, they had a few supreme powerhouses, including Duan Tian Hong, the 2nd elder, who were stationed in Tourmaline Holy City. Hello, I'm Lu Yen from the Myriad Trading House. I come with no ill intentions, the old man said politely with a smile to Duan Ling Tian. Duanling Tian was about to send a message to Duan Tianhong when the old man's overbearing aura suddenly vanished without a trace. The Myriad Trading House? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. He knew that the Myriad Trading House was one of 3 major demi-saint rank forces in Tourmaline Holy City and was on par with the Duan clan. For a moment, he wondered about the old man's purpose for approaching him. Unlike many others in Tourmaline Holy City, the old man recognized him. "Greetings, Senior Lu Yen," Duanling Tian said to the old man. After Duanling Tian defeated Qin Yun-yi and became the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan, he had a long talk with Duan Tianhong and learned more about the Yuan clan and the Myriad Trading House. As such, he knew that Lu Yuan was the deputy master of the Myriad Trading House, a level 3 supreme powerhouse like Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, Qi Ming, the supreme demon, and Situ Lei. Ling Tian. Lu Yen smiled warmly at Duanling Tian as he said, "The owner of the Myriad Trading House wants to meet you. I wonder if you're willing to meet him." Duanling Tian was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He knew that the master of the Myriad Trading House, Chun Rufei, was a level 4 supreme powerhouse and the second strongest person in the Myriad Trading House. After a moment, Duanling Tian furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Senior Lu Yen, I've already joined the Duan clan." It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure out that Chun Rufei wanted to recruit him to represent the Myriad Trading House to enter the realm of origin 10 years later. Now that he had joined the Duan clan, he knew it would be inappropriate for him to be acquainted with the Myriad Trading House. He had no intention of switching to another force now. If he was going to switch forces, it would be to a saint rank force. Duanling Tian decisively sent a message to Duan Tianhong. After all, a level 3 supreme powerhouse like Lu Yen could easily kill him. Although it was unlikely for Lu Yen to make a move against him, it was better to be safe than sorry. "I come with no ill intentions," Lu Yen said again as he shook his head when he sensed that Duanling Tian had sent a message. After a beat, he added, "The Myriad Trading House is aware that you've joined the Duan clan. There's no need for you to be wary of us." Meanwhile, Duan Tianhong was relaxing and enjoying a cup of tea when he received Duanling Tian's message. He sprung to his feet immediately and vanished into thin air. At the same time, he informed the other supreme powerhouses stationed in Tourmaline Holy City about the matter. In just a short time, Duan Tianhong and 4 other supreme powerhouses from the Duan clan appeared and stood in front of Duanling Tian. All of them looked at Lu Yen with a displeased expression on their faces. "Deputy Master Lu, Ling Tian is now our clan's grand revered elder. Why would you still try to recruit him?" Duan Tianhong asked, looking slightly dissatisfied. Duan Tianhong naturally knew the Myriad Trading House's intention to snatch Duanling Tian away from the Duan clan. Any demi-saint rank force would be more than happy to have an advanced supreme god who had comprehended the law of space to the perfect form and the sword Dao to such a high level among their ranks. The Duan clan was fortunate that Duanling Tian chose to join them due to their similar surnames. Otherwise, the Duan clan would not have been able to compete with the Myriad Trading House in terms of the benefits and privileges they could offer. Lu Yen looked at Duan Tianhong and said indifferently, "Duan Tianhong, a talented person will choose a patron of integrity. This has been the case since ancient times. Moreover, he has just joined the Duan clan yesterday and has yet to benefit from joining the clan. The only thing he's received is a meaningless title, right? In any case, if he chooses to join the Myriad Trading House, we're more than willing to compensate the Duan clan generously on his behalf." Wealth was nothing to the Myriad Trading House. Moreover, spending a small fortune in exchange for Duanling Tian was a good deal for the Myriad Trading House. The expressions of Duan Tianhong and the other supreme powerhouses from the Duan clan turned sour upon hearing these words. "Lu Yen, do you think the Duan clan is a pushover?" A supreme powerhouse next to Duan Tianhong said indignantly. His eyes were like knives when he looked at Lu Yen. At the same time, Duan Tianhong bellowed, "Lu Yen!" Following that, a terrifying energy swept out into the surroundings, stirring up a sandstorm and causing the buildings nearby to shake. At the same time, the ground shook before cracks began to appear like cobwebs. At the same time, The other 4 supreme powerhouses from the Duan clan glared at Lu Yen, ready to mobilize their energy as well. Lu Yen scoffed. Just because there are 5 of you, you think you're a match for me? A level 2 supreme powerhouse and 4 level 1 supreme powerhouses were naturally no match for a level 3 supreme powerhouse. At this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian also knew that it was time for him to make his stance clear. He stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Duan Tian Hong and the others. However, before Duan Ling Tian could speak, an indifferent voice rang from outside Tourmaline Holy City. They might not be a match for you, but what about me? Following that, Duan Tian Hong withdrew his energy. After all, reinforcement had finally arrived. At the same time, the other supreme powerhouses from the Duan clan sighed in relief inwardly. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew past before a figure suddenly appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others, directly facing Lu Yen. A middle-aged man with a medium build dressed in a long green robe appeared and looked at Lu Yen, the deputy master of the Myriad Trading House, indifferently. At this time, the 4 supreme powerhouses of the Duan clan also greeted the middle-aged man respectfully, Elder Wu Yang. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian knew that the other party was Duan Wu Yang, the Grand Elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall. He was a level 3 supreme powerhouse like Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan. At the same time, the onlookers who were aware of Duan Wu Yang's identity gasped. The Grand Elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall is here. He's one of the Duan clan's pillars of strength. Don't you know who the Duan clan's members are facing? He's Lu Yen, the deputy master of the Myriad Trading House. He's on par with Duan Wu Yang. Are the Duan clan and the Myriad Trading House going to have a confrontation here? What's all this commotion about? I just arrived. Can someone fill me in? It seems like they're fighting over that young man. Wait, he must be the prodigy, Duan Ling Tian, who became famous in Tourmaline Holy City very recently. Duan Ling Tian, the new grand, revered elder of the Duan clan. The onlookers shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian in unison. Meanwhile, Duan Wu Yang and Lu Yen stared at each other intently as their energies surged. Duan Wu Yang, Lu Yen called out. If one looked close enough, one would see a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes when he looked at Duan Wu Yang. Although they were both level 3 supreme powerhouses, he knew that Duan Wu Yang was stronger than him. Although Duan Wu Yang became a level 3 supreme powerhouse later than him, in the past, Duan Wu Yang had fought a level 3 supreme powerhouse to a draw when Duan Wu Yang was at the zenith of the 2nd level. Apart from that, Duan Wu Yang comprehended a law that was superior to the law he comprehended and also had a profound comprehension of one of the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth. Duan Wu Yang and Lu Yan's energies continued to struggle against each other. It was clear that a fight would break out soon. Suddenly, a scoff rang in the air before an icy voice rang in the air. The voice was loud and powerful. Take your fight somewhere else. Tourmaline Holy City isn't a battleground. The onlookers began to fervently discuss among themselves as soon as the voice fell. This voice seems to have come from the city governor's estate. It's the city governor of Tourmaline Holy City. He's the former leader of the 7 Saints of Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. I've long heard about the city governor. However, he's really mysterious. I've never even heard his voice until today, let alone see him. Rumor has it that he's infinitely close to becoming a demi-saint. I also heard that 3 members of the 7 Saints from that time have already become demi-saints. If the city governor didn't get injured during an expedition in the realm of origin, he would have already become a demi-saint by now. He was their former leader after all. Not long after the voice fell, a powerful but old-sounding voice echoed in the city. City governor, please calm down. The Myriad Trading House has no intention of fighting the Duan clan. Lu Yen, come back. Lu Yen looked at Duan Wu Yang for a moment before he finally left without saying a word. In fact, as soon as the mysterious city governor of Tourmaline Holy City spoke, he was already prepared to take a step back. Even the Myriad Trading House would not be able to protect him from the city governor of Tourmaline Holy City. After all, The city governor of Tourmaline Holy City was not just an ordinary disciple of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. His master was a saint in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. After Lu Yan left, Duan Wuyong looked at Duan Ling Tian with an awkward smile and asked, "Grand revered Elder Ling Tian, would you like to follow me back to the Duan clan?" "I'll have to trouble you then, Elder Wuyong," Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian did not plan to stay in Tourmaline Holy City any longer. He did not expect to cause a commotion that needed the intervention of the city governor of Tourmaline Holy City. Nonetheless, he did not regret sending a message to Duan Tianhong. After all, if the Myriad Trading House had no scruples, he would have been in danger. Before leaving, Duan Wuyong said to one of the supreme powerhouses of the Duan clan, "Repair the damages here." The latter mobilized his energy and quickly restored everything with his law of earth. Once again, Duan Ling Tian could not help but marvel over the strength of supreme powerhouses. Supreme powerhouses' divine energies are truly different and more important than the laws they comprehend. An advanced supreme god like me who comprehends the law of earth can also repair these damages. But it's impossible to restore everything to such a perfect state in such a short time. The level 1 supreme powerhouse from the Duan clan who comprehended the law of earth left an impression on Duan Ling Tian. Although he was only a level 1 supreme powerhouse, he could easily kill Duan Ling Tian with just a slap. Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself, among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses, perhaps only a peerless top advanced supreme god has a chance of surviving an attack from a level 1 supreme powerhouse. After that, before leaving, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to say to Duan Tianhong through voice transmission, "Elder Tianhong, I apologize for troubling you. Will the city governor blame you for this?" "Rest assured," Duan Tianhong replied through voice transmission, "the city governor rarely leaves his residence. Moreover, that was just a warning. We didn't make a move after all." Despite Duan Tianhong's words, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the unease and fear in Duan Tianhong's voice when Duan Tianhong mentioned the city governor of Tourmaline Holy City. After Duan Ling Tian and Tan Xiaotang left Tourmaline Holy City with Duan Wuyong for the Duan clan's estate, Duan Tianhong, the Duan clan's supreme powerhouses, and the onlookers left as well. Nonetheless, the onlookers were still discussing the matter among themselves. It seems like the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan isn't just an ordinary prodigy. Otherwise, the Myriad Trading House wouldn't have bothered to recruit him even after he joined the Duan clan. Even if he's not a peerless top advanced supreme god, he should be very close to becoming one. Otherwise, the Myriad Trading House would not resort to such a desperate measure. It seems like the Duan clan has found a gem. Unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, while he was making his way to the Duan clan's estate, a new rumor began to spread in Tourmaline Holy City. There's suspicion that the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan is the person who obtained a number of blissful flower kings and Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod from the peaceful Might realms Zhong clan and Lang clan respectively. Unsurprisingly, this rumor shook Tourmaline Holy City. At the same time, the rumor of the supreme treasures also quickly aroused the greed of many people in the city. Heavens! As it turns out, the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan is that person who has the 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod. How unexpected! Alas, it'd be difficult to move against him now that he has joined the Duan clan. Only a fool would be willing to offend the Duan clan, a demi-saint rank force, for 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod. There are rumors that Duan Ling Tian has a powerful background. However, no one knows which force he originally came from. Nonetheless, now that he has joined the Duan clan, the clan definitely won't let anyone lay a finger on him. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian became a hot topic in Tourmaline Holy City. Most people could no longer target Duan Ling Tian since it would implicate the forces behind them if the Duan clan took action. As for sectless cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses, there were also not many who were a match for Duan Ling Tian. As for sectless supreme powerhouses, they dared not make a move in or around Tourmaline Holy City since it would be no different from seeking death. The Duan clan had a demi-saint after all. Demi-saints were very powerful, but most importantly, the Duan clan's demi-saint could sense if any of the clan members were in danger through the Duan clan's identity tokens within a certain distance. However, these identity tokens were special. Not all members of the Duan clan possessed such an identity token. Nevertheless, no one doubted that the new grand revered elder of the Duan clan possessed such an identity token. A few days later, Duan Tianhong returned to the Duan clan after his shift in Tourmaline Holy City ended. He looked for Duan Ling Tian and told the latter about the rumors that had been circulating in the city recently. This news is likely spread by the Myriad Trading House. After telling Duan Ling Tian about the rumors he had heard, Duan Tianhong asked bluntly, "Ling Tian, is it true that you're the one who obtained the 9 stalks of blissful flower kings and 3 Lord-grade Northern Nether Winter Cod from the peaceful Might Realms Zhong clan and Leng clan respectively?" The rumors were rather convincing since the timing matched when Duan Ling Tian suddenly appeared at the Duan clan. Moreover, similar to Duan Ling Tian, the other person also comprehended the law of space and had a profound comprehension of the Sword Dao. Nonetheless, Duan Tianhong did not simply come to a conclusion. He decided to ask Duan Ling Tian about it instead. "Yes," Duan Ling Tian replied with a nod. He had long expected this matter to be exposed and had already mentally prepared himself. As such, he was not surprised at all. Initially, Duan Ling Tian assumed the Duan clan would discover this matter first. After all, he had joined the Duan clan as its grand revered elder. It would be more likely for the Duan clan to connect the dots first. As such, he was slightly surprised that the Myriad Trading House discovered the matter first. The Myriad Trading House. Previously, when Duan Wuyang, the Grand Elder of the Duan clan's enforcement hall, escorted Duan Ling Tian back to the Duan clan, Duan Ling Tian had learned more about the Myriad Trading House from the former. He learned that the Myriad Trading House was extremely wealthy and possessed a very wide intelligence network. At that time, Duan Wuyang also said that the Myriad Trading House must have seen his worth and sent Lu Yen to recruit him despite knowing he had already joined the Duan clan. Duan Ling Tian did not care that the Myriad Trading House discovered the truth, but he was rather displeased that they had made the information public. This was akin to placing a big target on him, after all. There's no doubt that this is the doing of the Myriad Trading House, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. He would not let this matter go. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally and said, "So it's really you." After a moment, he said reassuringly, "Don't worry, you're not only the grand revered elder of the Duan clan, but you'll also be representing the clan to enter the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's realm of origin in 10 years. The Duan clan definitely won't harm you. Even if you leave the clan later, this will remain the same. Before I looked for you, I met the clan leader. He wanted me to relay this message to you. As long as you don't provoke powerful saint-rank forces like the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, the Duan clan will protect you as long you're a member of the clan." Although Duan Ling Tian had already expected that the Duan clan would not betray him, he still felt a sense of warmth when he heard Duan Tianhong's words. After that, the duo continued chatting for a while before Duan Tianhong said, "I'll take my leave now. I'm on a break and will be in the clan's estate for a period of time. If there's anything, don't hesitate to ask for my help. I'm staying near the enforcement hall. If you ask, the members of the clan will show you to my cultivation ground." After Duan Tianhong left, he returned to the floating island above the center of the spiritual spring. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. "I still have a decade before I have to enter the realm of origin. I'll try to deepen my comprehension and raise the level of my Sword Dao. Unlike my law of space that's stagnant, at least my Sword Dao is progressing even if the progress is slow. It'll be impossible for my law of space to reach the paramount stage if I don't break through this bottleneck." Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to break through the bottleneck. Instead, he prioritized growing stronger through his other means. It was important for him to grow as strong as he could before entering the realm of origin to search for treasures. Although he was very strong now, based on what he knew, there were quite a few like him in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Moreover, it was also possible that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion had a peerless top advanced supreme god. Even if there was no peerless top advanced supreme god among the members of the Jade-Tide Mansion, the saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might have a subordinate who was a peerless top advanced supreme god. After thinking about it, Duanling Tian thought that even if the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion or its saint had a peerless top advanced supreme god, the odds were very low for the peerless top advanced supreme god to have also coincidentally comprehended the Sword Dao specifically to the 4th stage. However, he also knew that with the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's influence and connections in the Sacred Lightning Realm, it would not be difficult for them to find such a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duanling Tian could not help but feel immense pressure when he thought about facing peerless top advanced supreme gods in the realm of origin. After all, no matter how close he was to becoming one, he was still not a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duanling Tian was immersed in his cultivation and only came out when it was time to receive the resources given to revered elders by the Duan clan. He did not step foot out of the Duan clan after he returned. As time passed, the people of Tourmaline Holy City and the members of the Duan clan also stopped discussing Duanling Tian. Those who coveted the supreme treasures in Duanling Tian's possession also left one after another when they saw that Duanling Tian did not go to Tourmaline Holy City anymore and had no intention of leaving the Duan clan's estate. Lu Yifan and Lin Yu from the Peaceful Might realm were among these people. "Let's return. We'll only be waiting in vain if we continue this," Lin Yu said with a sigh. "With the Duan clan, it'll be difficult for us to make a move. Even if we manage to catch him when he's alone, it's unlikely that he'll yield even if we put a knife to his throat. After all, the demi-saint will be able to come to his rescue immediately. At that time, not only will we not gain anything, but we'll also put our lives at risk." In fact, as soon as Lin Yu found out that Duanling Tian had joined the Duan clan and become the clan's grand revered elder, he had wanted to give up. However, he ended up staying back because Lu Yifan was unwilling to return empty-handed. Now that a year had passed, he decided that he had enough and wanted to leave. Although Lu Yifan was still unwilling, he had to leave as well. There was nothing he could do if he was alone since he would not be able to use the time and space escape technique without Lin Yu. Under such circumstances, he would definitely die if he faced a demi-saint. In the end, the duo left the Sacred Lightning Realm for the Peaceful Might Realm. They were unaware that they had already met Duanling Tian once before Duanling Tian was rescued by Situ Lei. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye 9 years had passed. At this time, Duanling Tian, who was comprehending the Sword Dao, heard a familiar voice from outside. "Ling Tian, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion has sent someone over. We'll depart with him after 3 days." The voice belonged to Duan Tian Hong. Originally, the Duan clan did not have any intention to send Duan Tian Hong to accompany Duanling Tian. However, after coming to the Duan clan, Duanling Tian went into closed-door cultivation and did not get acquainted with anyone else. As such, in the end, the high-ranking members of the Duan clan thought it was best that they select Duan Tian Hong to accompany Duanling Tian since Duanling Tian was most familiar with the former in the Duan clan. Apart from that, Duan Tian Hong continued to say, "The old ancestor came out from his closed-door cultivation yesterday. After learning about you, he wants to meet you. The clan leader has mentioned to the old ancestor that you need help, and the old ancestor is willing to listen to you when you meet." Over the past decades, Duanling Tian had requested to meet the Duan clan's old ancestors several times. According to Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, the old ancestor might not be able to free Kur from the soul imprisonment technique. However, Duan Bing said that the old ancestor might be willing to follow Duanling Tian back to the god-defying world to take a look at Kur after coming out from his closed-door cultivation. Duan Tian Hong said with a smile, "You might be able to return to your hometown before you have to leave for the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion." Duanling Tian's eyes brightened as soon as he heard Duan Tian Hong's words. He said, "Elder Tian Hong, please bring me to the old ancestor." Initially, Duanling Tian thought that Kur's matter would have to wait until he came out of the realm of origin and joined the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He had comforted himself that the saint from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion would be of more help compared to a demi-saint. He did not expect that Duan clan's old ancestor to come out of closed-door cultivation a few days before he had to leave for the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Even if a demi-saint was not as powerful as a saint, it was still good to have an extra pair of eyes to take a look at Kur after all. Although there were only a few days left before he had to leave for the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, with the dozens of transportation formations in the Sacred Lightning Realm connected to the myriad worlds, he would be able to make it back in time. I can finally return to the God-defying world, Duanling Tian thought to himself excitedly. When Duanling Tian left the God-defying world in the past, he had been in a dangerous situation. At that time, many supreme powerhouses coveted the liquid of the divine fountain in his possession. He was forced to travel to another world to go to the outer boundary as a precaution. In the end, he ended up in the Divine Sand Realm, one of the realms located on the outskirts of the outer boundary. During his journey to the Sacred Lightning Realm, he also had to be careful not to expose himself. All in all, it felt like a long time since he had last been in the God-defying world. I came to you immediately because I knew how important this matter is to you, Duan Tianhong said with a smile. Duanling Tian might have only been in the Duan clan for a short 10 years, but he had grown close to Duan Tianhong during his time here due to their similar temperaments. Although Duan Tianhong was a supreme powerhouse, he did not put on air. After all, he knew Duanling Tian's potential was far greater than his. He could easily kill Duanling Tian now, but that might not be the case in the future. After a moment, Duan Tianhong said, I've already informed the old ancestor that we'll be visiting him now. Duanling Tian's eyes were extremely bright as he made his way to the cultivation ground of the old ancestor of the Duan clan. As the person with the highest authority in the Duan clan, it was only natural that the Duan clan's old ancestor had a spiritual spring to himself as his cultivation ground. Soon enough, Duan Tianhong and Duanling Tian arrived at a paradise-like valley where a spiritual spring was located. Duan Tianhong cupped his fists together at the house above the source and center of the spiritual spring as he said respectfully, Old ancestor, the grand revered elder is here. Upon hearing the nonchalant response that rang from the house, Duanling Tian's eyes widened in shock. As it turned out, the Duan clan's old ancestor was a female powerhouse. At this time, the door flung open, and a slender and graceful figure walked out. It belonged to a young woman dressed in a light green long robe. She looked to be in her early 20s. Although her facial features were exquisite, she was not a stunning beauty. Her expression was aloof. She seemed indifferent to everything around her. When Duanling Tian looked into her eyes, he felt as though he was staring into a bottomless abyss. He quickly recovered his senses and said respectfully, Duanling Tian greets the old ancestor. The young woman might not look any older than Duanling Tian, but he knew that physical appearance was not an accurate determiner of one's age. The old ancestor of the Duan clan was likely as old as a fossil. You're just an interim elder, so there's no need for you to address me as old ancestor, the young woman said with a faint smile as she walked toward Duanling Tian. However, her eyes were as piercing as she looked at Duanling Tian. When she looked at him, Duanling Tian felt as though a hawk was watching him. Amazing, the young woman said as her eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Then, she turned to Duan Tianhong and said, Leave us for a moment. I need to speak to the grand revered elder privately. Yes, old ancestor, Duan Tianhong replied reverently. At the same time, he reminded Duanling Tian through voice transmission, Ling Tian, the old ancestor is skilled in the law of life and the mastery Tao. Following that, Duan Tianhong vanished out of sight, leaving Duanling Tian and the old ancestor alone in the valley. My name is Duan Yu Wei. Young man, you can drop the formality and address me as Sister Wei, Duan Yu Wei said. Her eyes gleamed under the sunlight as she looked at Duanling Tian. She approached him and reached out to lift his chin before she stared into his eyes. Duanling Tian instinctively tried to move away, but he quickly felt an invisible energy restraining him. He could not move at all. He was shocked by her strength, and at the same time, he could not help but wonder about her strange behavior. This is truly surprising, Duan Yu Wei said after a moment. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you're so strong. Someone with your strength at your age is unprecedented in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed as soon as he heard Duan Yuwei's words. He did not expect Duan Yuwei to be able to sense his age accurately. After all, only those who were close to his age could sense his age. For others outside the range of his age, they could only vaguely sense that he was under 10,000 years old. Relax. I have no ill intentions. Do you think you'd be able to remain standing if I had ill intentions? Duan Yuwei said with a faint smile as she withdrew her hand. At the same time, the invisible force restraining Duan Ling Tian vanished as well. Duan Ling Tian instinctively took a step back and looked at Duan Yuwei warily. After a moment, he took a deep breath to calm down before he called out, "Old ancestor." Before Duan Ling Tian could continue to speak, Duan Yuwei said, "Didn't I tell you to drop the formality and address me as Sister Wei? I'll address you as Little Tian." Then, she continued to say, "Since fate brought you to our Duan clan, from this day onward, we should treat each other as siblings." Duan Yuwei, the old ancestor of the Duan clan and a demi-saint, was naturally not stupid. She was friendly toward Duan Ling Tian due to his age and strength. Perhaps ordinary demi-saints might not be able to sense his age as accurately as she did, but she comprehended the law of life. Moreover, her law of life was very close to reaching the paramount stage. She had never heard of anyone almost as strong as a peerless advanced supreme god under the age of 3,000, let alone meet one. Based on her knowledge, a prodigy like Duan Ling Tian was unprecedented in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. For this reason, it was only natural for her to make a connection with Duan Ling Tian, who had yet to reach his potential in cultivation. She did not treat him like she did her other juniors. Perhaps, once Duan Ling Tian became a world supreme powerhouse in the future, the Duan clan would not need to rely on the Jade-Tide heavenly mansion anymore. Even saints weren't as strong as him at his age. He might even surpass those saints in the future. Duan Yuwei thought to herself. Duan Ling Tian felt both flattered and uneasy by Duan Yuwei's friendly treatment. He called out hesitantly, "Old ancestor." Once again, before Duan Ling Tian could finish speaking, Duan Yuwei said unhappily with a frown on her face, "Didn't I say to drop the formality and to treat each other like siblings? Do you think I'm not worthy of being addressed as sister?" Then, a mischievous grin appeared on her face before she continued to say, "I heard that you need my help. If you treat me like your elder sister, I'll definitely do my best to help you." Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by these words. After a moment, he called out, slightly reluctant, "Sister Wei." Duan Yuwei waved her hand, sending 2 floating image pearls to Duan Ling Tian as she said, "Here's a gift for our first meeting, little brother. Based on your current strength, these are the only things in my possessions that are useful to you. They contain the recordings of 2 peerless top advanced supreme gods who comprehended the law of space." Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Duan Yuwei's words. He did not expect that he would be so lucky and obtain 2 floating image pearls that contained the recordings of 2 peerless top advanced supreme gods who comprehended the law of space again. His shock was quickly replaced with delight. Everyone's comprehension of the same law was different. As such, he would gain more insight by studying various experts of the law of space. After a brief moment, Duan Ling Tian said sincerely, "Thank you, Sister Wei." Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware that Duan Yuwei's friendly treatment was due to his potential. Her actions now were akin to an investment. However, he did not mind it. After all, even if it was an investment, there was no guarantee that he would definitely live up to his potential and stand at the peak of the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Her willingness to invest in him meant that she was confident he would become a saint. "All right, let's return to your homeland," Duan Yuwei said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened upon hearing these words. This was his goal after all. Before joining the Duan clan, he had wanted to bring Duan Yuwei back to the god-defying world to have a look at Kuer, hoping that Duan Yuwei would be able to free Kuer from the soul imprisonment technique. Seeing the hope in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Duan Yuwei said, "I'll be honest with you. I'm not confident that I'll be able to help." Previously, Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, had filled Duan Yuwei in before she met Duan Ling Tian. Duan Yuwei added, However, with my current strength, I'm confident I'll be able to slow down the deterioration of her soul. Duanling Tian, who was stunned by Duan Yue's earlier words, quickly recovered his senses and said happily, "It's good enough if you can delay the deterioration of her soul." Duanling Tian did not expect this at all. With this, he felt that he really made the right choice by joining the Duan clan. "We'll go to the transportation site in the sacred lightning realm to travel to the god-defying world," Duan Yue said. Then, she raised her hand and brought Duanling Tian with her, leaving the Duan clan's estate at the speed of light. Duanling Tian's surroundings were a blur due to Duan Yue's incredibly fast speed. He exclaimed inwardly, "This is the strength of a demi-saint." Duan Yue was the first demi-saint Duanling Tian had met. The god-defying world must have demi-saints as well. Duanling Tian was no longer as clueless as he once was. He knew the 3 upper worlds of the myriad worlds had more than one world supreme powerhouse, and that the 18 middle worlds had one world supreme powerhouse each, or at least imminent world supreme powerhouses. Imminent world supreme powerhouses were also known as demi-saints in the outer boundary. During Duanling Tian's time in the outer boundary, he had heard that the god-defying world was one of the stronger worlds among the 18 middle worlds, and that there was a world supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world. At that time, he could not help but think of the master of the supreme powerhouse who brought him to the divine fountain. I wonder what level he is at. Is he an imminent world supreme powerhouse or only close to becoming one? When Duanling Tian realized his surroundings were gradually becoming less blurry, he heard Duan Yue say, "This is the sacred lightning realm's transportation site. The transportation formations here connect to the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds." In just a moment, the duo landed on a vast plain where various huge transportation formations could be seen. A stone tablet stood in front of each transportation formation. The destination of the transportation formation was carved on the stone tablet. There were also people patrolling the area, indicating that people could not casually use the transportation formations as they pleased. It did not take long before Duanling Tian found the stone tablet with the words, "God-defying world." At this time, Duan Yue explained, unprompted, the transportation site and formations were built by the strongest saint-rank forces in the sacred lightning realm, including the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. The Duan clan is governed by the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, so we have permission to use the transportation formations here. Nonetheless, we'll have to bear the cost of using these transportation formations, and they need to be fueled by a huge number of divine crystals. If we're not in a rush, I would have personally brought you back to the god-defying world without using the formation. As a demi-saint, it was easy for Duan Yue to travel through spatial barriers to the god-defying world. However, it would take more time compared to using a transportation formation. "Let's go," Duan Yue said before she brought Duanling Tian with her to the transportation formation that led to the god-defying world. Following that, a patrolling guard asked, "May I know which force you're from?" Before Duan Yue could reply, a figure suddenly appeared before her. "Let's go to the transportation site," Duan Yue said to Duanling Tian. Then they reappeared close to the transportation site connected to the god-defying world in the blink of an eye. "May I know which force you are from?" One of the patrolling guards asked Duanling Tian and Duan Yue. "Greetings, Dark Knight Demi-Saint. Elder Yuan Wu." Duan Yue replied with a slight nod. Duanling Tian looked at the other party. The other party was a young man. At this moment, he was staring at Duan Yue with a burning gaze, and when he turned to glance at Duanling Tian, a hint of hostility could be seen in his eyes. Is he interested in Sister Yue? Duanling Tian wondered inwardly when he saw the young man's strange behavior. Meanwhile, the middle-aged guard who stopped Duan Yue and Duanling Tian earlier exclaimed, slightly surprised, "Demi-Saint." Nonetheless, the middle-aged guard quickly regained his composure. He naturally did not lower himself. Although he was only a level 3 supreme powerhouse, he was from a saint-rank force after all. After a moment, he said to the young man, "Elder Yuan Wu, since she's an acquaintance of yours, I'll leave this matter to you." "All right," Yuan Wu replied with a smile and a nod. At this time, Duan Yue took the initiative to say through voice transmission, He's an elder from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He's a level 4 supreme powerhouse. There's at least one level 3 supreme powerhouse guarding each transportation formation, and they're usually led by a level 4 supreme powerhouse. The various saint-rank forces are the ones who appoint the leader. I'm sure you've guessed by now that Elder Yuan Wu is in charge of this transportation site. Duanling Tian glanced at Yuan Wu again after finding out that the latter was the strongest person here, excluding Duan Yue. Yuan Wu looked at Duanling Tian as well. Then, he shifted his eyes back to Duan Yue and asked directly, "Dark Knight Demi-Saint? Who is this?" "My younger brother," Duan Yue replied nonchalantly. "His name is Duanling Tian. Little Tian, greet Elder Yuan Wu of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion." Duanling Tian turned to Yuan Wu and bowed slightly as he said, "Duanling Tian greets Elder Yuan Wu." The hostility in Yuan Wu's eyes vanished when he heard Duanling Tian's name. He said, "I see. As it turns out, you're a member of the Duan clan." At the same time, Yuan Wu could not help but wonder why Duan Yue would suddenly treat an advanced supreme god as her younger brother. He knew it was impossible for Duanling Tian to be her biological brother because if that was the case, Duanling Tian would not have been able to live for so long unless he was a supreme powerhouse. Duan Yue did not waste time and said, "Elder Yuan Wu, I want to use the transportation formation to go to the god-defying world." Yuan Wu gestured to the duo to step into the transportation formation. Following that, he used his own divine crystals to fuel the formation. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian was certain that Yuan Wu was interested in Duan Yue. When the transportation formation was being activated, Yuan Wu looked at Duan Yue and said, "Demi-Saint, the god-defying world has a saint. It's better to announce your presence to avoid any misunderstanding." "Thank you for your kind reminder, Elder Yuan Wu," Duan Yue replied with a nod. Following that, Duanling Tian felt a surge of energy enveloping him before his surroundings turned dark. When the light returned, he found himself in another transportation formation in the midst of a forest. A few huts could be seen near the transportation formation, and as soon as they appeared, the owners of the huts, 2 old men and a middle-aged man, came out. "Visitors from the outer boundaries sacred lightning realm?" The 3 men ignored Duanling Tian and looked at Duan Yue warily. "The 3 of you must be the guardians of the god-defying world's gateway," Duan Yue said casually. "I'm Demi-Saint Dark Knight from the sacred lightning realm. Inform your superior that I'm here with my younger brother to attend to an urgent matter and that I'll leave as soon as I deal with that matter." The 3 guardians were shocked by Duan Yue's words. After all, demi-saints, otherwise known as imminent world supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds, were rare in the god-defying world. After a moment, they turned to look at Duanling Tian in unison. They wondered why an imminent world supreme powerhouse would acknowledge an advanced supreme god as her younger brother. However, after a few moments, a strange and knowing expression appeared on their faces. In their opinion, Duanling Tian had to be Duan Yue's boy toy. "Dark Knight Demi-Saint, please wait for a moment. I'll contact the lords of the god-defying world now." After discovering that Duan Yue was an imminent world supreme powerhouse, the 3 men did not dare to neglect her and quickly contacted their superior. There was a world supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world, but not much was known about him or her. Most of the time, the important affairs of the god-defying world were left to a few imminent world supreme powerhouses, who were addressed as lords of the god-defying worlds. At this time, on a floating island suspended in the endless void, a white-clad young man who was sitting silently in a pavilion suddenly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Dark Knight Demi-Saint from the outer boundaries sacred lightning realm? That person from the Duan clan under the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Those old geezers are all in closed-door cultivation, so they won't be of help. I guess I have no choice but to meet her myself." The young man continued murmuring to himself before he rose to his feet. In the next moment, a spatial tier suddenly appeared in front of him as though a door had suddenly appeared in his path. Following that, he stepped into the spatial tear. As he moved at the speed of light, he muttered under his breath, "She has a boy toy, and he's from the god-defying world?" Although he was not familiar with Duan Yue, He had heard of her. He knew that she had never been married and that she had never had any partners. He found it hard to believe that someone like that would have a boy toy. At the same time, many supreme powerhouses who had a good relationship with the three supreme powerhouses guarding the gateway of the God-defying world also heard about the visit. An imminent world supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary came to our God-defying world? What's her purpose? She must be up to something. I think it's time for us to call a meeting between supreme powerhouses. Didn't you hear it earlier? She's here to accompany her younger brother to deal with a matter. She said she'll leave after dealing with the matter. I think we should just wait and see for now. There's no need to be so nervous. She's just an imminent world supreme powerhouse, not a world supreme powerhouse. It did not take long for word to spread to the other supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world, alarming them. Zhuge Hanming, the son of Zhuge Wendao, the Sword of Time, was among these people. Zhuge Hanming was considered rather strong among the supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world. After all, he was a level 3 supreme powerhouse who was stronger than average supreme powerhouses. Once Zhuge Hanming became a level 4 supreme powerhouse, a meeting would be held to nominate him as a deputy of the Lords of the God-defying world. In the God-defying world, the Lords of the God-defying world were imminent world supreme powerhouses, also level 5 supreme powerhouses. Their deputies were all level 4 supreme powerhouses. An imminent world supreme powerhouse from the Duan clan under the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion in the Sacred Lightning Realm? Zhuge Hanming muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Zhuge Hanming had been to the Sacred Lightning Realm before, but he had never been to the territories of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. As such, he was not very familiar with them. At this time, he was naturally unaware that the person whom the three guardians thought was the boy toy of an imminent world supreme powerhouse was Duan Ling Tian, the disciple of his junior brother, Feng Qingyang. In the past, Zhuge Hanming had encountered Duan Ling Tian on the realm battlefield. However, at that time, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was his junior nephew. In fact, at that time, he had yet to find out that his father had a successor, who turned out to be a prodigy who caused a commotion on the realm battlefield. At that time, he had been delighted when he learned that the Sword of Time had a successor. Although he was rather talented, he could not compare to his father. Before his father died, his father was a level 5 supreme powerhouse. Due to his father's shocking sword Dao, not only was his father invincible among supreme powerhouses under the 6th level in the God-defying world, but his father was also invincible in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary among those below the 6th level. To Zhuge Hanming, his father, Zhuge Wendao, the Sword of Time, was his lifelong goal. There were quite a number of transportation formations that could transport one to the God-defying world, but there were only 2 transportation formations in the God-defying world. One of them was connected to the outer boundary, while the other was connected to the myriad worlds and places in the God-defying world such as the cyclic world that Duan Ling Tian had been to previously. At this time, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yue were waiting near the transportation formation that was connected to the outer boundary for the 3 supreme powerhouses superior to come over. Although Duan Ling Tian noticed the strange looks that the 3 supreme powerhouses were giving him, he did not pay attention to them. The most important thing to him was to bring Duan Yue to Kur. He's here, Duan Yue suddenly said as she looked up ahead. Duan Ling Tian followed her gaze immediately as soon as he heard her words. At the same time, the 3 supreme powerhouses also looked over. The 5 people watched as spatial tears appeared in the void up ahead. In the next moment, a white figure stepped out. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a snowy white robe, who looked to be around Duan Ling Tian's age. He was extremely handsome and possessed a pair of beautiful eyes. Just like his appearance, his temperament was extraordinary as well. Duan Ling Tian knew that the other party had to be an imminent world supreme powerhouse. During the journey here, Duan Yue had told him that the world supreme powerhouse in the God-defying world was extremely mysterious and reclusive. As such, most of the God-defying world's affairs were handled by the few imminent world supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world. As soon as the white-clad young man appeared, the 3 supreme powerhouses greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Xiao." The white-clad young man nodded slightly in response before he turned to Duan Yue and said with a slight smile, "Greetings, Dark Knight Demi-Saint. I'm Xiao Mu Bai of the God-defying world." After that, Xiao Mu Bai shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, his eyes flashed with an imperceptible hint of surprise. You're Xiao Mu Bai." Duan Yue's eyes widened upon hearing Xiao Mu Bai's introduction. She asked, You've become a level 5 supreme powerhouse." Xiao Mu Bai said with a faint smile, "What a surprise! I didn't expect the Dark Knight Demi-Saint to have heard of me." "He's one of the lords of the God-defying world?" Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Duan Yue, looked at Xiao Mu Bai silently. He had never seen Xiao Mu Bai before, but he found Xiao Mu Bai's voice familiar. However, he could not recall where he had heard Xiao Mu Bai's voice before. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew nothing about the lords of the God-defying world before this. He had never even met one before until now. Apart from that, he also just learned from Duan Yue earlier that the lords of the God-defying world, one of the 18 middle worlds, were all imminent world supreme powerhouses. As for the world supreme powerhouse of the God-defying world, he or she did not deal with the affairs of the God-defying world. Instead, he or she only focused on getting stronger. After all, in the end, the stability and the survival of the God-defying world depended on the world's supreme powerhouse. For example, the lower worlds could only resign themselves to being subjugated by the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds because they did not have strong powerhouses to protect them. There were cases where the world energy of a very weak lower world was forcefully absorbed by a supreme powerhouse. Needless to say, after the world energy was absorbed, the world would fall apart, taking with it countless lives. Duan Ling Tian had heard of world energy before, but he did not know much about it. Thus, when Duan Yue mentioned it, he quickly asked her about it. World energy could be extracted to strengthen another world, and it could also be used by supreme powerhouses to comprehend the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. In short, world energy was very useful. At this time, Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Yue and wondered inwardly, "It seems like Sister Wei has heard of him." Duan Yue regained her composure at this time. Her expression was a little complicated as she said, "Is there anyone in the outer boundary and the myriad world who hasn't heard of the name Xiao Mu Bai? You're invincible among those at and below the 4th level. You were challenged by many level 4 supreme powerhouses in the 3 upper worlds, but you defeated all of them without fail. The only person who was known to have such strength was the late Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. No matter how powerful level 4 supreme powerhouses were, it was difficult for them to thoroughly defeat each other. Both you and the Sword of Time are the only exceptions." Duan Yue looked at Xiao Mu Bai with a hint of wariness after she finished speaking. Clearly, she did not expect Xiao Mu Bai to have become a level 5 supreme powerhouse, an imminent world supreme powerhouse. This meant that Xiao Mu Bai was no longer weaker than her. In fact, it was likely that he was now stronger than her. After all, before becoming an imminent world supreme powerhouse or a demi-saint, Xiao Mu Bai was widely acknowledged as the invincible level 4 supreme powerhouse in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Naturally, not many people, except for supreme powerhouses, knew about this matter. It was only natural that Duan Ling Tian only learned about it now. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Mu Bai surprised. He did not expect there to be such a terrifying figure in the God-defying world. How amazing! He was invincible among those below the 5th level when he was a level 4 supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he was acknowledged by both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. As for Zhuge Wendao, Duan Ling Tian had heard about the Sword of Time a few times before. He knew the Sword of Time was a legendary figure in the God-defying world. Most importantly, Zhuge Wendao comprehended the Sword Dao to the 7th stage. In the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, there was no known person, including world supreme powerhouses, who had comprehended the Sword Dao to the 7th stage. In fact, even Duan Ling Tian's comprehension Sword Dao could be considered among the best in the outer boundary and the myriad world, let alone the Sword of Time's Sword Dao. It was truly a pity that Zhuge Wendao died before he became a world supreme powerhouse. There were many versions of stories regarding his death. Some people said that a world supreme powerhouse feared Zhuge Wendao's potential and decided to nip him in the bud. There were also people who said that he suffered a devastating blow in his love life, causing him to lose his mind and take his own life. There were also those who thought that he went crazy comprehending the sword Dao and ended up killing himself. Among all these stories, Duan Tian thought that the most credible one was the one where a world supreme powerhouse killed Zhuge Wendao. After all, in the past, many people speculated that as soon as Zhuge Wendao became a world supreme powerhouse, he would definitely be among the strongest world supreme powerhouse. Such a person would naturally attract jealousy and envy. It was not impossible for a world supreme powerhouse to kill Zhuge Wendao for that reason. After a while, Duan Tian's thoughts drifted in another direction. I wonder if Master Sword Dao has reached the 7th stage? Although Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was below that of Duan Tian, his sword Dao had always been superior to that of Duan Tian. When Duan Tian's sword Dao reached the 4th stage, his sword Dao was already at the 6th stage. However, in the past, Duan Tian did not know much about the stages of the sword Dao. Nonetheless, he was certain that his master's sword Dao at that time was not any weaker than his current sword Dao. In any case, it's an honor that you remember my name, Xiaomu Bai said with a slight smile. May I ask what business you have here in the God-defying world? Do you need my help? If so, please let me know. There was no doubt that Xiaomu Bai was a very hospitable host. At this time, the 3 supreme powerhouses looked rather proud after they heard Duan Yuwei's praise for Xiaomu Bai. How could they not feel proud when one of their lords was famous not only in the myriad worlds, but also in the outer boundary? Duan Yuwei glanced at Duan Tian, who was next to her, before she said, I came to see my younger brother's wife. He's originally from the God-defying world. His wife's soul has been imprisoned by a member of the Soul Imprisonment clan, so I came to have a look to see if I can help. Lord Xiao, it'll naturally be great if you can come with us. After all, I'm not confident I'll be able to break the soul imprisonment technique. Faced with Xiaomu Bai, Duan Yuwei had lost her arrogance when she faced the 3 supreme powerhouses who guarded the God-defying world's gateway earlier. She had become much more polite. At the same time, Duan Tian took a step forward and bowed slightly to Xiaomu Bai, one of the people standing at the peak of the God-defying world, as he said, Greetings, Lord Xiao. I'm Duan Tian. Duan Tian? Apart from Xiaomu Bai, who remained calm as though he had already known this, the 3 supreme powerhouses' eyes widened in shock. This purple-clad young man is Duan Tian? The Duan Tian who obtained a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain. Following that, the 3 supreme powerhouses shifted their eyes to Xiaomu Bai in unison. Back then, it was this person who put up the liquid from the divine fountain as a reward. They knew that Duan Tian obtained the reward relying on his strength. He did not have any connection to the person before them. At that time, they could not help but feel envious. After all, it was the liquid from the divine fountain. In fact, when they learned that Duan Tian possessed a huge amount of liquid from the divine fountain, the 3 supreme powerhouses had begun to scheme for it. Alas, Duan Tian seemed to have vanished into thin air after going to the Xia clan in the divine offering land. No one had heard from him again, and they could only dismiss their thoughts. Duan Tian had rightfully obtained the liquid from the divine fountain. Most importantly, the liquid from the divine fountain had been given by Xiaomu Bai. As such, it was impossible for the 3 supreme powerhouses to openly rob it of Duan Tian. They planned to secretly rob him of it, but unexpectedly, he suddenly disappeared, leaving them powerless. However, now Duan Tian suddenly reappeared. Clearly, he had just returned from the outer boundary. Most importantly, he was accompanied by someone whose strength was comparable to the lords of the God-defying world. The other party was Duan Yuwei, a demi-saint in the outer boundary's sacred lightning realm. The 3 supreme powerhouses began to speak among themselves through voice transmission. How did Duan Tian manage to invite an imminent world supreme powerhouse here with him? It hasn't been that long since he disappeared, but he has already become an advanced supreme god? Did he become this woman's boy toy after he grew stronger? Is that why she's helping him? Wait, earlier, She referred to him as her younger brother, and even mentioned Duanling Tian's wife. That's right. It doesn't seem like he's her boy toy. That's not the reason she's helping him. The three supreme powerhouses looked at Duanling Tian skeptically, wondering how he got Duan Yue, an imminent world supreme powerhouse, to help him. In their eyes, Duanling Tian was just an advanced supreme god. They knew that supreme powerhouses valued peerless top advanced supreme gods advanced or those who were very close to becoming one. These people were all very powerful among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. However, in their opinion, it was already shocking enough that Duanling Tian became an advanced supreme god in such a short time, and that he likely achieved such a feat thanks to the liquid from the divine fountain. For this reason, they thought that Duanling Tian was just an ordinary advanced supreme god. Meanwhile, Xiaomubai looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Your growth rate is beyond my expectation. You even managed to get a demi-saint to help you." Duanling Tian was stunned by Xiaomubai's words. Based on his words, it seems like this person who stands at the peak of the god-defying world has heard of me. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Duanling Tian thought it was not that surprising. After all, back then, he became famous on the realm battlefield. According to the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, many supreme powerhouses knew his name since they coveted the liquid from the divine fountain in his possession. As such, it was not surprising that a lord of the god-defying world had heard of him. He also knew that it was unlikely that a person like Xiaomubai would covet the liquid from the divine fountain like the others. At this time, one of the three supreme powerhouses standing at the side said in a barely concealed sour tone, "Duanling Tian, the divine fountain, from which the liquid you obtained was discovered by the Lord back then. The Lord was the one who proposed using it as a reward for the realm battlefield." Something stirred in Duanling Tian's mind when he heard these words. All of a sudden, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock, "It was you! Back then, you were the one who spoke to me and sent me into the divine fountain." At this moment, Duanling Tian finally recalled Xiaomubai. No wonder he had found Xiaomubai's voice familiar. Back then, he did not see Xiaomubai, but he had spoken to Xiaomubai. Duanling Tian also remembered that the supreme powerhouse who brought him away from the realm battlefield had addressed Xiaomubai very respectfully back then. At that time, he had wondered what kind of person Xiaomubai was to be able to receive such respectful treatment from a supreme powerhouse. As it turned out, Xiaomubai was one of the lords of the god-defying world. Xiaomubai nodded. "It was me. You performed very well on the realm battlefield and deserved the liquid from the divine fountain. It seems like my decision to give the liquid from the divine fountain away was the right choice." After saying that, Xiaomubai looked at Duan Yue. Since she followed Duanling Tian back to the god-defying world to take a look at Kur, he knew that Duan Yue must have placed great importance on Duanling Tian. Duan Yue smiled slightly and said, "As it turns out, Lord Xiao is acquainted with my younger brother. I have to say that you have a discerning eye for talent. Although my younger brother is young, his strength is enough to cause a commotion in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Based on what I know, someone like him is unprecedented in the history of the outer boundary and the myriad worlds." Duan Yue did not hesitate to praise Duanling Tian, intending to let Xiaomubai know about Duanling Tian's current strength. After all, she knew Xiaomubai did not probe Duanling Tian's strength. As expected, Xiaomubai and the other three supreme powerhouses were shocked. They turned to look at Duanling Tian in unison. Xiaomubai did not expect such high praise from Duan Yue at all. Duan Yue continued to say, "Although my younger brother has yet to become a peerless top advanced supreme god, there's likely no one below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds who can defeat him." The eyes of Xiaomubai, who had been composed up until now, brightened as soon as he heard these words. Meanwhile, the three supreme powerhouses looked at Duanling Tian skeptically. They found Duan Yue's words hard to believe. In their opinion, this was impossible. Outsiders might not know Duanling Tian's age, but those in the god-defying world knew how old he was when they investigated him after he obtained the liquid from the divine fountain. On the contrary, Xiaomubai did not seem to doubt Duan Yue's words at all. When he looked at Duanling Tian, His tone was a little warmer as he asked, "Which of your law has reached the perfect form? The law of space or the law of time?" "The law of space," Duan Tian replied. Xiao Mubai nodded. "Since you're invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, your sword Dao must be at the 6th stage at the very least, right?" Duan Tian nodded as well. "That's what I heard after I demonstrated my sword Dao." The 3 supreme powerhouses froze, looking petrified, when they heard Xiaomu Bai and Duan Tian's exchange. "Is this true?" At the same time, Duan Yue looked at Duan Tian, clearly surprised, as she asked, "Little Tian, you're also skilled in the law of time?" Before Duan Tian could reply, Xiaomu Bai said with a slight smile on his face, "Dark Knight Demi-Saint, not only is your younger brother skilled in the law of time, but he's also skilled in the law of life. He has a divine tree of life in his little world that was left behind by a level 4 supreme powerhouse." A divine tree of life left behind by a level 4 supreme powerhouse? Upon hearing those words, Duan Tian's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect that the former master of the divine tree of life in his little world was a level 4 supreme powerhouse, a supreme powerhouse who was close to becoming an imminent world supreme powerhouse. Such a supreme powerhouse was only a level below Xiaomu Bai and Duan Yue. Ha! The 3 supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world also looked at Duan Tian in shock when they heard that the divine tree of life he possessed used to belong to a level 4 supreme powerhouse. Even the strongest among the 3 of them was just a level 2 supreme powerhouse. At the same time, Duan Yue glanced at Duan Tian, who was next to her in surprise before she said with a bright smile, "Really? Little Tian, it seems like you have a high chance of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. If you can't improve your law of space, you can focus on your law of time. If your law of time doesn't improve as well, you can focus on your law of life. I believe you'll be able to make great progress with at least one of them." Duan Yue had just found out that Duan Tian was also skilled in the law of time and the law of life. With this, it meant that if Duan Tian could not become a peerless top advanced supreme god through the law of space, he could still seek a breakthrough with his law of time or law or life. If it were an ordinary person, he or she might not have the time or energy to do so. However, Duan Tian was not even 3,000 years old. He might not have much of anything, but he definitely had a lot of time. Meanwhile, Duan Tian asked Xiaomu Bai, surprised and curious, "Lord Xiao, how do you know that my divine tree of life used to belong to a level 4 supreme powerhouse?" Xiaomu Bai smiled faintly before he replied, "When you came to claim the liquid from the divine fountain, I sensed the aura of an old friend in you. To be precise, I sensed the aura of my old friend's divine tree of life. I thought that there'd be no traces of him left after his death. I didn't expect you to obtain his divine tree of life. He can rest in peace now that something he left behind is being put to good use. It's the dream of all supreme powerhouses who died to protect the god-defying world after all." After that, Xiaomu Bai's smile faded, and his expression turned a little solemn as he shook his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about sentimental things like that. I'll accompany you and Dark Knight Demi-Saint." Following that, Xiaomu Bai waved his hand. Duan Tian felt an invisible force pulling him away. Upon seeing this, Duan Yue also quickly caught up with Xiaomu Bai and Duan Tian. In just a blink of an eye, only the 3 supreme powerhouses who guarded the gateway of the god-defying world were left on the scene. They looked at each other in shock and disbelief. Is it really true? Is Duan Tian so strong now that he's invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods? One of them asked. He did not dare to believe such an outrageous thing. In the history of the god-defying world, there were only a few powerful cultivators close to the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, and among these few people, only 2 successfully became a peerless top advanced supreme god. During the eras that these 2 people lived in, the god-defying world's reputation was comparable to that of the 3 upper worlds in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. "It has to be true," another supreme powerhouse said solemnly. "The Dark Knight Demi-Saint is an imminent world supreme powerhouse, after all. There's no need for her to lie." After a beat, he added, With her by Duanling Tian's side, it's impossible for anyone to harm Duanling Tian in the God-defying world. The third supreme powerhouse said, I agree. Currently, Duanling Tian isn't the young kid we can't easily plot against like before. He can be regarded as the hope of the God-defying world's new generation now. I remember that Duanling Tian is a member of the Inner Palace faction of the Myriad Laws Academy. I thought Huangfu Mengyuan, Duanling Tian's senior sister, was shocking enough when she became almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. However, it seems like Duanling Tian is even more shocking and prodigious than Huangfu Mengyuan. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of the conversation between the three supreme powerhouses. At this time, he was traveling to the Divine Offering Land, one of the realms of gods in the God-defying world, with Xiao Mu Bai, one of the lords of the God-defying world, and Duan Yue, his god-sister. Kuer, his wife, was now in the Xia clan, a prime supreme rank force in the Divine Offering Land. It did not take long before the trio arrived in the sky above the Xia clan's estate. There was no movement from the Xia clan at all after their arrival. Clearly, the Xia clan did not sense their presence. This was not surprising. After all, Xiao Mu Bai and Duan Yue were both imminent world supreme powerhouses. Even if the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan was present in the Xia clan's estate, as long as Xiao Mu Bai and Duan Yue did not want to be discovered, the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan would not be able to sense them. I'll invite the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan here, Xiao Mu Bai said to Duan Yue before he sent a message through voice transmission. After a short while, a white ray of light shot out from the Xia clan's estate toward Duanling Tian and the others. The newcomer was an ordinary-looking old man who looked over 70 years old. He was none other than the ancestor and the only supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, Xia Hichuan. As soon as Xia Hichuan appeared, he greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Xiao." After Xia Hichuan greeted Xiao Mu Bai, Duanling Tian bowed slightly at Xia Hichuan and greeted him. "Greetings, ancestor." Duanling Tian had met Xia Hichuan before he left for the God-defying world. Although he did not spend much time with Xia Hichuan gave him a lot of advice and reminders before he left for the outer boundary. Thanks to Xia Hichuan, he managed to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Xia Hichun looked over, shocked and confused when he saw Duanling Tian. "Ling Tian? You? This?" Xia Hichuan's reaction was only natural. After all, the husband of his descendant, a prodigy he acknowledged, who had only left for the outer boundary not long ago, suddenly returned. Not only that, but he was accompanied by one of the lords of the God-defying world. At this time, Xia Mu Bai gestured to Duan Yue, who was standing next to him, and said to Xia Hichuan, "This person is the Dark Knight demi-saint of the Sacred Lightning Realms Duan clan in the outer boundary." Xia Hichuan was taken aback. Although he had never heard of Duan Yue, he knew what the words demi-saint meant. He quickly said, "Greetings, Dark Knight demi-saint. I'm Xia Hichuan." "There's no need to be so polite," Duan Yue said with a smile. "After all, you're an elder of my younger brother." "Younger brother?" Xia Hichuan was stunned. At the same time, he instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian for an explanation. When Duanling Tian noticed Xia Hichuan's gaze, he said with a slight smile, "Old ancestor. Sister Wei treats me as her younger brother. We came back this time so she can have a look at Kuer. How's Kuer recently?" The smile on Duanling Tian's face vanished as soon as he mentioned Kuer, replaced by a worried expression. Xia Hichuan said with a sigh, "She's still the same. I want to slow down the deterioration of her soul, but my strength is limited, and I'm unable to do so." After all, Xia Hichuan was only a level 2 supreme powerhouse. Meanwhile, after seeing the worried expression on Duanling Tian's face, Duan Yue said to Xia Hichuan, "All right, bring me to my sister-in-law." "Yes," Xia Hichuan replied politely. Even if Duan Yue told him that there was no need to be so polite, he found it difficult to do so. After all, she was an imminent world supreme powerhouse. She was comparable to the few lords of the God-defying world, after all. It felt like it had been a long time since Duanling Tian was in the Divine Offering Land's Xia clan in the God-defying world. However, to those in the Xia clan, only a short time had passed. After all, most of them had lived far longer than Duanling Tian, and their concept of time was different from Duanling Tian, who was not even 3,000 years old. Unsurprisingly, Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, and Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, were shocked by Duanling Tian's sudden return. They were further shocked when they learned from Xia Hichuan that Duanling Tian was accompanied by Xiaomu Bai, a lord of the god-defying world, and Duan Yue, a supreme powerhouse comparable to the lords of the god-defying world. Moreover, Duan Yue also addressed Duanling Tian as younger brother, and their daughter and niece respectively as sister-in-law. In a room in a quiet courtyard, Duanling Tian was alone in the room. He stared silently at the beautiful woman lying on the bed for a moment before he held her hand. His eyes turned red as he said, "Kuer, I'm back." At this time, Duanling Tian's heart, which was usually as hard as iron, seemed to have turned very soft. Although Kuer did not move or respond at all, Duanling Tian recounted his experience in the outer boundary to her. As he spoke, it seemed like he was finally able to vent his pent-up emotions. When he was in the outer boundary, he could only rely on himself. He had many close calls with death before he finally grew as strong as he was now. The main reason he had gone to the outer boundary was because of his wife, Kuer. After a long time, Duanling Tian finally left the room. He walked over to the stone table where Xia Hichuan was entertaining a man and a woman before he said solemnly, "Lord Xiao, Sister Wei, I'll have to trouble the both of you now." Although Xiaomu Bai and Duan Yue were level 5 supreme powerhouses, imminent world supreme powerhouses, Duanling Tian was not confident that they could get rid of the soul imprisonment technique on Kuer even if they joined forces. He would have been more confident if they were a world supreme powerhouse, otherwise known as saints in the outer boundary. After spending a period of time in the outer boundary, Duanling Tian was very aware of the huge gap between imminent world supreme powerhouses and world supreme powerhouses. Alas, with his current strength, he could not seek the help of a world supreme powerhouse. "Little Tian, don't worry. Lord Xiao and I will try our best," Duan Yue said to Duanling Tian with a smile. Then, she turned to Xiaomu Bai, who was sitting next to her, and said seriously, "Lord Xiao, I'll owe you a favor if you're able to help me release my sister-in-law from the soul imprisonment technique." Xiaomu Bai shook his head upon hearing these words and said, "Don't be ridiculous." He glanced at Duanling Tian before he continued to say, "It's fate that Duanling Tian and I met in the past. If I can help, I naturally won't hold back." At the same time, Xiaomu Bai sighed inwardly. Although he did not thoroughly investigate the matter of Kuer, he had briefly heard about it from his subordinate. According to the report, the soul that merged with the native of the god-defying world, who was not a supreme powerhouse, belonged to a level 2 supreme powerhouse from the soul imprisonment clan. If the other party was a level 1 supreme powerhouse, Xiaomu Bai was certain he would be able to get rid of the soul imprisonment technique. However, with the way things were now, he was not 10% sure he could get rid of the soul imprisonment technique. Even if Duan Yue joined forces with him, the chances of success did not exceed 20%. Nonetheless, Xiaomu Bai did not express his thoughts. After all, he did not want to put a damper on Duanling Tian and Duan Yue's hope. After Duanling Tian led Xiaomu Bai and Duan Yue into the room, although Duan Yue had seen many beauties in her life, she could not help but sigh emotionally when she saw the beautiful woman lying on the bed. She said, "My sister-in-law is really beautiful." Duan Yue moved to the head of the bed before she reached out and gently extended her divine consciousness that enveloped Kuer. Similarly, Xiaomu Bai cooperated with Duan Yue and extended his divine consciousness as well. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian looked at the duo nervously as they probed Kuer's soul energy. In just a few dozen breaths, the duo withdrew their divine consciousness. It did not take long for them to sense the restraining force from the soul imprisonment technique around Kuer's soul. Apart from that, due to the long period of imprisonment, they could sense that her soul was very weak. If nothing was done, her soul would be destroyed within 1,000 years. Subsequently, Xiaomu Bai shook his head silently. On the other hand, Duan Yue said with a dour expression on her face, The person from the Soul Imprisonment clan who did this must have been a level 2 supreme powerhouse at least. Otherwise, after merging with a non-supreme powerhouse, he wouldn't have been able to cast a technique of this level. Duanling Tian's heart sank upon hearing that the person who merged with Yun Qingyan was a level 2 supreme powerhouse at least. In the past, he only knew that the soul that merged with Yun Qingyan belonged to a supreme powerhouse. However, after learning about the different levels of supreme powerhouses, he wondered more than once which level that supreme powerhouse was at. He naturally hoped that the other party was a level 1 supreme powerhouse. After all, he knew it would make the technique easier to solve. If that person from the Soul Imprisonment clan were a level 1 supreme powerhouse, his power would have been greatly reduced after he merged with a non-supreme powerhouse. If that were the case with my strength and Lord Zhao's strength, it would be easy to get rid of the technique, Duan Yuwei said with a sigh. Then, she said apologetically, alas, the other party is at least a level 2 supreme powerhouse. Little Tian, I'm sorry that I can't help. Duanling Tian returned to his senses and quickly shook his head. He could not help but smile sadly as he said, Sister Wei, there's no need to apologize. You've already done so much by accompanying me here. I knew from the very beginning that there was no guarantee you'd be able to get rid of the technique. It's just my luck that things didn't work out. Although Duanling Tian was disappointed, he knew that there was nothing he could do. Duan Yuwei said, although I can't get rid of the technique like I said before, I can slow down the deterioration of her soul. With Lord Xiao here, the effect will be even better. We'll leave some of our soul energies in her body to counter the restraining energy shrouding her soul. This will buy us more time. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. In fact, even if Duan Yuwei did not mention this matter, he was going to ask about it. His disappointment vanished, thinking that he would have more time. As long as he had enough time, he was confident he would be able to seek help from a world supreme powerhouse in the future. In just a brief moment, Duanling Tian's mood quickly shuttled between two extremes. Duanling Tian said seriously, Thank you, Sister Wei, Lord Xiao. I will never forget your kindness. There's no need for this. I've already said we should treat each other like siblings. Duan Yuwei said as she shook her head and smiled. Similarly, Xiao Mubai shook his head and said, As the Dark Knight Demi-Saint said, there's no need for this. You're one of the few among the younger generation in the God-defying world that I'm most optimistic about. This is a trivial matter. I'll naturally help if I can help. In fact, despite his disappointment, Duanling Tian was already quite satisfied with the outcome of this trip. He was happy that Xiao Mubai and Duan Yuwei were able to successfully slow down the deterioration of Kuer's soul. As such, he was in a good mood when he met Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, and Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan. Before Xiao Mubai left, Duan Yuwei told him that she would leave the God-defying world within 2 days with Duanling Tian because Duanling Tian would have to leave for the saint-rank Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to enter a realm of origin. Duan Yuwei did not shy away from talking about the realm of origin. After all, there was no need for her to do that. Although many people envied the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion for discovering a realm of origin, how many people would actually dare to ask for a piece of the pie? Perhaps, if multiple saint-rank forces joined forces, they would be able to make the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion submit. However, this would set a terrible precedent. What would happen in the future when one of them discovered a realm of origin? For this reason, the saint-rank forces had long reached a consensus that when one of them discovered a realm of origin, the others were prohibited from interfering. Xiao Mubai was slightly surprised when he heard that those who entered the realm of origin had to comprehend the Sword Dao to the 4th stage at least. He speculated out loud, if that's the case, then it's very likely that the realm of origin was created by an expert of the Sword Dao. There were 2 types of realms of origins. The first type was created by heaven and earth. They were naturally occurring realms, and as such did not have man-made tests. This kind of realm of origin was also often more dangerous due to its lack of restrictions on those who enter it. This meant that even world supreme powerhouses could enter it, and the danger in there was also high enough to kill a world supreme powerhouse. This kind of realm of origin was also relatively rare. If it was discovered, A few saint-rank forces would jointly explore it. After all, it was too dangerous for only one saint-rank force to explore such a realm of origin. If the worst happened, the saint might die, causing the ruination of the saint-rank force. In the past, many saint-rank forces tried to monopolize such a realm of origin and paid a steep price for their actions. In the end, they realized that their chances were much better if they joined forces and shared the risk with each other. As for the other type of realm of origin, it was man-made. To be precise, it was usually created by a supreme powerhouse at or above the 7th level in ancient times when there was no distinction between the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Currently, in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, the strongest supreme powerhouses were level 6 supreme powerhouses. They were known as world supreme powerhouses and saints in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary respectively. One could only imagine how strong those level 7 supreme powerhouses were. They could easily defeat any of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. After listening to Duan Yuwei, Xiao Mu Bai gave Duan Ling Tian a reminder. Duan Ling Tian, there's a high chance the realm of origin was left by a powerful sword Dao cultivator in ancient times. This could be a huge opportunity for you, but it could also be a disaster. Since you mentioned that you've never been in a realm of origin before, I'll give you a piece of advice. You have to be bold but also cautious while you're in the realm of origin. Don't take too many risks, but you can't be too afraid either. With this, you'll be able to maximize your gains there. Duan Ling Tian was one of the few among the younger generation in the god-defying world for whom Xiao Mu Bai had high hopes, after all. It was only natural that he hoped Duan Ling Tian would grow stronger and stand at the peak of the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. This would only benefit the god-defying world, after all. Although Xiao Mu Bai warned Duan Ling Tian to be careful, he also encouraged him to take risks. He knew that one had to take risks to grow stronger, after all. In the past, when he was in the outer boundary, he had entered many realms of origins and had almost lost his life several times. However, it was also due to those experiences that he was able to become the youngest imminent world supreme powerhouse and the youngest lord of the god-defying world in the god-defying world. After Xiao Mu Bai left, Duan Ling Tian also learned about this from Xianxia. Lord Xiao is the youngest imminent world supreme powerhouse in the history of the god-defying world? Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in shock. Even the Sword of Time was not as powerful as him at his age? The Sword of Time was a legendary supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world. Even when Duan Ling Tian was in the outer boundary, he heard quite a few people mentioning the Sword of Time. All of them knew he was a powerful supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world who had a very profound comprehension of the Sword Dao. Many people also lamented that such a genius only lived for a short time and died before he became an imminent world supreme powerhouse. In the past, the Sword of Time was the youngest imminent world supreme powerhouse and lord of the god-defying world. However, Lord Xiao broke that record, Xianxia said. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes when he spoke about Xiao Mu Bai. Xianxia continued to say, I heard from the ancestor that as soon as Lord Xiao became a supreme powerhouse, he was already a level 3 supreme powerhouse. At that time, no one under the 4th level was his match. After he became a level 4 supreme powerhouse, he was also invincible among those at and below the 4th level. Not only that, but he could also defeat level 4 supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world like him within 3 moves. Duan Ling Tian could not help but inhale sharply when he heard Xiaojia's words. Lord Xiao was so powerful even in the past? Xiaojia continued to say enthusiastically. I heard from that ancestor that even after Lord Xiao went to the outer boundary, he still managed to make a name for himself. Similar to when he was in the myriad worlds, when he was a level 4 supreme powerhouse, no one at and below the 4th level was a match for him. Later, after returning to the god-defying world, he became a level 5 supreme powerhouse and a lord of the god-defying world. At this moment, Xiaojia paused briefly before he continued to say through voice transmission. It's said that the mysterious world supreme powerhouse of our god-defying world is Lord Zhao's biological father. Duan Ling Tian was naturally shocked by this. Not only was Xiao Mu Bai a genius, but his background was extraordinary as well. The world's supreme powerhouse of the God-defying world was the pillar of the God-defying world. He was the reason the God-defying world was among the 18 middle worlds. Duanling Tian gained a better understanding of Xiao Mu Bai, one of the lords of the God-defying world, thanks to Xianxia. As it turns out, he's so terrifying. Apart from his father, the mysterious world's supreme powerhouse, he's probably the strongest person in the God-defying world. Apart from that, Xianxia also told Duanling Tian another thing he heard from Xia Hechuan, the ancestor of the Xia clan. According to Xia Hechuan, all the other lords of the God-defying world, except for Xiao Mu Bai, were in closed-door cultivation to improve their strength. All of them were beginning to struggle when faced with their once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. If they did not grow stronger, it would only be a matter of time before they were killed by the heavenly tribulation. When Duanling Tian learned about Xiao Mu Bai's shocking strength and background, Xiao Mu Bai had already returned to his cultivation ground. When he saw his subordinate, a middle-aged man, a rare smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Do you know who I met when I left earlier?" "Who did you meet, my lord?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. If Duanling Tian were present, he would have recognized the middle-aged man immediately. The latter was the person who brought him away from the realm battlefield to the divine fountain. He was also the person whom Duanling Tian overheard addressing Xiao Mu Bai as "my lord." Xiao Mu Bai walked into the pavilion and took a seat in front of the stone table. He brewed himself a cup of tea and drank it before he said, "Duanling Tian? Duanling Tian?" the middle-aged man exclaimed as his eyes widened in shock. "The one that obtained the liquid from the divine fountain? He came back." After the shock subsided, a frown appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he said worriedly, "Isn't he being too rash? I thought he had thought things through before he left. Why did he come back? Does he think he's able to defend against those old geezers who covet the liquid from the divine fountain in his possession?" Although the middle-aged man did not spend much time with Duanling Tian, he admired Duanling Tian's talent. He hoped that Duanling Tian would grow stronger, and he naturally did not wish for anything to happen to Duanling Tian because of some greedy people. "That's right. He's back," Xiao Mu Bai said with a nod. Then, an indecipherable expression appeared on his face as he continued to say, "As for your worries regarding those old geezers, they're unfounded. If those people dare to attack him, no one can save them unless I or the other lords in closed-door cultivation make a move." The middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing these words. He asked, "My lord, what do you mean? Don't tell me he's now a supreme powerhouse." A skeptical expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face nearing the end of his words. He naturally did not think that someone so young could become a supreme powerhouse in such a short time. Xiao Mu Bai shook his head. "Of course not. Didn't you hear that a distinguished guest came to our God-defying world?" The middle-aged man thought about it for a moment before he exclaimed, "It's him!" Duanling Tian was the person who was with the Dark Knight demi-saint from the Outer Boundaries Sacred Lightning Realm. Xiao Mu Bai said with a nod, "That's right." Unexpectedly, an angry and disappointed expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Then he said he actually lowered himself and became the Dark Knight demi-saint's boy toy. Xiao Mu Bai said, slightly annoyed, "What are you talking about? Haven't you always had a high regard for him? Why do you have so little trust in him now? Or, was he this kind of person in your eyes all along?" The middle-aged man looked sheepish as he asked, "My lord, did you find out something?" Based on the news the middle-aged man heard, it was said that someone from the God-defying world had become Duan Yuwei's boy toy, and that boy toy had brought Duan Yuwei back to the God-defying world for some unknown reason. The Dark Knight demi-saint treats Duanling Tian like a younger brother. As for the reason behind her action, it's naturally because she sees his potential and wants to build a connection in advance. Xiao Mu Bai said before he asked, "How strong do you think he is now?" "I don't know," the middle-aged man said as he shook his head. However, since an imminent world supreme powerhouse treats him like a younger brother, he has to be a powerful advanced supreme god. The Dark Knight demi-saint is skilled in the law of life. With her comprehension, She must have found out that Duan Ling Tian is young. Indeed, he's already an advanced supreme god, and a powerful one at that, Xiao Mubai said with a nod. However, he's not just a powerful advanced supreme god. He's now invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. This is what the Dark Knight demi-saint told me. What? The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. He did not expect that the young man from back then was now almost at the peak of the realm of advanced supreme gods. Since Duan Ling Tian was invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, it meant that he was very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. The middle-aged man's breathing quickened as he said, "My lord, he may become the fourth peerless top advanced supreme god in the history of our god-defying world, just like you, your father, and the Sword of Time who successfully became supreme powerhouses. Indeed, in the history of the god-defying world, there were more than a dozen peerless top advanced supreme gods. However, only Xiao Mubai, his father, and the Sword of Time successfully became supreme powerhouses. In the middle-aged man's opinion, Duan Ling Tian would definitely become a supreme powerhouse after becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. After all, Duan Ling Tian was so young, but he had already accomplished so much. Moreover, due to his young age, Duan Ling Tian had plenty of time to work toward becoming a supreme powerhouse after becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Perhaps, Xiao Mubai said with a faint smile, I really didn't expect that among those for whom I have high hopes, he'd be the one to make the most progress, surpassing the others in such a short time. He even surpassed his senior sister, Huangfu Meng Yuan. Huangfu Meng Yuan was Duan Ling Tian's senior sister in the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. She was also among the few young people for whom Xiao Mubai had high hopes. At this time, the middle-aged suddenly thought of something and said, My lord, Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Sword of Time and Duan Ling Tian's master, has also gone to the outer boundary. His sword Dao is definitely among the most, if not the most, powerful after the Sword of Time. If he doesn't die prematurely, he also has a high chance of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, right? If his sword Dao is at the 7th stage, even if his law of time is only at the perfect form, he'll definitely become a peerless top advanced supreme god after breaking through the realm of advanced supreme gods. He and Duan Ling Tian are really a terrifying master and disciple duo. After Duan Ling Tian left the god-defying world, Feng Qingyang did not stay for long before he left for the outer boundary as well. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of this. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yuwei had left the Xia clan after staying a night. After all, they still had matters to attend to in the sacred lightning realm. Duan Ling Tian was in a rush during this visit back to the god-defying world, and Duan Yuwei was with him. As such, he had to restrain his strong desire to see his family and friends in the mundane realm. When I return again, I'll visit my parents and the others. I wonder how's Huaner doing. Before my doppelganger from the Law of Time faded away, she was already an emperor of gods. Based on her progress, after all these years, she should be a supreme god now, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After leaving the divine offering land, Duan Yuwei brought Duan Ling Tian back to the transportation formation they had arrived in before. According to her, they had to use the same transportation formation to accurately return to the sacred lightning realm in the outer boundary. If they used another transportation formation, their destination would not be guaranteed. Only the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds of the myriad worlds had transportation formations that could accurately transport one to one's intended destination. As for worlds like the cyclic world that Duan Ling Tian once visited, they were too weak to support such transportation formations because these formations depended on the strength of the world. The transportation formations in the weaker worlds were not very accurate. Even if one set one's destination before traveling, it was very likely that one would be transported to another place. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had also experienced this himself. Back then, he had left for the outer boundary through a transportation formation in the cyclic world. At that time, he was randomly transported to the sea near the divine sand realm in the outer boundary. Fear still lingered in Duan Ling Tian's heart when he thought about the hardships he experienced after coming to the outer boundary. Crimson Demon, When I become a supreme powerhouse, I'll return to the Crimson Demon Ridge to see the Crimson Demon. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. When Duan Yue and Duan Ling Tian arrived at the transportation formation, they saw many advanced supreme gods. Why are there so many advanced supreme gods? At this moment, the advanced supreme gods were gathered around 3 supreme powerhouses, listening to the trio's orders. After a moment, led by one of the 3 supreme powerhouses, they left through the transportation formation in an orderly manner. Seeing the confusion on Duan Ling Tian's face, Duan Yue said, "This transportation formation is located near the spatial barrier of the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. There are many huge monsters around the spatial barrier. They aren't very strong or intelligent. Even ordinary advanced supreme gods can deal with them. However, if they're not dealt with, they'll affect and even destroy the transportation formation. Supreme powerhouses naturally can't be sent to deal with these monsters all the time. As such, the worlds will usually send a group of advanced supreme gods to deal with them." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Before he left the god-defying world, he had heard that it was mandatory for advanced supreme gods to go to outer boundary for a period of time. As it turned out, it was to deal with these monsters. At this time, the 2 remaining supreme powerhouses finally noticed Duan Yue and Duan Ling Tian. They greeted Duan Yue immediately. "Greetings, Dark Knight Demi-Saint." Duan Yue nodded and said directly, "I've already dealt with my affairs here. I'm returning to the Sacred Lightning Realm now. I apologize for the inconvenience. It's an honor for us to be of help." Subsequently, the duo began to activate the transportation formation that would send Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yue away from the god-defying world to the outer boundaries Sacred Lightning Realm. It did not take long before Duan Yue and Duan Ling Tian were transported away. Unexpectedly, when they reappeared, Duan Yue and Duan Ling Tian discovered that they were not transported back to the transportation formation they had used when they left the Sacred Lightning Realm. Duan Ling Tian surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings warily. At the same time, Duan Yue saw a vaguely familiar face. After thinking about it for a moment, she murmured to herself, "I didn't expect to be sent to Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territory." Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned upon hearing Duan Yue's words. He had heard of the Azure Cloud Saint Sect. After all, the Azure Cloud Saint Sect was also a saint-rank force, and it was not any weaker than the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Swoosh! While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, a figure flew over. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived before Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yue. The figure belonged to a blue-clad old man over 70 years old. He looked at Duan Yue with a piercing gaze as he said mockingly, "How rare! As it turns out, it's the Dark Knight Demi-Saint. Which world did you visit?" Duan Yue looked at the old man calmly. She was not polite at all as she said, "It doesn't matter which world I visited. Fu Liangyu, I don't need to report my whereabouts to you, do I?" Duan Yue had some conflicts with the Fu clan, which Fu Liangyu belonged to. To be precise, she had a conflict with Fu Liangyu's eldest brother, the demi-saint of the Fu clan. The status of the Fu clan, which was governed by the Azure Cloud Saint Sect, was on par with that of the Duan clan, which was governed by the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. They were both demi-saint rank forces. Fu Liangyu, the old man, had a high status in the Fu clan and was only second to his eldest brother, the demi-saint of the Fu clan. Fu Liangyu continued to say mockingly, "Of course not. You're the Dark Knight demi-saint after all." Duan Yue scoffed coldly before she brought Duan Ling Tian away without another word. Meanwhile, Fu Liangyu stared at the duo's backs with a solemn expression as he sent a message back to the Fu clan. "Brother, that bitch, Duan Yue, just returned from the myriad worlds and was transported to the transportation site that I'm in charge of. She's heading in the direction of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion now." In the Fu clan, a figure flew out of the Fu clan and flew in the direction of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion immediately. At the same time, the figure sent 2 messages. "Old Han, weren't you looking for a chance to repay my favor? If you help me to kill that Duan Yue, the favor you owed will be repaid. Brother Tuoba, Duan Yue was coincidentally transported to our Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territory. She only has an advanced Supreme God with her and is heading to the Jade Tide Mansion now. This is a good chance for us to kill her. Come quickly. Ha! After leaving, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Duan Yuwei's expression turned extremely grim. She was abnormally quiet and did not chat with him like she usually would. Apart from that, although his surroundings were still as blurry as before when they were traveling, he could tell that Duan Yuwei's speed was much faster now. In fact, it was likely that she was now traveling at full speed. What's going on? Is it because of that person earlier? It seems like she's running for her life. It was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to imagine what could make Duan Yue, a demi-saint, lose her composure and run for her life. This woman who forced me to recognize her as my god-sister, whom did she offend in the Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territory? Is a saint going to appear? Or could it be multiple demi-saints? Duan Ling Tian felt a chill running up his spine when he thought about this. A foreboding feeling rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart after he noticed Duan Yuwei's abnormal behavior. He had no doubt that their lives were at threat. Otherwise, a powerful demi-saint like her would not be in such a rush to leave. For all these reasons, Duan Ling Tian felt extremely anxious. He was not even a peerless top advanced supreme god yet. Although he was very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, he knew the difference in strength between him and a peerless top advanced supreme god was like a huge chasm. Let alone a supreme powerhouse, even a peerless top advanced supreme god who had comprehended a law to the paramount stage could kill him in fewer than 10 moves even if he fought with all his might. Is this the end? No, I still have many unfulfilled wishes. And Kur is still not awake. Anxiety gnawed at Duan Ling Tian's heart like ants the more he thought about it. For Duan Yue to feel threatened, there must be at least a few demi-saints or a saint after them. Little Tian, I'll put you down in a while. You'll need to go to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion alone. Follow this direction, and you'll arrive at the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, you should take a few detours as you make your way there. The Fu Clan's member saw you with me, after all. I'm afraid he might go when he realizes you're not with me, Duan Yue said to Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly. He was not afraid of death, but if he stayed with Duan Yue, he knew his death would be in vain. Nonetheless, he still asked through voice transmission, Sister Wei, how can I help you? Duan Yue sighed heavily and replied through voice transmission, There's nothing you can do. If I die, the Duan clan will fall into decline. The others will have to rely on themselves to support the clan. Duan Ling Tian felt uneasy upon hearing Duan Yuwei's pessimistic words. He said, Sister Wei, can you tell me? Before Duan Ling Tian finished his words, Duan Yue interjected and said, Little Tian, we'll part ways here. That old man from the Fu clan is closing in. I have a deep enmity with him. He brought 2 powerhouses on par with him as well. Nonetheless, it won't be easy for them to retain me. As Duan Yue spoke, Duan Ling Tian felt an invisible force pushing him away from Duan Yue. After he landed in a forest mountain, he stabilized his footing and quickly traveled in another direction. However, before Duan Ling Tian could go far, 3 whistling noises rang in the air. 3 demi-saints? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim immediately. He felt rather helpless, seeing that he was unable to do anything for Duan Yue at all. I should return to the Duan clan first. I can only hope that Sister Wei will be safe. A demi-saint like her should at least be able to defend herself, right? However, she's facing 3 demi-saints. The Fu clan. Duan Ling Tian thought about Fu Liangyu, the man they encountered earlier at the transportation site. Sister Wei has conflicts with the Fu clan. No wonder he was so unfriendly earlier. He must have alerted the demi-saint from the Fu clan. Duan Ling Tian continued to speculate to himself. He speculated that Duan Yue did not kill Fu Liangyu earlier at the transportation because they were in the Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territory. Since Fu Liangyu seemed to be in charge of the transportation site, it was clear that the Fu clan was under the Azure Cloud Saint Sect. If she killed Fu Liangyu, it was tantamount to slapping the Azure Cloud Saint sect. More importantly, since she would be at fault for killing Fu Liangyu, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might not protect her. I'll take detours as a precaution. Duanling Tian was very cautious and took a few detours as he traveled, even though he did not think the 3 demi-saints would come after him. Half a day later, Duanling Tian finally entered the territory of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. I'm finally safe. I can only pray that Sister Wei is safe as well. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he took the sky and flew toward Tourmaline Holy City. Although Duan Yue had her own motives for being so kind to Duanling Tian, he could feel that she was sincere as well. He could not help but feel responsible for the situation that Duan Yue was in. After all, she would not have run into the member of the Fu clan if he did not request her to accompany him to the God-defying world. Sister Wei, if something happens to you, I promise that I'll avenge you once I'm strong enough. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone with killing intent. After about an hour, Duanling Tian finally saw the outline of Tourmaline Holy City ahead of him. He sped up and flew past Tourmaline Holy City toward the Duan clan's main estate. Chaos will descend once the Duan clan learns that Sister Wei is in trouble. I wonder if this will affect our trip to the Realm of Origin. I hope it doesn't. Should be fine. I'm sure I'll still be able to go to the Realm of Origin if I explain myself to the envoy of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Duanling Tian knew that the Realm of Origin was a huge opportunity for him. If he performed well, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might recruit him. After all, there was a difference between actively seeking to join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion and being recruited by the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Sister Wei, please don't blame me if I leave the Duan clan. You knew from the beginning that the Duan clan is just a stepping stone for me to join a stronger force. It'll be easier for me to grow stronger if I join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. With that, I'll also be able to avenge you quicker. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he landed in front of the Duan clan's estate. As the grand revered elder of the Duan clan, Duanling Tian could naturally enter and leave the Duan clan's estate freely. The patrolling members of the clan greeted Duanling Tian respectfully when they Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not waste time and sent a message to Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, after entering the Duan clan's estate. Clan leader Duan, where are you? Revered elder Ling Tian? Have you and the old ancestor returned? Duanling Tian was briefly stunned by Duan Bing's response. Then he quickly replied, Clan leader Duan, I returned alone. Where are you? I have an urgent matter to report. I'm at my cultivation ground. Duanling Tian responded and quickly made his way to Duan Bing's cultivation ground. At the same time, he tried to calm himself down. Clan leader Duan seems normal. This means that Sister Wei is still alive. After all, he'll definitely be among the first to know if Sister Wei's soul card shatters. A soul card was like a soul pearl, which reflected the life of its owner. However, unlike soul pearls, the energy in soul cards would not dissipate with the passage of time. Only when the owner died would the energy in the soul card dissipate, causing the soul card to shatter. When Duan Bing saw Duanling Tian rushing over, he asked curiously, Revered Elder Ling Tian, what's the matter? Duan Bing did not think it was strange that Duanling Tian came alone. He assumed that Duan Yue had returned to her cultivation ground. Clan leader Duan, is Sister Wei's soul card still intact? Before Duan Yue and Duanling Tian left the Duan clan, Duan Bing and the 3 level 4 supreme powerhouses of the Duan clan had already been informed that Duan Yue had acknowledged Duanling Tian as her younger brother. As such, Duan Bing knew that Duanling Tian was referring to Duan Yue when he heard the words Sister Wei. However, when the meaning of Duanling Tian's words sank in, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Duanling Tian and asked, What do you mean, revered elder Ling Tian? Did something happen to the old ancestor in the God-defying world? The God-defying world was one of the 18 middle worlds. It was said that it was under the protection of a saint and governed by many demi-saints. If the God-defying world harbored ill intentions, Duan Yue might not be able to escape. Sister Wei didn't contact you? Duan Ling Tian asked. This meant that either Duan Yu Wei truly did not send a message back or her message had been blocked. Revered Elder Ling Tian, what happened exactly? Duan Bing asked with a hint of impatience as his eyes burned with anxiety. Duan Yu Wei was the only demi-saint in the Duan clan after all. Without Duan Yu Wei, how could the Duan clan hold onto its status as a demi-saint rank force? Clan leader. Duan Ling Tian recounted what happened after he and Duan Yu Wei returned from the god-defying world. After he was done, he added, "It doesn't make sense that she didn't send a message back considering what happened. How could she send a message?" Duan Bing said as he shook his head with a dark expression on his face. The Azure Cloud Saint sect has set up formations in their territories that block all forms of communications. Similarly, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion also has these formations in its territories. It's just another way for Saint rank forces to declare sovereignty over their territories. After a moment, Duan Bing's expression eased slightly before he said to Duan Ling Tian, "I just contacted the elder in charge of monitoring the soul cards in the Duan clan. The old ancestor's soul card is still intact. She's safe for now." After a beat, he said, "Revered Elder Ling Tian, the envoy from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion will bring you and another revered elder away tomorrow morning. You should rest and prepare for your journey tomorrow." "All right," Duan Ling Tian said as he heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. There was a chance that Duan Yu Wei could successfully escape from the three demi-saints. Unfortunately, even if she could not, there was nothing he could do to help her. After Duan Ling Tian took his leave, Duan Bing sent a message to the Duan clan's 3 Level 4 supreme powerhouses. He was extremely anxious when he thought about Duan Bing, who was currently facing a life-or-death situation. Unsurprisingly, the Duan clan's 3 Level 4 supreme powerhouses' expressions turned grim when they heard about what happened. An old man, a Level 4 supreme powerhouse who was Duan Yu Wei's elder, sighed. Little Yu Wei was discovered by a member of the Fu clan in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory? Damn it! She's in deep trouble this time. Another Level 4 supreme powerhouse, a middle-aged man, said, "Cousin sister shouldn't have gone to the god-defying world. This is caused by Duan Ling Tian. He's a jinx to our Duan clan." The third Level 4 supreme powerhouse, a beautiful woman, said, "What's the point of saying these words? Sister Yu Wei went to the god-defying world voluntarily. Do you think Duan Ling Tian, who's not a supreme powerhouse, can force her to do something she doesn't want to do? It's ridiculous for you to put the blame on him just because she encountered danger during her return from the god-defying world. When you leave the Duan clan, you should know your safety isn't 100% guaranteed. Who knows if you'll encounter a crazy saint? In any case, I believe Duan Ling Tian didn't expect something like this to happen as well. It's not like you don't know about the enmity between Sister Yu Wei and the Fu clan. I don't think Duan Ling Tian has anything to do with this matter. The beautiful woman was originally not a member of the Duan clan. She became friends with Duan Yu Wei when Duan Yu Wei left the Duan clan to gain experience. The duo grew close and treated each other like sisters. When Duan Yu Wei returned to the Duan clan, she brought the beautiful woman, who was a sectless cultivator, back to the clan as well. With that, the Duan clan gained another supreme powerhouse, who was only second to Duan Yu Wei. Perhaps due to the beautiful woman's strength, the middle-aged man remained silent after she spoke. The old man with a white beard said, "It's not the time to argue now. We should use our connections and contact all our allies in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territories to look for little Yu Wei." Upon hearing these words, Duan Bing finally calmed down a little. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He dropped to his knees and cried out in despair, "Old ancestor!" Upon seeing this, the 3 supreme powerhouses' expressions changed as well. In just a blink of an eye, they vanished and reappeared in the hall where the soul cards of high-ranking members of the clan were kept. When they saw the soul card that was placed in the highest position had shattered, they cried out in grief, "Little Yu Wei! Sister Yu Wei! Cousin sister!" The high-ranking members of the Duan clan were in despair when they discovered that Duan Yu Wei, the pillar of their Duan clan, had died. News of death remained within their circle, so the revered elders were unaware of her death. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was also unaware of Duan Yu Wei's death. The high-ranking members of the Duan clan decided to keep Duan Yu Wei's death a secret for now because they knew that it would bring turmoil to the clan. Nonetheless, they knew it was only a matter of time before the news spread. After all, even if they did not do anything, the demi-saints who killed Duan Yu Wei would definitely brag about his deed. In a territory of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, blood rained down heavily from the sky on a barren land. A terrifying cry rang intermittently as lights of various colors flashed in the sky. Even when the lights stopped flashing, blood continued to rain down on the land. These phenomena could be seen by everyone within tens of thousands of miles. Many supreme powerhouses sighed heavily as they watched the phenomena. A demi-saint skilled in the law of life has died. In the morning, Duan Ling Tian was anticipating good news before he departed from the Duan clan. Alas, he found out that Duan Yu Wei, the pillar of the Duan clan, had fallen yesterday. After breaking the news to Duan Ling Tian, Duan Bing, the clan leader of the Duan clan, reminded, for now, only the high-ranking members of the Duan clan are aware of this. You're the only one among the revered elders who's aware of this. Please keep this matter a secret. The Duan clan needs time to prepare for the repercussions that will come after the old ancestor's death. Duan Bing continued to say, we decided to tell you about this due to your relationship with the old ancestor. Please don't blame yourself. Even if the old ancestor didn't go to the god-defying world with you, it was only a matter of time before the Fu clan made a move against the old ancestor. You should focus on the realm of origin. The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might even grant your wish if you perform brilliantly. You don't need to worry about the Duan clan. We're not pushovers after all. Duan Bing's words continued to echo in Duan Ling Tian's mind, even after he left the Duan clan with the envoy of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He was silent as he boarded the flying ship with another two revered elders. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not bring Tan Xiutang with him. He would send for Tan Xiutang if he successfully joined the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Before leaving the Duan clan, he had offered to lift the Heaven Vault's blood oath so Tan Xiutang could leave. However, Tan Xiutang declined the offer. After following Duan Ling Tian, he gained many things that he could only dream of in the past after all. As such, he was willing to wait and continue to serve Duan Ling Tian. The envoy of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was a middle-aged man dressed in a long white robe. After boarding the flying ship, he sat cross-legged across from the Duan Ling Tian and the others. At this time, one of the Duan clan's revered elders, a young man dressed in a long green robe who was sitting next to Duan Ling Tian, greeted Duan Ling Tian and said enthusiastically, Grand Revered Elder, I heard that you've comprehended the Sword Dao to the 6th stage. Can you give me some advice regarding the Sword Dao when it's convenient for you? Duan Ling Tian was pulled back to his senses by the green-clad young man's voice. He looked at the green-clad young man and nodded silently. Thank you, Grand Revered Elder. By the way, I don't think I've told you, but my name is Shui Ao, the green-clad young man said. Then, he smiled apologetically before he continued to say, I apologize for interrupting your thoughts. I'll leave you alone for now. Shui Ao could tell he had interrupted Duan Ling Tian's thoughts earlier, but he could not help himself. He had joined the Duan clan later, but he had heard that the grand revered elder of the Duan clan was very close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. He knew such a person was rare even in a saint-rank force like the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He was a prodigy as well, but Duan Ling Tian was in a completely different league. The other revered elder of the Duan clan was a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe. He placed a seemingly ordinary sword, which emitted a faint divine energy, across his lap as he sat cross-legged. Shui Ao turned to the middle-aged man and said casually, Revered Elder Lan Ming, what are you doing? I remember you used a prime divine artifact when we sparred previously, not an ordinary sword. Lan Ming, the middle-aged man, opened his eyes. He looked at Shui Ao and said, Revered Elder Shui Ao, even before I had a prime divine artifact, this sword had been with me for a long time. When I was still weak, I obtained this sword from the legacy I inherited from a sword cultivator. Thanks to this sword, my sword Dao managed to surpass that of that sword cultivator. This sword could be considered my mentor and the source of my inspiration. As such, whenever I comprehended the sword Dao, I'd bring it out. Alas, as time passed, I became less and less inspired by it. Perhaps, it won't be long before it lies in a corner of my spatial ring covered in dust. Lan Ming's words at the end were a metaphor. After all, not a speck of dust could get into a spatial ring. How remarkable! It seems like everyone has different ways of comprehending the sword Dao. As for me, I rely on my imagination to comprehend the sword Dao. However, the foundation of my sword Dao came from my elder, Shui Ao said with a smile. Rather similar to you, my sword Dao has also surpassed that of my elder. It seems like it's a case of the student surpassing the master for both of us. Shui Ao paused and glanced at Duanling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged, before he lowered his voice and said in a hushed tone, "The grand revered elder must have surpassed his master more than both of us did." Lan Ming nodded in agreement. There's no doubt about it. After all, the grand revered elder has comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. At this time, Duanling Tian, who overheard the duo's conversation, opened his eyes. He said to them, "No, you're wrong. I haven't surpassed my master's sword Dao. My master should have comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage at least." Shui Ao and Lan Ming's eyes widened in shock and disbelief upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. At the same time, the envoy of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed until now, suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duanling Tian and asked, "Revered Elder Ling Tian, is what you said true?" Duanling Tian nodded as he replied, "Yes, I have no reason to lie. When my sword Dao was at the 4th stage, my master's sword Dao was already at my current stage." Duanling Tian had always admired his master, Feng Qingyang. Thanks to his various fortuitous encounters, his cultivation base was higher than that of Feng Qingyang. However, his sword Dao had always been behind Feng Qingyang. In the past, whenever he thought that his sword Dao had surpassed that of his master, he would quickly be disabused of that notion when they met. The envoy's tone turned more polite as he continued to ask, "Based on my knowledge, there are only 2 saints who comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage. May I know who your master is?" Duanling Tian shook his head. "My master is neither one of the 2 saints." The envoy speculated inwardly. If that's the case, his master must be a reclusive saint. Following that, the envoy said amiably, "Revered Elder Ling Tian, if you perform brilliantly in the realm of origin, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion definitely won't mistreat you. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I'll do my very best," Duanling Tian replied. "My name is Hu Mingyu. You can address me as Brother Hu. Who knows? Perhaps you'll be joining the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion soon," Hu Mingyu said with a smile. This was the first time Duanling Tian and the other 2 heard of Hu Mingyu's name. Hu Mingyu was rather courteous and enthusiastic toward Duanling Tian during their journey. This was because he concluded that Duanling Tian's master was a saint after he heard that Duanling Tian's master had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage. Shui Ao and Lan Ming were naturally envious of Duanling Tian, but they were also aware that they could not compare to him. They also thought that Duanling Tian's master must be very powerful after learning that the latter had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage. In their opinion, even if the latter was not a saint and had not comprehended the law to the paramount stage, the latter should still be invincible among demi-saints. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was still grieving Duan Yu Wei. "Sister Wei, she wouldn't have died if she didn't return to the God-defying world with me," Duanling Tian thought to himself, filled with remorse and guilt. In the next moment, his eyes burned with the flames of fury as he vowed inwardly, "Sister Wei, rest in peace. I'll definitely avenge you once I'm strong enough." Duanling Tian knew he could not let his grief hold him back. If this affected his progress, he would never be able to grow stronger to avenge Duan Yu Wei. The realm of origin is my chance to prove myself to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. If I can impress them with my strength, not only will I have hope of saving Kur, but I might also receive cultivation resources I need from them. Needless to say, a saint-rank force like the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion naturally possessed abundant resources that ordinary people could only dream of. Moreover, there were rumors that there were 2 saints in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. If the rumors were true, as the dominating force in the sacred lighting realm, its resources might even surpass all the resources in the god-defying world. A few days later, Hu Mingyu, Duanling Tian, Shui Ao, and Lan Ming finally arrived outside of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. A thick fog lingered around the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, and at this moment, a group of people was gathered not far ahead of them. Clearly, these people were also sword prodigies gathered by the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. At this moment, Hu Mingyu said to the trio from the Duan clan, "In fact, the realm of origin opened a year ago. The 3 of you are the second group of sword prodigies from one of the 3 major demi-saint rank forces of Tourmaline Holy City who will enter the realm of origin." After a brief pause, Hu Mingyu added, "The 3rd demi-saint rank force of Tourmaline Holy City will send their sword prodigies here after a year. At that time, they will enter the realm of origin with the other sword prodigies from the other territories of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. It's a tradition for the Jade-Tide Mansion to send people into realm of origins in groups. No wonder there are only 3 of us," Duanling Tian thought to himself. After leaving the Duan clan, he had been puzzled that there were only him, Shui Ao, and Lan Ming. He had wondered where the representatives of the other 2 demi-saint rank forces were. After all, it was impossible for the other 2 demi-saint rank forces to not have found anyone who comprehended the sword Dao to the 4th stage at all. So 3 groups will enter separately? Why? Shui Ao asked curiously. Duanling Tian and Lan Ming looked at Hu Mingyu curiously as well. Hu Mingyu's expression was solemn as he said, "In the past, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion discovered a realm of origin. We gathered a group of prodigies who fulfilled the criteria and sent all of them in. In the end, all of them died there. After that, we decided to send the prodigies there in groups. Each group will be given a year in the realm of origin. As I said before, the 3 of you are the second group." "What?" Shui Ao exclaimed in shock before he said, "We're the second group. The first group has already been there for a year, so what's the point of us entering now? Most of the things there must have already been obtained by the first group, right?" Although Duanling Tian and Lang Ming were silent, they shared Shui Ao's thoughts as well. "Perhaps. We don't know for sure," Hu Mingyu said with a nod. "Moreover, there are pros and cons to everything. Although the first group has higher chances of finding treasures and fortuitous encounters, they're at greater risk as well since they're entering first." Shui Ao fell silent upon hearing Hu Mingyu's words. Indeed, there was no falsehood in these words. Hu Mingyu continued to say, "All right, according to the agreed-upon time, the first group should be out the day after tomorrow. We'll go to the entrance when everyone arrives." At this time, Shui Ao asked, "What if some people refuse to leave?" Hu Mingyu laughed before he replied, "That's no different from seeking death. No one's allowed to go against the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, what if it's a prodigy from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion?" Shui Ao continued to ask. Hu Mingyu said casually, "The sword prodigies of our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion will be part of the 3rd and final group to enter the realm of origin. As such, your question is invalid." Upon hearing this, Shui Ao said to Duanling Tian and Lan Ming through voice transmission, "The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion is really careful to place their sword prodigies in the final group." "That's not surprising," Lan Ming said through voice transmission. "The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion doesn't have to worry about us keeping the treasures they want to ourselves since we can't bring our spatial rings in there. As such, we'll definitely have to hand over the treasures they need to them. With this, why would they need to take the risk and send their prodigies in first?" Lan Ming was right. Finally, Shui Ao said out loud, 3 groups of sword prodigies, and each group has a year in the realm of origin. It seems like the realm of origin will only stay open for 3 years. Hu Mingyu nodded. That's right. Before this realm of origin opened, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion had studied it and determined that it'll only stay open for 3 years. As such, you must make the most of your time in the realm of origin. Later, the first group of prodigies will recount their experiences to you. That should make things slightly easier for you. On the second day, Duanling Tian, Lan Ming, Shui Ao, and Hu Mingyu boarded the flying ship and made their way to the entrance of the realm of origin when everyone was gathered. Duanling Tian looked around and discovered that there were about 36 sword prodigies in the second group, including him, Shui Ao, and Lan Ming. Based on this, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion should have gathered about 100 sword prodigies altogether at least to enter the realm of origin. The other sword prodigies looked around as well, silently surveying the situation like Duanling Tian. The sword prodigies either found a corner to sit cross-legged or gathered in small groups. All of them wore a faint arrogant expression on their faces, including Shui Ao and Lan Ming, who were usually humble in front of Duanling Tian. Apart from the sword prodigies, there were also 3 powerhouses from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, and Hu Mingyu was among them. At this time, an old man stroked his long white beard as he asked, "Old you, I heard that one of the prodigies you brought here has comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage?" Hu Mingyu replied with a smile, "That's right. His name is Duanling Tian. He's the grand revered elder of the Duan clan in Tourmaline Holy City. Not only has he comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage, but his law of space has also reached the perfect form. He should be invincible among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods." Upon hearing this, a blue-clad young man exclaimed in surprise, "What? Not even our prodigies from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion are a match for him?" Hu Mingyu shook his head. "They likely aren't a match for him. According to the Duan clan, Duanling Tian is very strong. However, I don't know about the extent of his strength. If he performs well in the realm of origin, I plan to recommend him to join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, if his performance is mediocre, even if he wants to join our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, we won't accept him," the white-bearded old man said with a smile. "If he doesn't take the initiative to join us, we'll have to offer him some benefits to recruit him. On the other hand, he won't be able to put forth any conditions if he takes the initiative to join us. As such, I don't think he'll take the initiative to join us unless we invite him." Hu Mingyu was right. Duan Yu Wei, the Dark Knight demi-saint, had reminded Duanling Tian about this matter. Based on Duanling Tian's innate talent, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion definitely would not let go of the chance to recruit a monstrous prodigy like Duanling Tian. For this reason, Duanling Tian knew he had to put on air and that he could not lower himself in front of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Otherwise, it would be more difficult for him to save Kuer after joining the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. About 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination. Hu Mingyu and his peers led Duanling Tian and the other prodigies off the flying ship and to a barren mountain range. When they arrived, there were already at least a dozen people gathered there. Shui Ao looked at the people in the distance before his eyes finally rested on one figure. Then he whispered, "They're powerhouses from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. That young man wearing a white robe with silver trimmings should be the person in charge here." Duanling Tian followed the direction of Shui Ao's gaze and saw Hu Mingyu and the other 2 men walking toward the white-clad young man. He watched the trio bow at the white-clad young man and addressed him as Palace Master. "Lan Ming, how strong is he?" Shui Ao asked. Lan Ming's eyes flashed before he said in a hushed tone, "He's a demi-saint at least." As soon as Lan Ming's voice fell, a young man dressed in a fine robe appeared and said, "You have very keen eyes." Duanling Tian looked up. He remembered seeing the other party on board the flying ship. At that time, the other party was sitting alone in a corner. Shui Ao looked at the young man, slightly stunned. Then he asked, "He's really a demi-saint? Do you know him?" The young man smiled. "I don't know him, but I saw him many years ago when I was fairly young. His name is Xianxia, the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Waves Golden Dragon Palace. Not only is he a demi-saint, but many people think he has the highest potential to be the next saint in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion." Duanling Tian looked at Xianxia, the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, and committed the other party to his memory. At the same time, he wondered inwardly, I wonder how powerful he is compared to Sister Wei. As soon as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, he was reminded of Duan Wei, and his expression turned solemn. Meanwhile, Lan Ming exclaimed in surprise, "He's Xiao Tianci?" Shui Ao asked, "Lan Ming, you've heard of him?" Lan Ming said solemnly, "I heard my elders talking about him before. They said that he was simply a monster. In the past, whenever his strength improved, he would challenge those with the same cultivation base as him in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. At that time, he was acknowledged to be the strongest among level 1 to level 3 supreme powerhouses. However, when he became a level 4 supreme powerhouse, he lost to another monstrous genius. Needless to say, his opponent shot to fame in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds after defeating him. His opponent continued to challenge others and went undefeated. In the end, his opponent was even acknowledged as the strongest demi-saint in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. The young man dressed in a fine robe raised an eyebrow and said, "Xiao Tianxi's opponent, you're talking about Xiao Mubai from the God-defying world, right?" Xiao Mubai was the second supreme powerhouse from the God-defying world who became famous in the outer boundary after the Sword of Time. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. At the same time, he could not help but feel proud. After all, he was from the God-defying world. How could he not feel proud that the God-defying world had two geniuses such as the Sword of Time and Xiao Mubai? Duanling Tian looked at Xiao Tianci, the palace master of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, who shared the same surname as Xiao Mubai, one of the lords of the God-defying world. Xiao Tianci was a genius who shook the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, including the God-defying world, before he was defeated by Xiao Mubao, who then rose to fame. Although Xiao Tianci was defeated by Xiao Mubai, Duanling Tian knew that the difference between their strength was likely not very big. At this moment, Shui Ao suddenly cried out, "Palace Master Xiao is coming over." Duanling Tian looked up and saw Hu Mingyu leading Xiao Tianci over. "Duanling Tian, this is Palace Master Xiao." Hu Mingyu said, "Palace Master Xiao wants to meet the sword prodigy, who comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage." When the people in the surroundings heard Hu Mingyu's words, they all turned to look at Duanling Tian in disbelief. It was not surprising that they found it hard to believe that a cultivator below the realm of supreme powerhouses had comprehended the sword Dao to the 6th stage. However, it did not take long for them to dismiss their thoughts. After all, why would Hu Mingyu, someone from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, lie about this matter? "Greetings, Palace Master Xiao," Duanling Tian said with a slight bow to Xiao Tianci. Shui Ao and the others quickly followed suit and greeted Xiao Tianci. Xiao Tianci smiled slightly before he pointed at Duanling Tian and asked casually, "Can you show me your sword Dao?" In just a blink of an eye, a streak of light shot out of the tip of Xiao Tianci's finger toward Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian could sense that the power in the streak of light was comparable to all the power he had, which meant that the force of the attack was almost comparable to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god. He was amazed by Xiao Tianci's perfect control over his divine energy. Duanling Tian quickly took a deep breath before he flew toward the streak of light with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in hand. At the same time, his divine energy, his law of space that has reached the perfect form, and his sword Dao surged from his body. Swoosh! Following that, a 7-colored sword ray shot out and collided with the streak of light, generating a terrifying explosion. The shockwave of the explosion was just about to hit Duanling Tian when Xiao Tianci promptly raised his hand. An invisible force swept out, easily neutralizing the shockwaves that could leave Duanling Tian with minor injuries. "Thank you, Palace Master Xiao," Duanling Tian said when everything was said and done. "Not bad," Xiao Tianci said with a nod. "Are you interested in joining the Golden Dragon Palace after you come out from the Realm of Origin?" Everyone was shocked. Even Hu Mingyu did not expect Xiao Tianci to extend an invitation to Duanling Tian. Asking Duanling Tian to join the Golden Dragon Palace was no different from asking Duanling Tian to join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Most importantly, up until now, Xiao Tianci had only personally invited 2 peerless top advanced supreme gods to join the Golden Dragon Palace. This means that Palace Master Xiao thinks Duan Ling Tian's value is the same as that of a peerless top advanced supreme god. Right? Hu Mingyu and the other high-ranking officials of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion were shocked. At the same time, the sword prodigies in the surroundings looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously. How could they not be envious when it was clear that Xianxia, the strongest person below the realm of saints in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, had high regard for Duan Ling Tian? It's an honor for me to join the Golden Dragon Palace. Duan Ling Tian replied decisively. It would be foolish of him to refuse Xianxia, who was only second to the saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Very good, Xianxia said with a smile. From now on, you're not only a member of the Golden Dragon Palace, but the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion as well. I, Xianxia, the Palace Master of the Golden Dragon Palace, bestow upon you the title the Void Sword. What do you think? A title was not very useful, but a title bestowed by Xianxia indicated how highly he valued Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Palace Master Xiao, Duan Ling Tian replied. Although the title did not mean anything to him, he gladly accepted it as a kind gesture from Xianxia. Moreover, the title would make his life much easier in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. The Void Sword. Palace Master Xiao is really good at naming, Hu Mingyu said with a smile, trying to flatter Xianxia. Xianxia did not respond to Hu Mingyu. Instead, he said to Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, you'll enter the realm of origin with the third group. Yes, Palace Master Xiao, Duan Ling Tian replied. Lan Ming and Xue Ao looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously, thinking that Duan Ling Tian was extremely lucky. At this time, Duan Ling Tian asked Hu Mingyu curiously through voice transmission. Senior Hu, what is Palace Master Zhao's strongest law? Palace Master Zhao's strongest law is the law of death. He has comprehended it to the paramount stage. His second strongest law is the law of life, which he has also comprehended to the paramount stage. Unfortunately, his comprehension of the four Taos of heaven and earth isn't as good. He only comprehended the sword Tao to the fifth stage. If he manages to comprehend the sword Tao to the sixth stage, it's likely that he'll break through and become a saint. Duan Ling Tian nodded in understanding as he thought to himself. It seems like Palace Master Xiao knows I'm quite young. Geniuses are naturally arrogant, but they'll respect those who are superior to them. At this moment, Xianxia gestured to Duan Ling Tian to stand next to him. At the same time, those from the first group finally came out of the realm of origin. Subsequently, someone said, Palace Master Xiao. A total of 12 people perished in the realm of origin this time. Xianxia nodded calmly. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Based on the number of people in the second group, he speculated that there should be about 30 to 40 people in the first group. If his speculation was right, then the death rate was too high. More than one-third of the prodigies from the first group had died. At the same time, the expressions of the sword prodigies in the second group changed drastically when they heard the number of prodigies who died. The group of sword prodigies was shocked by the high death rate, and many of them considered withdrawing at this moment. Although they had known that the realm of origin was fraught with danger, the death rate was really too high. However, when a few of them expressed that they did not wish to enter the realm of origin, the supreme powerhouses of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion leveled an icy gaze at them. It was obvious that withdrawing now was no different from seeking death. As such, many of them could only give up on withdrawing. At this time, one of the sword prodigies said with a scoff, What's wrong with you? Haven't you heard that fortune favors the bold? It's only natural that entering the realm of origin comes with risks. You won't be able to become a supreme powerhouse if you're frightened by these risks. These words seemed to sober up those who wanted to withdraw. They began to question if they were cowards who were afraid of death. They were not even willing to enter the realm of origin that contained many treasures and fortuitous encounters. At the same time, they thought about their close calls with death in the past. Meanwhile, just as Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on the sword prodigy who had spoken, Xianxia, the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, This sword prodigy has comprehended the sword Dao to the 5th stage. However, he's much older than you. Among all the sword prodigies present, he's second only to you. The sword prodigy was an ordinary-looking young man with a pair of thick eyebrows who was dressed in a long black robe. His back was as straight as a sword, making him look dignified and upright. At this time, that sword prodigy looked up and met Duanling Tian's gaze. Duanling Tian could instantly see the fighting spirit burning in the other party's eyes. He only nodded and smiled slightly before he looked away. Following that, the first group of sword prodigies who survived the realm of origin handed the things they obtained to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Subsequently, one of the supreme powerhouses said, "We'll bring you back to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion now. If you obtained any treasures the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion wants, you can choose something of equal value in exchange from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's treasure vault. As for the treasures that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion doesn't need, you can keep them." After that, the Supreme Powerhouse led the first group of prodigies back to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Half a day passed after the first group of sword prodigies left before Xianxia said tonelessly, "You may enter now." Hu Mingyu and another 2 supreme powerhouses led the second group of sword prodigies, including Shui Ao and Lan Ming, to the entrance of the realm of origin. Before entering the realm of origin, Shui Ao said ingratiatingly through voice transmission, "Duanling Tian, I'm so envious of you. If I survive the realm of origin and manage to join the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, you mustn't forget about me." After the second group of the sword prodigies entered the realm of origin, only 6 people were left on the scene. Duanling Tian, Xianxia, a gray-clad old man, who stood quietly behind Xianxia, and the 3 supreme powerhouses, including Hu Mingyu, who led the second group of sword prodigies here. "The 3 of you will wait at the entrance of the realm of origin," Xianxia said. Then, he gestured to Duanling Tian before he brought Duanling Tian and the old man away. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he found himself in what seemed like a vast and boundless world. He was wondering where he was when he heard Xiaotianxi's voice. "This is my little world." Old Kong is an expert of the law of space. He has comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage many years ago. Before the third group of sword prodigies enters the realm of origin, you should learn from Old Kong here. When it's convenient, you can show me your sword Dao so I can study it. I'm only a step away from entering the 6th stage, but I've been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. Duanling Tian knew that Xiaotianxi wanted his help to overcome the bottleneck he faced in his sword Dao. In exchange, Xiaotianxi arranged for him to learn from an expert who had comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage. Swoosh! At this time, a gust of wind blew past, and the gray-clad old man who was standing behind Xiaotianxi appeared in front of Duanling Tian. He's a supreme powerhouse who comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage. Duanling Tian exclaimed inwardly. A supreme powerhouse who had comprehended a law to the paramount stage should be a level 4 supreme powerhouse, someone who was close to becoming a demi-saint, at least even if his or her Tao of heaven and earth was only mediocre. "Attack with your might using your law of space and sword Tao," the old man said expressionlessly. "I'll suppress my strength so it matches yours, but I won't suppress my law of space." Duanling Tian could not help but feel excited when he heard these words. This was the best chance for him to improve his law of space. Although he had recordings of experts who comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage, it would be much better for him to learn from an expert in real life. "Thank you, senior," Duanling Tian said as he bowed slightly to the gray-clad old man. Duanling Tian felt grateful even if he knew this was a trade between him and Xiaotianxi. In his opinion, he benefited more from this exchange. With Xiaotianxi's high status in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, it would not be difficult for Xiaotianxi to study the 6th stage of the Sword Dao with other experts. On the contrary, if it were not for Xiaotianxi, it would be impossible for him to personally study the law of space with an expert who had comprehended it to the paramount stage. As such, how could he not feel grateful and excited faced with such an opportunity? "My law of space has been stagnant for a while now. This is a good chance for me to break through or at least move closer to the paramount stage." With his sword Dao at the 6th stage, If Duanling Tian comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage, he would be considered extraordinary even among peerless top advanced supreme gods. Not only that, but if he directly broke through and became a supreme powerhouse, he would be stronger than the current Xiao Tianxia. After all, Xiao Tian, who comprehended the law of death to the paramount stage and the sword Dao to the 5th stage, was a demi-saint. As such, with his sword Dao at the 6th stage, if Duanling Tian comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage, he would become a saint just like how Xiao Tianxia would become a saint as soon as his sword Dao reached the 6th stage. When Old Kong, the gray-clad old man, made a move, the void shook, making him look terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duanling Tian. How terrifying! This is the strength of the law of space at the paramount stage. Duanling Tian thought to himself in shock. He almost teleported away, but then he remembered that Old Kong had likely disrupted the space to prevent him from escaping. Swoosh! Duanling Tian mobilized his divine energy and law of space. His body shone as he shot toward Old Kong like a dazzling sword ray, which made his surroundings pale in comparison. He looked domineering as though he could crush everything that stood in his way. What a powerful sword Dao! Old Kong exclaimed when he saw Duanling Tian, who had become one with the sword. However, he flashed away very quickly and easily before Duanling Tian struck, causing Duanling Tian to feel pressured. The law of space at the paramount stage is really terrifying. He has already suppressed his divine energy to that of an advanced supreme god, but he's still slightly stronger than me by virtue of his law of space alone. His strength now is comparable to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duanling Tian felt overwhelmed by Old Kong's strength. He could not help but curse inwardly when he recalled Old Kong saying he would try to suppress his strength to a level similar to his. He was only close to breaking through the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Unless he had a breakthrough in his law of space or his sword Dao, it would be impossible for him to enter the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods. Swoosh! Duanling Tian attacked again. A blindingly bright sword ray shot out and made a sudden turn before it shot toward Old Kong at top speed. Duanling Tian grunted when his attack landed, and he discovered he had only struck an illusion. You can see the full strength of the law of space after comprehending it to the paramount stage. I'm invincible in this space because I can summon the energy in my surroundings, Old Kong said as his voice echoed from all directions. You're very strong. If I didn't maintain my divine energy at that of a peerless top advanced supreme god and suppress it more, I would have been defeated by you. With this, Duanling Tian finally understood that Old Kong intentionally suppressed his divine energy to that of a peerless top advanced supreme god instead of matching him so he could learn better. After all, how was he going to learn if he easily defeated Old Kong? Old Kong continued to say, You can only stop me now if your divine energy is strong enough to subdue mine and stop me from using the spatial energy in the surroundings. There was a reason why peerless top advanced supreme gods were the strongest among advanced supreme gods, after all. However, even if they were invincible among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses, they would still not be a match for even the weakest supreme powerhouse. Boom! 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 Old Kong made a move again. He appeared above Duanling Tian and struck with his hand. A huge palm print descended on Duanling Tian as fast as the wind. Duanling Tian grunted as he dodged to the side. Alas, no matter where he ran, a new huge palm print would appear above him. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of palm prints could be seen in the air. All right, it's time to try another tactic. When Duanling Tian realized he could not escape the palm prints, he quickly mobilized his divine energy and law of space before he formed a sword ray in his hand. Following that, he sent the sword ray out, causing the void to shake violently in its wake. Swoosh! Boom! The sword ray shot through the huge palm prints, and the collisions generated terrifying shockwaves that swept through the entire place. When the shockwaves swept past Duanling Tian, he felt as though his internal organs had been crushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Xiao Tianxia said through voice transmission, Old Kong, go easy on him. Old Kong was about to withdraw his attack when the eyes of Duanling Tian, who seemed to be in a daze just a moment ago, suddenly widened as he muttered to himself. So that's why my sword Dao hasn't been improving. The sword isn't limited to the sword in my hand or the sword rays formed by my divine energy. The spatial energy can also be a sword. The law of space, the law of time, and the law of life can also be a sword. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's doppelgangers from his laws appeared. Subsequently, dazzling sword rays appeared around them as their auras grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses. When he saw Old Kong was about to withdraw his attack, he quickly said, "Senior, please continue one." "Very well," Old Kong replied with a nod. He knew that Duan Ling Tian must have been enlightened and did not hesitate to continue with his attack. Following that, the huge palm prints rained down on Duan Ling Tian again. "Sword Ascension," Duan Ling Tian muttered. Then, the countless sword rays around Duan Ling Tian and his doppelgangers shot up into the sky and collided with the huge palm prints. Swoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. But this time, Duan Ling Tian remained unaffected. His robe fluttered as he stood steadily, looking as straight as a sword. "Remarkable!" Old Kong exclaimed. The huge palm prints were destroyed by the sword rays, and they both fought to a draw. At the same time, Xiao Tianci suddenly appeared in front of Duan Ling and exclaimed, "Duan Ling Tian, your sword Dao has reached the threshold of the 7th stage. An advanced supreme God who comprehended a law to the perfect form and a Dao of heaven of earth to the threshold of the 7th stage is undoubtedly a peerless top advanced supreme God." A peerless top advanced supreme God? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. He knew that he had grown stronger after he further comprehended the sword Dao, but he was not sure exactly how strong he had become. It was only natural that he was excited after listening to Xiao Tianxi's words. With his breakthrough, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion would value him even more. With this, it was not impossible for him to ask the Saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to release Kur from the soul imprisonment technique. Duan Ling Tian suppressed his excitement before he cupped his fists together at Xiao Tianci and Old Kong and said, "Thank you, Palace Master Xiao. Thank you, Senior." Although Duan Ling Tian knew that he would eventually have a breakthrough like this, it would take time and luck. It was thanks to Xiao Tianci that he was able to improve so quickly. He knew Xiao Tianci gave him such an opportunity because Xiao Tianci wanted to study his sword Dao. After all, Xiao Tianci had said as much. However, his feeling that he had benefited more from this exchange grew even stronger after his improvement. Once your sword Dao reaches the 7th stage, there are likely not many peerless top advanced supreme gods who'll be a match for you, the usually taciturn Old Kong said. Xiao Tianci nodded in agreement before he said, "Duan Ling Tian, after you take that step, you'll truly be in the elite inner circle of the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. A peerless top advanced supreme gods are highly coveted by saint rank forces. They're even more precious than ordinary supreme powerhouses." After a brief pause, Xiao Tianci continued to say, "When you break into this realm, I'll get better benefits for you from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Apart from that, if you stay in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion for a period of time and make contributions, you can even ask for one favor from the Saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion." Duan Ling Tian was calm when he heard the first half of Xiao Tianxi's words, but he could not suppress his excitement at all when he heard the second half of Xiao Tianxi's words. Although his expression did not change much, his eyes that shone brightly had already given him away. At this time, Xiao Tianxi's majestic aura became slightly diminished. Perhaps it was due to the slightly sheepish expression on his face as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, when I studied your sword Dao earlier, I had a lot of questions. Do you mind answering my questions?" Xiao Tianci was the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heaven's Golden Dragon Palace after all. It was only normal that he felt slightly embarrassed about asking for help from somebody so much younger than him. "Palace Master Xiao, it's an honor for me to answer your questions," Duan Ling Tian replied. In fact, even before Xiao Tianci spoke up, he had already planned to ask Xiao Tianci if he needed help with the sword Dao. Now that Xiao Tianci brought it up, he naturally would not turn down the chance to return the favor. Despite the death of many sword prodigies from the first group that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion sent into the Realm of Origin, the second group still had to enter the Realm of Origin to search for treasures for the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. At the same time, the second group was also paving the way for the third group, which the sword prodigies from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion were part of. In the Jade Wave's Heavenly Mansion, there were quite a few cultivators who were close to becoming peerless top advanced supreme gods who comprehended the sword Tao to the fourth stage and their laws to the perfect form. The strongest among them had comprehended the law of destruction to the paramount stage. Coupled with his bloodline power and his sword Tao at the fourth stage, it was not surprising that he was the strongest among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. According to Hu Mingyu, who brought Duanling Tian to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, he was also one of the few top prodigies in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion who could rival Duanling Tian. His name was Yao Xingchen. Unsurprisingly, Yao Xingchen was among the people from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion who would be entering the Realm of Origin as well. However, Yao Xingchen was not the strongest person from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to enter the Realm of Origin this time. This was because the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion found a peerless top advanced supreme god outside who had comprehended the law of metal to the paramount stage and the sword Tao to the fourth stage. He was just the external help whom the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion found and was not an official member of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. In fact, there were a few peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, they did not comprehend the sword Tao, so they did not meet the requirement to enter the Realm of Origin this time. If one only counted the official member of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion who would be entering the Realm of Origin, Yao Xingchen was still the strongest. In a quiet courtyard in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, a stern black-clad young man sat in front of a stone table as he looked at a green-clad young man coldly and asked, "What are you here?" The black-clad young man was none other than Yao Xingchen. As for the green-clad young man, he was Yao Tianchen, Yao Xingchen's half-brother. Yao Tianchen was also the peerless top advanced supreme god whom the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion found to help them. Yao Tianchen looked at Yao Xingchen and said teasingly, "Xingchen, I'm your elder brother. How can you speak to your elder brother in this manner? Do you think you're qualified to be my elder brother?" Yao Xingchen said with a sneer, "Yao Tianchen, we've been strangers for a long time now. Don't start acting like we're brothers now. Back then, if I hadn't been lucky, I would have been indirectly killed by you." Although Yao Tianchen was Yao Xingchen's half-brother, they were estranged. In the past, Yao Tianchen was jealous of Yao Xingchen due to the latter's talent. In hopes of obtaining his father's favor, Yao Tianchen plotted to kill Yao Xingchen. Unfortunately, Yao Xingchen had no evidence and was forced to let the matter go because their father did not believe him. At that time, the seeds of resentment were planted in Yao Xingchen's heart. As they sprouted, he finally ran away from the Yao clan and joined the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, which was stronger than the Yao clan, a demi-saint rank force. Although the Yao clan was a demi-saint rank force, it was considered one of the strongest demi-saint rank forces in the sacred lightning realm. This was because the Yao clan's demi-saint was much stronger than ordinary demi-saints and could kill ordinary demi-saints. For this reason, it was second only to the saint rank forces. "My dear brother, I only plotted against you because you were stronger than me." Yao Tianchen chuckled as he said, "It's different now. My law of metal has reached the paramount stage, and I have surpassed you. I became a peerless top advanced supreme god first. Father and the elders of the clan have also chosen me to be the next clan leader of the Yao clan. You're no longer a threat to me. As such, we brothers should live in harmony like we did in the past. What do you think?" Yao Tianchen was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing, pretending to be harmless. Yao Xingchen sneered, "Yao Tianchen, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just don't want to make an enemy out of me now. Let me tell you clearly now, we're not brothers, we're strangers. For the sake of our father and our blood relation, I'll let go of that matter in the past. From now on, please act like you don't know when we meet. Now, please leave." Yao Xingchen did not mince his words and directly drove Yao Tianchen away. Yao Tianchen rose to his feet and said with a slight smile, "Since you don't want to see me, I'll take my leave first. I'll see you again in the realm of origin." When Yao Tianchun turned around to leave, the smile on his face vanished, and his eyes glinted coldly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he thought to himself, "Yao Xingchun, I gave you a chance due to our blood relation. Since you don't appreciate it, I can only kill you to avoid future troubles. You can't do anything to me now. You're weaker than me, and your status isn't that high in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, if you grow stronger and your status rises in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion in the future, it'll be very troublesome if our position is reversed. At that time, do you think you'll still be able to say that you'll let the matter from back then go?" Clearly, Yao Tianchen had already made up his mind to kill Yao Xingchun. The realm of origin can only be your burial ground. My dear brother, you should cherish your remaining time. After all, you won't be coming out of the realm of origin. Yao Tianchen knew about Yao Xingchen's capability very well. Both their sword daos were at the 4th stage, but Yao Xingchen had only broken through recently. On the contrary, Yao Xingchen had been in the 4th stage for many years and might enter the 5th stage soon. As for the laws they comprehended, if Yao Xingchen, who comprehended the law of destruction, were to comprehend one of the 5 elemental laws, his law would have already reached the paramount stage. In fact, it would reach the paramount stage before that of Yao Tianchen. Due to Yao Xingchen's talent, Yao Tianchen tried to attempt to murder his younger brother in the past. In his opinion, if he allowed Yao Xingchen to grow stronger, he would only be seeking trouble. Thinking about Yao Xingchen's talent and the fact that Yao Xingchen now belonged to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Yao Tianchen became even more determined to get rid of Yao Xingchen. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. The second group of people came out from the realm of origin one after another. Excluding Duanling Tian, among the 2 people from the Duan clan whom Hu Mingyu brought to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, only Lan Ming came out. Shui Ao, the friendly young man, did not come out. Lan Ming, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, said in a low voice, "Shui Ao must have died." Before leaving, Lan Ming said again, "Don't force yourself if you're not confident about passing some of the tests left there by the creator of the realm of origin. If you push yourself, you might get injured. Once you're injured, you won't be able to deal with the subsequent danger." Lan Ming was usually taciturn. It was rare for him to speak so much, reminding Duanling Tian about the danger in the realm of origin. "I understand," Duanling Tian said with a nod. His expression was solemn as he asked, "Are you planning to return? Or are you going to try and join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion?" "I'll try to join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion," Lan Ming said with a wry smile. "I'm not a monstrous prodigy like you who obtained the favor of the Palace Master of the Golden Dragon Palace as soon as you arrived. I can only depend on my luck if I want to join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, many people who came this time have this thought as well. Most of the people recruited by various forces in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's territories were sexless cultivators, and it would naturally be great if they could join the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, one of the strongest forces in the outer boundary." When Lan Ming and the others left, the people from the 3rd group all arrived as well. The death rate of the 2nd group was lower than that of the 1st group. Clearly, the experience of the 1st group had helped with the survival of the 2nd group. Duanling Tian already knew beforehand that the people representing the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion would be in the 3rd group. Due to the requirements of comprehending the Sword Dao and being below the realm of supreme powerhouses, there were only about a dozen of them. Even among the hundreds of prodigies in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, it was difficult to find many people who comprehended the Sword Dao to the 4th stage, after all. After all, there were 4 Daos of heaven and earth, and the Sword Dao was just one of the many branches of the Weapon Dao. While Duanling Tian was looking at the people from the 3rd group, quite a few of them were looking at Duanling Tian enviously when they found out that Xianxia, the palace master of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, had invited Duanling Tian to join the Golden Dragon Palace. Some of them even looked dissatisfied. Hints of envy, jealousy, and hatred could be seen in their eyes when they looked at him. Duanling Tian naturally did not care about these people. He had never been one to care about what people thought of him. While Duanling Tian was looking around, he noticed two young men who resembled each other slightly. However, the duo did not stand together and were standing quite far apart from each other. They look like brothers. However, based on the distance between them, they look more like strangers. Perhaps it's just a coincidence that they look alike. The world is so big after all. How interesting. The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion actually found two strangers who not only comprehend the Sword Dao to at least the 4th stage, but they even look alike. Coincidentally, Duan Tian received a voice transmission from Xianxia at this moment. Duan Tian, do you see those two young men who resemble each other? Duan Tian quickly responded. Since Xianxia took the initiative to mention this, there must be a good reason behind it. I just received a message from one of my senior brothers from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He asked if you could lend a helping hand to the young man on the left if you see the young man on the right making a move against the former in the realm of origin. My senior brother said he'll repay you for this favor. My senior brother is also a demi-saint in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, Xianxia said. Of course, but why Palace Master Xiao? Duan Tian asked, puzzled. They were on the same side, and there was no benefit to killing each other in this situation after all. The young man on the left is Yao Xingchen. He's my senior brother's last disciple. Before your improvement a few months ago, he was not any weaker than you. His Sword Dao will soon reach the 5th stage, and his law of destruction is also close to the paramount stage. Xianxia replied. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Tian glanced at Yao Xingchen. He did not expect the other party to be so strong. However, since Yao Xingchen was so strong, why was Xianxia's senior brother worried about the young man on the right? Could it be? A thought suddenly appeared in Duan Tian's mind. If the other party was a peerless top advanced supreme god, then Xianxia's words would make sense. At this time, Xianxia said, the young man on the right is Yao Tianxin. He's the external help that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion found. He's from the Yao clan on Mount Sword. He's a peerless top advanced supreme god. His law of metal has reached the paramount stage, and his Sword Dao is at the 4th stage. He's Yao Xingchen's half-brother. All members of the Yao clan are sword cultivators, so they comprehend the Sword Dao. According to my senior brother, Yao Tianchen once tried to kill Yao Xingchen to remove Yao Xingchen from the competition for the position of the next clan leader of the Yao clan. Fortunately, Yao Xingchen was very lucky, and he survived. Later, he joined the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. My senior brother took a liking to him and accepted him as his last disciple. Before this, my senior brother deliberately excluded Yao Tianchen from the recruitment. However, Yao Tianchen heard about the matter, and he took the initiative to volunteer to help the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Needless to say, the high-ranking officials won't refuse such an offer. However, my senior brother feels that Yao Tianchen harbors ill intentions. He suspects that Yao Tianchen might make an attempt on Yao Xingchen's life in the realm of origin. After all, Yao Xingchen is very talented, which threatens Yao Tianchen. If Yao Xingchen doesn't die prematurely, it won't be long before his law of destruction reaches the paramount stage, and his Sword Dao reaches the 5th stage, making him stronger than Yao Tianchen. Realization dawned on Duan Tian after he listened to Xianxia's words. At the same time, his gaze turned cold when he looked at Yao Tianchen again. After all, just to be the next clan leader, Yao Tianchen could even try to kill his younger brother. This kind of behavior disgusted him. If I have a younger brother, I won't even be able to bear troubling him, let alone hurt him for my own interest. Duan Tian thought to himself. Xianxia continued to say, my senior brother, and I didn't tell Yao Xingchen we asked for your help because Yao Xingchen is proud by nature. If he knew that we asked you to look after him, he'd definitely protest. He might even deliberately avoid you after entering the realm of origin. Duan Tian was rendered speechless upon hearing Xianxia's words. He's not just proud, he's also courting death. Does he think he's a match for a peerless top advanced supreme god? He must know his limits, right? After a while, Xianxia finally told the 3rd group of sword prodigies to enter the realm of origin. After everyone handed in their personal spatial rings, Xianxia ordered his men to distribute new spatial rings to them. These spatial rings must be returned after they came out from the realm of origin. This was to prevent people from keeping the treasures they found to themselves in the realm of origin. Everyone knew about this for a long time now, so no one objected. "All right, you can go in now." After Xiao Tianxi's voice fell, the group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, entered the realm of origin one after another.